It's been a long time since a 5th-level profound void martial artist appeared in the main hall. I wonder what that super powerful creature is. Do you think the creature looks like a dragon? It's too violent. It swallowed a 20-meter-long snake with its mouth. A dragon? How is that possible? The dragon race has 2 wings. Do you think it's a super bloodline expert from other seas who came to our place? There is a very high possibility. When the bloodline is cultivated to the extreme, it can become a spirit and undergo the atavism. However, the possibility is very small. It should be a creature that lives on top of the main hall. We should come back in a few months. If this creature comes out again, it will be dangerous. Oh right, I heard that the nameless sword demon killed more than 20 demonic beasts on the 1st floor. It is very powerful. Yeah, a single person killed more than 20 demonic beasts in an instant. He even killed a 2nd-level profound void martial artist in an instant. Moreover, he even killed some of cold sex people. I feel that the nameless sword demon's strength is at least 3rd-level profound void martial artist. He's truly a monster, a supreme genius. At the exit of the main hall, some profound void martial artists walked out. The battle between the 2 terrifying creatures in front of the main hall had shocked many people. This caused many people to escape from the main hall, afraid that they would encounter some danger. Haha, my level has increased. Finally. At the exit of the main hall, Wuxia rode on his demon soul and flew towards the outer area of the human demon graveyard. Name, Wuxia. Race, 5 elements divine dragon, able to transform into a human. Level. Insightful Emptiness Realm Level 1. 3rd transformation of the Divine Dragon Transformation. Dragon Crystal 76 400/100 000000000. Supernatural ability. Ruling the Water Tribe. Ruling the Water Tribe that is lower than one's level. Devouring creatures to extract dragon crystals. Control of the 5 elements. Cultivation method. Divine Dragon Transformation. Supernatural ability. Soul absorbing, spirit attaching, light and dark fire dragon eyes, light and dark void, light and dark shadowless, light and dark. Aspect. 5 elements grinding. Dragon Palace. Level 3. Dragon Palace members 3,396. Looking at his attributes and feeling the explosive power of his body, Wuxia's eyes sparkled with a 5-colored radiance. After devouring the demonic might venomous snake demonic beast, he had achieved a transformation with just a little bit of dragon energy. He did not reach the half-step void interpretation stage and directly advanced to the 1st level of the void interpretation stage. At the same time, it was also the 3rd transformation of the divine dragon transformation. The breakthrough in his cultivation had allowed him to dominate the entire Luhai region with his current strength. With his current strength, he could easily kill a top-notch powerhouse at the 5th level of the void interpretation stage in his divine dragon state. Even if he could not defeat a powerhouse at the 6th level of the void interpretation stage, he could still escape. It has been more than a year since I came out. It's time for me to return. Wuxia thought to himself. Speed up, he shouted softly. The demon soul beneath him immediately increased its speed and galloped rapidly. Sitting on the demon soul and overlooking the entire human demon graveyard, Wuxia revealed a faint smile. When he came here, he was just an insignificant weakling. He didn't even dare to fly in the sky. But now, a dragon was roaming the world. I have been in the main hall for more than half a year. I wonder if Zhang Fengying is worried. Wuxia thought to himself. Soon, the place where he was staying appeared in his sight. Wuxia's figure moved. He jumped down from his demon soul and took off his mask before flying into the courtyard. You are finally back. Zhang Fengying heaved a sigh of relief when she saw Wuxia flying straight into the courtyard. She looked at him with a smile on her face. I have been gone for a long time this time. I have made you worried. Rest for a day. I will bid farewell to Long Xiaotian, and we will return to the Dragon and Phoenix Empire. Wuxia said to Zhang Fengying with a smile. Long Xiaotian? Zhang Fengying looked at him and took out an invitation card from her interspatial ring. If you're 2 days late, you might not be able to make it in time. This is Long Xiaotian's invitation card. 2 days later, the Light Dragon Empire will establish the Crown Prince. On that day, the Light Dragon Empire will hold a sacrificial ceremony in the tomb of the demi-human and confirm the future heir of the kingdom. Long Xiaodian said that the position of the Crown Prince this time will definitely be his. He wants you to come and watch the ceremony. Oh! Wang Xian took the invitation card that Zhang Fengying gave him and revealed a smile on his face. Have you started to confirm the position of the Crown Prince? All right, let's wait until he becomes the Crown Prince before we return. In more than half a year's time, after Wang Xian helped him to eliminate the subordinates of a few of his brothers, Long Xiaoyan's position was unshakable. At that time, the position of Crown Prince had basically been decided. During this period of time, many experts came to seek refuge with him. There were even 3 insightful Emptiness Realm experts who came to seek refuge with him. Among the group of Crown Princes, they were absolutely invincible. It's up to you. I can go back any time. Zhang Fengying smiled at him. All right, I'm going to rest. I haven't rested for half a year. This time, I'm going to sleep for more than 10 hours. Wang Xian waved his hand at Zhang Fengying and walked into the room. Zhang Fengying nodded at him. Wow! There are so many people today. Of course. Look at what day it is today. It's the day that the Radiant Dragon Dynasty establishes the Crown Prince. This is the future king of the Radiant Dragon Dynasty. How can there be fewer people? As long as the entire Radiant Dragon Dynasty has some powerful families, the rest of the major forces in the Luhai region will come to watch the ceremony. Every time the Light Dragon Dynasty selects a Crown Prince, it is extremely grand, especially this year. This time is special. This year, the one in charge of the ceremony is not the royal family of the Light Dragon Dynasty, but the second prince. It is obvious that they have already expressed their opinions. Although it is not the time for the real announcement, the position of the Crown Prince is 100% that of the second prince. Now, the second prince's forces are also very powerful. He has 5 insightful void martial artists under him, and one of them is at level 2 of the insightful void martial artist. With his strength, he can crush everyone else. 2 days later, in the morning, Wang Xian rested for more than 10 hours before heading to the island of the Radiant Dragon Dynasty with Zhang Fengying. When he arrived at the outer perimeter, he realized that there were tens of thousands of people in the surrounding sky. They came from the various influential families of the Radiant Dragon Dynasty. They were powerful mercenary groups. As long as they were qualified, they would all rush over. On the day of the Crown Prince, it meant that the future king would be confirmed. The family mercenary groups of the Light Dragon Dynasty would naturally come to pay their respects. They even had to send a congratulatory gift. Apart from the Light Dragon Dynasty as one of the top forces in the Luhai region, the other countries, sects, and mercenary groups would also come to watch the ceremony. As one of the top figures in the Luhai region, they also had to come and get to know each other. Today, it was a very big event for the entire Luhai region. TSK. It really feels like thousands of people are coming to pay their respects. Wang Xian's gaze swept across the surroundings. There were see-through experts everywhere as he spoke with a smile on his face. Let's go. He moved his body and flew inside. The place where the heaven-worshipping ceremony was held was located above the island of the Guanglong dynasty. A huge place was built with a formation. A huge cauldron was erected in the middle. Tables and benches were set up in the surrounding void. It looked extremely majestic. In the middle, there was a huge entrance. Every participating force had to take out an invitation card to attend the ceremony. Wang Xian's figure moved and flew towards the entrance. The line that entered was very long. It was a few hundred meters in front of them. Other than the members of the royal family of the Guanglong dynasty who entered directly from the island, everyone else had to enter through the main entrance. Haha, cousin is really amazing. The position of Crown Prince. In the future, we can be considered as real royal relatives. Of course, 7 months ago, cousin's position as the Crown Prince was basically confirmed. In the Guanglong dynasty, our Hua family's position will be greatly elevated in the future. While Wang Xian was slowly queuing up to enter, a few excited voices suddenly came from behind. One emperor and one courtier. Although the Transcendence continent respected martial arts, if Long Xiaotian could ascend to the throne, as a relative of his mother's side, it would be equivalent to ascending to the heavens in a single step. As the king's cousin, he would naturally receive many benefits in the future. So it's the Hua family. Brothers, come forward. Please take care of me in the Light Dragon dynasty in the future. While the Hua family members were talking arrogantly, a complimentary voice came from the back. Hee, we're all friends. These are the members of the Lingnan family of Lingnan City, right? Yes, we're from the Lingnan family. We're here to congratulate the second prince on inheriting the position of crown prince. Dozens of middle-aged young men were floating in the air with smiles on their faces. Beside them, 5 or 6 young men, middle-aged men, and even old men were talking to the Hua family members warmly. The second prince had inherited the throne, and the clan that benefited the most from it was the second prince's mother's clan. As the tide rises, the boat rises. In the future, the Hua clan would definitely hold great power. Hey, the two in front. Which clan are you from? At this moment, the voice of a young man came from behind. Wang Xian turned his head and looked at the young man from the Lingnan clan. He raised his eyebrows and asked, "What's the matter?" "Nothing much. Brother, if you are not in a hurry, please step back for a moment and let the Chinese people stand in front. Is that all right?" The young man from the Lingnan family said with a smile on his face. Wang Xian smiled faintly and did not mind it. "Sure. Young man, you are not bad. Since you are able to attend this ceremony, it means that you have some status. When you come to Lingnan City in the future, I will bring you to have some fun." The young man looked like he was not bad. He patted Wang Xian on the shoulder and praised him. Wang Xian smiled nonchalantly. Although the queue was very long, it was very quick to enter. In just a few minutes, there were only a dozen people left. It was obvious that the people from the Lingnan family wanted to curry favor with the Chinese. The group of Chinese people glanced at Wang Xian and did not take it to heart. "Everyone, take out the invitation cards for the ceremony." The line was getting shorter and shorter. The voices of a few guards came from the front. 2 middle-aged men in armor who were riding on a transcendent level 9 black shadow panther were checking the invitation cards one by one. Around them, there were a row of warriors in black armor who were riding on ferocious beasts. They stood there proudly and looked at the group of people who had entered. Black armored cavalry. The second prince's black armored cavalry. There are more than 100 people in total. Each of them is at least at transcendent level rank 7. They are very powerful. The strength of this black armored cavalry is almost comparable to some top battle teams of the Radiant Dragon dynasty. This black armored cavalry looks arrogant. TSK, I'm really envious. They are the second prince's true confidants. The voices of the Hua clan and the Lingnan clan came from the front. Their faces were filled with envy. Some of the clans in the surrounding Guanglong dynasty were also looking at them with envy and respect. The Hua clan and the Lingnan clan handed over the invitation letters and nodded to the black armored cavalrymen with smiles on their faces. Invitation. Wang Xian and Zhang Fengying walked over and the 2 black armored cavalrymen spoke as usual. However, when they saw Wang Xian, they were stunned before they could speak. "Young Master Wang." The 2 black armored cavalry soldiers immediately bowed respectfully to Wang Xian. Ha! This caused the Hua people and the people from the Lingnan family who had just walked in to turn their heads in astonishment. When they saw the black armored cavalry soldiers bow respectfully to the young man who was standing in front of them, their eyes widened even more. Who was he? "Young Master Wang, our prince has been looking for you for a long time. He thought that you wouldn't be able to come today. Young Master Wang, let us bring you there." At this moment, 2 figures flew over from a short distance away. One of them was Bai Qingshan, who was dressed in a white robe, and the other was Elder Zhu. They came to Wang Xian's side with some respect as well and said with a smile, "I had some matters to attend to not long ago, but I just happened to be in time." Wang Xian smiled faintly and said to them, "Young Master Wang, let's go. We will bring you in." Bai Qingshan and Elder Zhu extended their hands toward him respectfully. Wang Xian nodded his head and followed them into the room. Who is he? How could he allow Senior Bai and Senior Zhu to bring him in directly? Senior Bai and Senior Zhu are the second prince's true confidants. The two insightful emptiness realm experts who followed the second prince at the very beginning actually treated that young man so respectfully. Who is he? Could he be that brother of the second prince?
You mean that young Master Wang who helped the second prince?
The hearts of the Hua people and the members of the Lingnan clan turned cold. They were shocked as they watched the two insightful emptiness realm experts personally send the young man over.
The surrounding clans of the Light Dragon dynasty also watched this scene in shock.
Everyone knew that the second prince could easily take over the position of crown prince because of the help of a young man. Because of that young man, the second prince was able to do so smoothly. Moreover, according to rumors, that young man's connections were very powerful. He knew the daughter of the sect master of the Heavenly Sword sect as well as the major figures in the vast region. Young Master Wang, the prince has instructed that if you come, you will sit here. At the heavenly worship ceremony and the place where the prince was established, there were many viewing platforms. In the center was the place where the king, the important ministers, the royal elders, and the Princess Saturday. Below that was the position of the city lords of the Light Dragon dynasty. At this level, the first position was the position of the Hua people.
The Hua people, the clansmen of Long Xiaoyan's mother, had contributed a lot to Long Xiaoyan's ascension to the throne.
There were 2 seats at the front of the Hua people. One was the leader of the Hua people, and the other was a seat specially reserved for Wang Xian. When Wang Xian and the rest arrived, many Hua people had already arrived.
Many seats around them were already filled with people.
An old man holding a walking stick was already sitting at the front. Behind him were a group of old men and middle-aged men. Their faces were all flushed red. Clearly, they were very happy. Oh, this should be young Master Wang. Haha. Please take a seat.
The leader of the Hua people stood up with a warm expression and extended his hand to shake Wang Xian's hand. Hello, this old man should be Long Xiaoyan's grandfather. Wang Xian extended his hand with a smile.
Yes, Xiaotian is really lucky to have a brother like you. Come and have a seat.
Long Xiaoyan's grandfather invited him enthusiastically. He looked at the seat behind him and said, Come, Xiao Liang. Your seat is for young Master Wang's friend.
Yes. An old man at the back smiled and nodded. He immediately stood up and invited Zhang Fengying. A guest? A real guest.
Who's that young man?
How could he sit with the Hua clan leader?
No one else could sit with the Hua clan leader besides the second prince's brother.
I heard that the second prince became the crown prince today has a lot to do with his brother. What do you think?
All the mounts of the second prince were obtained by that brother of his. Without him, the second prince would not have achieved his current achievements so easily.
No wonder a young man could sit with the Hua clan leader.
Don't you know that?
The Hua clan is nothing when it comes to the relationship and background of this brother of the second prince. Even the second prince is weaker. The daughter of the sect master of the Heavenly Sword sect has a close relationship with that young master. Is he that powerful? You can just ask any faction in the tomb of the transvestite and you will know.
Wang Xian sat beside the Hua clan leader and chatted with him casually. The city lords and powerful clans of the Guanglong dynasty looked over with curiosity on their faces. The few Hua clan disciples behind them widened their eyes when they saw Wang Xian chatting with their clan leader. They wiped the cold sweat off their foreheads. Fortunately, they didn't act arrogantly in front of this young master earlier. Otherwise, it wouldn't be enough even if they were given 2 more lives. At noon, the sacrificial ceremony will begin and the crown prince will be appointed. After that, the crown prince will make an oath. Currently, Xiaotian isn't considered as the crown prince. Only after the oath is made can he be considered as the first successor to the throne. At the front, Long Xiaoyan's maternal grandfather was introducing the next steps to Wang Xian.
Wang Xian nodded slightly at the side. The king, the royal elder council, and a bunch of ministers are here.
Is it about to start? There are still 10 minutes left before the ceremony.
Basically, everyone who came to watch the ceremony has arrived. Almost all the forces in the Luhai region are here.
There must be at least tens of thousands of people around.
At this moment, sounds of conversation could be heard from the surroundings. Wang Xian looked to the side. A middle-aged man wearing a yellow robe, a crown on his head, and a scepter of light with a dragon head in his hand walked towards the main stage. This was the king of the Light Dragon dynasty. Standing beside the king was a luxurious woman. The woman looked similar to Long Xiaotian. This was Long Xiaotian's mother. A mother depended on her son. After Long Xiaotian became the crown prince, his mother would become the queen. Grandpa brother Wuxia. At this moment, Long Xiaotian, who was dressed in a yellow python robe, rushed over from behind. He opened his arms and hugged Wuxia excitedly. Wuxia smiled and hugged him. Brother Wuxia, where have you been for the past half a year? I can't even contact you. Long Xiaotian asked with a smile. I went out to gain some experience. Coincidentally, it happened to be today. After you become the crown prince today, I'm going back. Are you going back? I wonder how long it will take for you to meet me when you get back. Don't worry. I'll be back in a year or two at most. Wuxia revealed a smile on his face and exchanged a few words with him. All right. When you're done with your matters today, you guys can have a good gathering tonight. Go and make some preparations. Long Xiaotian's grandfather said with a smile on his face. Everyone's gaze was fixed on Wuxia and the second prince. The second prince, their future king. As for the young man who had such a good relationship with the second prince, his future status was naturally very precious. Let the heavenly worship ceremony begin. At exactly 12 o'clock in the afternoon, a white-haired old man floated in the sky and shouted loudly. Every time the crown prince was appointed, a heavenly worship ceremony would be held. The process of heavenly worship was not complicated. The main purpose of heavenly worship was also to worship the ancestors. Under the leadership of the king, the royal family of the Light Dragon dynasty began to worship. Tens of thousands of people in the surroundings watched the ceremony. The ceremony is over. The crown prince has been chosen. The 9th generation disciple of the Long family, the 9th generation prince of the Light Dragon dynasty, has led his forces to the stage after 2 years of assessment. The Royal Elder Council will assess the development of the princes in the past 2 years. They will choose a prince and make him the crown prince. In the future, he will have the first right to inherit the throne. After the ceremony, the old man who was floating in the sky continued to speak. All princes come on stage. He shouted softly, and the princes who were preparing at the back led their subordinates to the center of the stage. A total of 15 princes participated in this assessment. At that time, the strongest people were the first prince, the second prince, and the 8th prince's group of 7. Ta. The princes led their subordinates. But when Long Xiaotian led his subordinates out, all eyes were on him. He was wearing a yellow robe and stood on the body of a dodo bird. The dodo bird at the first level of the profound void tier flapped its wings and emitted a bright energy. Around him, there were 4 experts at the first level of the profound void tier and 1 at the second level of the profound void tier accompanying him. Behind the group of experts at the profound void tier, the black armored cavalry, riding on black shadow leopards and hell deer, emitted a powerful aura. They held their heads high and followed behind with proud faces. A stark contrast. Compared to the second prince Long Xiaotian's faction, the other 14 princes were no match for him, even if they joined forces. Especially after the battle 7 months ago, the other princes no longer resisted and directly returned to the dynasty. Their strength was much weaker than the second prince's. There's no comparison at all. The second prince will undoubtedly inherit the crown prince. The entire Light Dragon dynasty knows that the second prince's position as the crown prince is 100%. However, there's still a need to go through the motions. Why is there a prince missing? Where's that prince? I heard that he went to a dangerous mystic realm in the Light Dragon dynasty. I think it's the 8th prince who was the first to be destroyed by the second prince's brother, Wuxia. Long Xiaotian is too powerful. 5 insightful void realm experts and 1 insightful void mount. Good boy. In the surrounding area, regardless of whether it was the family forces in the Light Dragon dynasty or the other forces in the Flowing Sea region who came to watch the ceremony, they were all amazed when they saw the second prince's subordinates and power. There was no doubt about the position of crown prince. Humph! How unreconciled! The first prince, Long Xiaotian, the 16th prince, the 22nd prince, and the others looked at Long Xiaotian proudly standing on the dodo bird, and their expressions were extremely ugly. Long Xiaotian's gaze swept across the group of brothers, and a faint smile appeared on his face. He proudly jumped off the dodo bird and stood there with his head held high. After 2 years of investigation and tracking by our Light Dragon royal family's stable regiment, and according to the strength and influence of the princes, we have unanimously decided to appoint the second Prince Xiaotian as the crown prince. Are there any princes, ministers, and generals who object? The white-haired elder, Long Xiaotian's second grandfather, stood up slowly on behalf of the Peace Corps. His gaze swept across everyone around him as he asked indifferently, "Is there anyone who can object?"
Naturally. I object. I Long Xiaoan object.
The princes stood there in an orderly fashion. Behind them were their respective powerful forces.
They faced the direction of the Light Dragon dynasty's king and a group of ministers.
A few old men from the jury sat in a row, and the white-haired old man stood up and asked everyone.
In everyone's eyes, today's crown prince selection was just a formality, a process that had to be gone through.
Regardless of whether it was the Light Dragon dynasty or the outside forces, they all had a clear idea of the crown prince's position.
That was Long Xiaotian. No crown prince was stronger than him, and no one was his match. The crown prince's position was well deserved. Even the white-haired elder of the judging panel didn't object to that sentence?
It was just a formality. When he said that, all the princes stood there with ugly expressions.
Object?
With what object?
However, just when everyone thought that it was over, a voice suddenly sounded. I object. I Long Xiaoyan object.
This sentence, with a hint of anger and arrogance, directly resounded in the sky. Everyone around was stunned, be it the various major forces of the Light Dragon dynasty or the people who had come to watch the ceremony. Even the king of the Light Dragon dynasty on the stage had a surprised look on his face. Everyone looked towards the entrance. That's it.
When everyone looked over, their eyes widened and shock appeared on their faces.
Even the king of the Light Dragon dynasty had a surprised look in his eyes.
Compared to Long Xiaoan in the past, he looked much thinner, and his hair looked much longer.
However, the confidence and dominance he exuded was dozens of times more than before. Behind him was a group of people, thousands of people.
They were wearing aqua blue clothes. Some held scepters in their hands, and some held ice swords in their hands.
On their chests, there was a big word Han. Why are they from the Frost sect?
Why are they following the 8th prince? Didn't the 8th prince enter the Origin Light Dragon pool?
He actually came out, and judging from the 8th prince's strength, he seems to have made a huge breakthrough. Oh my God! How did the Frost sect get mixed up with the 8th prince? Could it be?
The faces of the various factions and families in the Light Dragon dynasty were filled with shock as they stared at the 8th prince who was walking towards them.
Long Xiaotian frowned and looked at Long Xiaoyun.
The Frost sect was a powerful sect in the Light Dragon dynasty. It was not under the control of the Light Dragon dynasty. The Frost sect was very powerful. At least the Light Dragon dynasty would not touch them easily.
The sect master was at the 4th level of the Insightful Void tier. There were 4 or 5 at the 3rd level of the Insightful Void tier. As for the 1st and 2nd level of the Insightful Void tier, there were more than 30 of them.
The Cold sect was located at Mount Han, which was at the border of the Light Dragon dynasty. The Light Dragon dynasty had always wanted to subdue it, but the Cold sect had never yielded.
But on the surface, the Cold sect was very respectful to the Light Dragon dynasty, and they did many things to give the Light Dragon dynasty face. As time passed, the Light Dragon dynasty did not force the Cold sect to obey. Could the 8th prince of the Light Dragon dynasty have roped in the people of the Cold sect to fight for the position of crown prince? This is interesting. I thought that the 2nd prince would definitely inherit the position of crown prince. Who would have thought that an 8th prince would suddenly appear out of nowhere? Some of the forces in the Luhai region who came to observe the ceremony were curious when they saw the 8th prince strolling onto the stage.
Xiaoan, you said that you object.
The white-haired elder from the judging panel stared at the 8th prince, who had suddenly appeared out of nowhere, and asked in surprise. That's right, I object. Long Xiaoyun walked to the front of Wang Xian with a face full of confidence.
The position of crown prince. In terms of individual strength and the forces under him, Long Xiaotian is inferior to me in terms of 2 years of battle results.
As Long Xiaoyun spoke, his gaze was fixed on Long Xiaotian as he roared loudly with a cold face. Eighth brother, just because the Frost sect supports you doesn't mean that they are your forces. The true forces are able to obey you and obey your orders. I don't know what agreement you have reached with the Frost sect, but you are obviously not in line with the rules.
Long Xiaotian frowned slightly and glanced at the 1,000-odd people of Frost sect with an embarrassed expression.
The 1,000-odd people of Frost sect and almost all the experts had been mobilized.
The sect master of Frost sect, a group of insightful Emptiness Realm experts, had at least 30 people.
Faced with so many experts, Long Xiaotian's expression also didn't look good. He didn't expect that the 8th prince who had entered the Origin Light Dragon Pond would actually directly charge out, and even bring the people of Frost sect with him.
However, the support of a powerful force didn't represent one's own force.
Ha 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 ha! Long Xiaoyun suddenly laughed wildly when he heard his words. His eyes were full of excitement. Disciples of the Frost sect, listen up.
Yes, my lord. He directly raised his arm and shouted. Behind him, under everyone's shocked eyes, including the sect master of the Frost sect, he directly half-knelt on the ground and shouted loudly.
What? Long Xiaotian widened his eyes and stared at this scene in disbelief.
The few princes beside him also widened their eyes, their faces filled with shock.
The Frost sect, this was the Frost sect, a powerful sect that even the Light Dragon dynasty could not subdue.
Now, even the sect master of the Frost sect, a 4th-level profound void martial expert, was kneeling in front of the 8th prince. He was kneeling right there, and an expert was kneeling. This represented submission.
Otherwise, with his pride and status as an expert, he would never kneel before a weakling. What? Everyone in the Frost sect actually respects the 8th prince.
Oh my god, how could the 8th prince subdue the Frost sect?
This is simply unbelievable.
If the 8th prince really subjugates the Frost sect, then the position of crown prince will belong to the 8th prince.
Everyone around, be it the various major powers that had come to watch the ceremony, the royal family of the Light Dragon dynasty, or the various ministers and generals, exclaimed in shock. This, Xiaoyun actually subjugated Frigid sect. Haha. This is simply too good, too good. Long Xiaoyun's mother's family, trembled with excitement when they saw this scene.
They never expected that their son, who was supposed to die in the Origin Light Dragon Pool, would actually return as a king.
He led a powerful force and came directly. Some were happy while others were worried. How is this possible?
How is this possible?
Why would the people of the Frost sect listen to the orders of a little guy? This.
Long Xiaotian's grandfather, who was sitting beside Wang Xian, looked at the scene with an extremely embarrassed expression. His face was filled with disbelief.
Everyone from the Hua clan also looked extremely embarrassed.
Wang Xian also raised his eyebrows slightly. His eyes were flickering as he stared ahead. People from the Frost sect?
Wang Xian was even prepared to destroy the Frost sect before he left. My subordinates from the Frost sect, help me ascend to the position of Crown Prince.
At this moment, Long Xiaoyun's gaze swept across the surroundings. An arrogant expression appeared on his face as he shouted loudly.
Yes. A shout filled with majesty directly resounded through the sky. My cold sex subordinates, help me ascend to the position of Crown Prince. A roar and a response shook the entire sky above the ceremony. Tens of thousands of people stared dumbfoundedly as more than 1,000 cold sex experts stood behind Long Xiaotian, sweeping their imposing auras over everyone. On the stage, all the prince's hearts trembled, including Long Xiaotian's. He looked at the experts of the Frost sect, tightly clenching his fists. This was simply not on the same level. The Frost sect had existed for thousands of years, possessing a historical foundation that was not inferior to the Light Dragon dynasty. Who could resist such a powerful sect submitting to the 8th prince?
Long Xiaotian was very strong and his subordinates were also very powerful. However, compared to the Frost sect, there was a huge difference.
In fact, the two parties were not even on the same level. The other party was more than 30 insightful Emptiness Realm experts.
On the stage, a group of important ministers and generals of the Light Dragon dynasty, as well as a few elders of the jury, were also shocked when they saw the scene. If Long Xiaoyun inherited the position of crown prince, Han Zong would be the power of the Light Dragon dynasty. This was a huge benefit to the Light Dragon dynasty. The position of crown prince tests one's strength, influence, and results. Long Xiaotian, just now you were the heir of the crown prince. Now, I want to challenge you. Come, let's compare our strength, influence, and results. Do you dare? Long Xiaoyan stared at Long Xiaotian, the corners of his mouth curling up slightly. He stared at Long Xiaotian with an ice-cold gaze. He raised his head slightly and looked at Long Xiaotian as if he was looking down on him. Long Xiaotian looked at Long Xiaotian looking down at him so arrogantly. He clenched his fists tightly and his expression was extremely ugly. On the stage, the eyes of the king of the Light Dragon dynasty flashed when he saw this scene. He did not say anything. Below, regardless of whether it was Long Xiaoyan or Long Xiaotian, they were both his sons. Regardless of which son was outstanding, he was very happy. The position of crown prince was held by those who had the strength. The eighth prince had a great opportunity, so this position was the eighth prince's. Come, let's have a competition of strength first. I can let you bring your level 1 profound void tier pet. Long Xiaoyun raised his head and pointed at Long Xiaotian as he said proudly, "Eighth brother, you are too arrogant." Long Xiaoyan's expression was ugly as he stared at Long Xiaoyun with sparkling eyes. Haha, arrogant. Of course you can be arrogant if you have the strength. Second brother, you were also very arrogant back then. I support eighth brother. As for the position of prince, those who have the strength will occupy it. Then, let's compete in strength, influence, and results. I also support eighth brother. Back then, how arrogant were you and that Wuxia brat? He actually attacked us directly. Humph. That's right. Back then, you killed eighth brother and all of our subordinates. Today, it's your turn. Before Long Xiaoyun could reply, the first prince, the 16th prince, and the 22nd prince, who were standing at the side, approached him with sparkling eyes. They stared at Long Xiaotian and said coldly, 7 months ago, Wang Xian had slapped them in the face in public. However, Long Xiaochen and the rest had always held a grudge against him. However, Wang Xian was powerful. Furthermore, the second prince wanted to inherit the position of the crown prince. There was no hope for him to take revenge. However, they never expected that the eighth prince would lead a terrifying force to descend directly and crush Long Xiaotian. This made them extremely happy. Furthermore, this was the best time to build a good relationship with the eighth prince. From the perspective of his terrifying force, the future throne would belong to the eighth prince. All right. Let's fight then. I want to see what kind of opportunity you have obtained by entering the Origin Light Dragon pool. Humph. Do you really think that I, Long Xiaotian, am afraid of you? With a gloomy face, he jumped onto the dodo bird and stared coldly at Long Xiaoyun. Haha, fine. Long Xiaoyun waved his hand, and the experts of the frost sect behind him immediately retreated dozens of meters. Long Xiaochen and the other princes also hurriedly retreated to their surroundings. Second brother, eighth brother, stop right there. On the stage, the king of the Light Dragon dynasty said in a deep voice with an expressionless face, "It's father. I definitely won't hurt second brother." Long Xiaoyun respectfully cupped his hands and said with a face full of confidence, "This eighth prince is so confident. You should know that Long Xiaotian has a level 1 insightful void realm mount, the dodo bird." Yeah, could it be that his strength is even stronger than the dodo bird? What kind of powerful opportunity did this eighth prince obtain in the Origin Light Dragon pond? Everyone looked at the eighth prince and the second prince on the stage in shock. After the eighth prince's subordinates were all killed by Wang Xian, they entered the Origin of Light Dragon pool in anger. There was a slim chance of survival in the Origin of Light Dragon pool. However, the ancestors of the Light Dragon Empire did rise up because of the Origin of Light Dragon pool. Everyone focused their attention on the area below. They wanted to see how much the eighth prince's strength had increased. What kind of opportunity had he obtained? Second brother, I'll call you second brother in the end. Kiki, I'm going to make my move. Long Xiaoyun raised his head slightly and looked at Long Xiaotian as he spoke arrogantly and contemptuously. Even though Long Xiaotian was riding on the insightful void mount, he still did not put it in his eyes. Long Xiaoyun, don't be arrogant. Long Xiaotian looked at his contemptuous expression, and a trace of anger appeared on his face. His body moved, and the dodo bird he was riding directly emitted a dazzling white light. Numerous sharp white wings attacked him directly. Kiki, you're too weak. Don't think that you can become a prince just because of that Wang Xian. In my opinion, all of you are useless. Long Xiaoyun's eyes were extremely cold when he saw the wings of light attacking him. Die! He stood there and didn't move at all. He waved his arm. A pale light claw, directly attacked the dodo bird under Long Xiaotian. The wings of the dodo bird immediately collapsed when they collided with the claw. The pale light claw instantly entered the body of the dodo bird. Chirp, chirp, chirp. A shrill cry instantly resounded through the entire sky. The dodo bird, which was flying in the air, instantly died. What? How is this possible? Long Xiaoyun, who was standing on the dodo bird, did not even have time to react. He stared blankly at the dodo bird that had lost its vitality in an instant. No, this is a level 1 insightful void realm dodo bird. He widened his eyes and his body fell downwards. In the midst of losing his soul, his body staggered slightly. Oh my god, how is this possible? A level 1 insightful void realm dodo bird was killed in an instant. Death Prince, what kind of strength is this? He killed the insightful void beast in an instant. The 8th prince's strength is at least at the 2nd rank of the insightful void realm, or even higher. How is this possible? How is this possible? What kind of opportunity did the 8th prince obtain to possess such powerful strength? This strength is simply heaven-defying in the younger generation. When everyone in the surroundings saw the battle that ended in an instant, their eyes widened in disbelief. Instant kill. Instant end. On the stage, some of the important ministers and generals of the Guanglong dynasty even stood up in shock. You're just a piece of trash, even if you have a pet of the 1st level of the see-through void tier. Long Xiaoyun looked down at the dazed Long Xiaotian in front of him coldly. His gaze suddenly turned towards the position on the stage. His gaze was filled with killing intent as he stared at Wang Xian. Next, it's a competition of forces. Without the help of the people from the Frost sect, I alone can destroy all of your forces. You, Wang Xian, get down from there. Long Xiaotian is able to reach this stage because of you. The reason why I am able to reach this stage is all because of you. Haha. Didn't you say that you wanted to help him become the crown prince? Today, I will kill you. Today, I'm going to kill you. A domineering voice reverberated in the sky above the entire Guanglong island. The 8th prince, Long Xiaoyun, stood in the middle and stared at Wang Xian coldly. Beside him, the 1st prince, Long Xiaochen, bowed his head while Long Xiaotian stood there with an ugly expression. Upon hearing the 8th prince's domineering words, Long Xiaotian raised his head and stared at him. Long Xiaoyun, don't you dare. Ha ha. Upon hearing his voice, Long Xiaoyun looked at Long Xiaotian with disdain. A defeated opponent has no right to threaten me. I, Long Xiaoyun, will definitely avenge the humiliation from that day. I will give you 3 seconds to get down from here. Otherwise, he looked at Wang Xian again and said coldly, hiss. When everyone around felt the invincible stance of the 8th prince, they took a deep breath. A few months ago, all the subordinates of the 8th prince were killed by the 2nd prince's brother, Wang Xian. Today, the 8th prince who entered the Origin Light Dragon Pool is going to take revenge. At that time, the 8th prince was extremely humiliated. Now that he has the strength, he naturally has to take revenge. That Wang Xian is not weak either. He is at least at the 1st level of the see-through realm and has 2 ferocious beasts at the 1st level of the see-through realm. 1st level of the see-through realm? Ferocious beasts? With the 8th prince's strength, he should be able to kill them in an instant. Just now, the 2nd prince's mount was killed in an instant. The 8th prince did not show his true strength at all. This Wang Xian is doomed. Not only is the 8th prince extremely powerful, but the Frost sect is also extremely terrifying. Don't forget about the connections of that Wang Xian. The 8th prince might not dare to kill him. When everyone around saw this scene, their faces were filled with astonishment. Their eyes were flickering as they watched this scene.
Wang Xian looked at the 8th prince who was provoking him. He had a look that said that he was determined to kill him. A cold expression appeared in his eyes. He stood up slowly and swept his gaze across the 8th prince and everyone from the cold sect. Little brother Wang Xian. Long Xiaoyan's grandfather looked worried when he saw Wang Xian standing up. The few elders from the judging panel frowned slightly when they saw this scene. They were naturally very clear about Wang Xian's connections. The daughter of the sect leader of the Heavenly Sword sect had confessed to him. The young master of the top family in the vast region had a close relationship with him. If the 8th prince really killed Wang Xian, it would cause some unnecessary trouble or even a crisis. It's a simple sparring session. Don't overdo it.
The white-haired elder pondered for a moment and said to the 8th prince below, "Don't overdo it?" Long Xiaoyan raised his eyebrows. Soon after, a ferocious smile appeared on his face. "The winner becomes the king and the loser becomes the bandit. Today, no one can stop my determination to kill him.
No matter what background and strength he has, he will die."
Boom.
Long Xiaoyun raised his head. His eyes were filled with endless coldness and aggressiveness, and a terrifying aura was directly emitted from his body. Dazzling white light and terrifying aura soared into the sky from the center. The noon sun instantly dimmed. The entire domain seemed to be centered around Long Xiaoyun. At this moment, he was like the chosen one, covering an area of 3 kilometers.
What? When the white-haired old man heard the 8th prince's words, his eyes were filled with displeasure. However, when he saw the aura that Long Xiaoyan erupted from below, he was completely stunned.
This aura. He widened his eyes and looked at Long Xiaoyun, who was like the chosen one, with a face full of shock. This is such a terrifying aura. Oh my God, this is 3rd level of the void interpretation stage. It's definitely 3rd level of the void interpretation stage. How is this possible? How can the 8th prince have such terrifying strength? Unbelievable, it's really unbelievable. How old is the 8th prince this year? He actually reached 3rd level of the void interpretation stage. The bodies of everyone around trembled. Tens of thousands of people could not help but stand up and stare at Long Xiaoyun in disbelief. 3rd level of the profound void tier. This was the 3rd level of the profound void tier. To reach the 3rd level of the profound void tier at the age of the 8th prince, this was a heaven-defying move. What kind of opportunity did Xiaoyun obtain? The king of the Light Dragon dynasty's pupils also slightly contracted. His eyes filled with shock and excitement. 3rd level of the profound void tier. 8th brother has actually reached the 3rd level of the profound void tier. Among the group of princes, the strongest Long Xiaoyan's eyes were filled with shock. His body could not help but tremble. Under his imposing manner, the other princes had the urge to kneel down. Long Xiaotian looked at the figure in front of him. His face was filled with despair.
It's over. It's completely over.
In the future, I, Long Xiaoyun, will ascend to the peak of the Luhai region. In the future, I will kill anyone who stands in my way. If God stands in my way, I will kill God. Long Xiaoyun waved his arm. A long sword that was emitting a dazzling white glow appeared in his hand. 3 seconds are up. Die! Long Xiaoyun stared at Wang Xian, who was standing there with contempt. The long sword in his hand attacked Wang Xian directly.
Contempt, disregard, everything was revealed.
A dazzling light shot toward Wang Xian. Wang Xian revealed an indifferent expression.
Be careful.
Long Xiaoyan's grandfather wanted to help Wang Xian to defend. Clang. However, at this moment, a black sword appeared in Wang Xian's hand.
He gently pulled out the demon-free sword. The hilt of the sword blocked Long Xiaoyan's grandfather, who wanted to help him.
He smiled at the old man. The power on the demon-free sword shook slightly. Bang! An invisible force collided with the bright light. The bright light disappeared immediately. Oh? Haha, as expected of someone who can help Long Xiaotian ascend to the position of crown prince. He has some strength.
Long Xiaoyan laughed out loud when he saw Wang Xian blocking his attack. I've said it before. I'll help brother Long Xiaotian ascend to the position of crown prince. I, Wang Xian, will definitely fulfill my words. Wang Xian stared at Long Xiaoyun with an indifferent smile on his face. His body moved slightly and he flew directly towards the arena. Everyone around them watched this scene in silence. The judges and the king of the Light Dragon Empire did not say anything. The strength and influence that Long Xiaoyun displayed was simply too terrifying. Even the entire empire had to consider his feelings. No one said anything. With just you cannot even protect yourself and still dare to be arrogant. Long Xiaoyun's expression turned cold when he heard his words. I will definitely kill you within 3 moves. As he spoke, he slowly raised the long sword of light in his hand and stared at Wang Xian with contempt. With the 8th prince's strength, he might be able to kill him in less than 3 moves. If Wang Xian doesn't have any heaven-defying treasures on him, he would be able to kill him in 1 move. Everyone looked down and thought to themselves. The 8th prince's strength was too terrifying. Die! Long Xiaoyun shouted loudly and slashed out with the sword of light in his hand. 3 moves. That's a little too much. Wang Xian stared at Long Xiaoyun without the slightest fluctuation in his eyes. He waved his arm and a black beam that everyone was familiar with came forward to receive it. Black light, dark black light. This was not the darkness attribute black light. This was the Heaven Deceiver Pearl's black light. The black light went straight for Long Xiaoyun's long sword of light. The long sword formed by the light attribute instantly collapsed, and the black light continued to attack forward. What? The power that was as hot as a hot knife through butter, that strange black light, and the long sword of light that was instantly destroyed caused Long Xiaoyun to be stunned, and a stunned expression appeared on his face. Looking at the black light that contained a terrifying amount of energy attacking towards him, his expression changed slightly. King of Light Sword. His expression became ugly, and he held the attack with both hands, and a 1,000-meter long sword of light attacked the black light. Boom! A terrifying explosion was heard. The 1,000-meter long sword of light collided with the black ray and collapsed instantly. The black ray seemed to have consumed all its energy and dissipated slowly. Silence. A deathly silence. Long Xiaoyun widened his eyes and stared at Wang Xian in disbelief. His move actually required him to block it with all his strength. Moreover, he had blocked it twice. When everyone around saw this scene, they were also stunned. Long Xiaoyun was at level 3 of the see-through realm. To think that he only managed to break Wang Xian's 1 move after 2 moves. Black longsword, black sword ray. He is the nameless sword demon. Suddenly, at a corner of the viewing platform, an expert at level 2 of the see-through realm stood up with a face full of shock and shouted loudly. His gaze was fixed on Wang Xian and his form was a little crazy. He was the nameless sword demon. He was the nameless sword demon. The last 6 words echoed in everyone's ears. Everyone stared blankly at Wang Xian, who was standing there calmly. Slowly, they began to overlap with a figure in their minds. It was a black sword with a special black light attack. The terrifying strength of the nameless sword demon. He was the nameless sword demon. He was the one who easily killed Chen Yi, the top ranker of the Heaven's Pride role, on the Heaven's Pride stage. He was the supreme prodigy who caused the king beasts of the demonic beasts clan to tremble. Wang Xian is the nameless sword demon. He is the supreme prodigy. Is this his real identity? So, he is the nameless sword demon, the supreme prodigy. All the young and middle-aged men looked at Wang Xian with admiration and respect. The 2 titles, the nameless sword demon and the supreme prodigy, were earned by him with his powerful strength. He was a true prodigy. Everyone in the Luhai region had no choice but to submit to him. No one expected that they would find out his real identity today. A few days ago, the nameless sword demon single-handedly killed a group of Frost Sect experts in 1 move in the main hall of the main hall. He even killed more than 20 demon beasts of the insightful void tier in 1 move, including 7 to 8 demon beasts of the 2nd level of the insightful void tier. Some people said that the nameless sword demon's strength was at least at the 3rd level of the insightful void tier. The insightful void tier expert who had just cried out in surprise stared at Wang Xian's figure while mumbling. That day, he witnessed with his own eyes how the nameless sword demon killed more than 20 demonic beasts in an instant in the main hall. That invincible look was deeply etched in his mind. Nameless sword demon.
You are actually the nameless sword demon. Long Xiaoyun's arm that was holding the long sword of light trembled slightly as he stared at Wang Xian with an unsightly expression. He had naturally heard of the name of the nameless sword demon. The number one person since ancient times. Brother Wang Xian is actually the nameless sword demon. This? A glimmer of hope appeared in Long Xiaoyun's eyes. However, very soon when he saw the group of people from the Frost sect behind him, his expression turned gloomy again. The nameless sword demon, huh? The supreme prodigy? Then I, Long Xiaoyun, will really challenge him today. Let me see how powerful the so-called supreme prodigy is. Slowly, a strong fighting spirit appeared on Long Xiaoyun's face. He was Wang Xian, who had a cold gaze. You are not qualified. Wang Xian stared at Long Xiaoyun and smiled. His face was filled with disdain. He waved his arm and an attack that was filled with destruction instantly charged at him. You are too arrogant. Long Xiaoyun held the long sword of light tightly. A dazzling white light shot out from his body. Dharma idol, deathly light. The milky white light changed into a pale white color. A deathly aura condensed into long swords. These long swords seemed to be made of bones and were extremely cold. Deathly radiance was the powerful aspect that Long Xiaotian had mastered. Faced with such a terrifying opponent like the nameless sword demon, he became completely serious. Trash. Wang Xian stood there after he swung his sword. Looking at the aspect that he had executed, there wasn't the slightest fluctuation. The deathly silent sword of light was like a lethal weapon that came from a corpse. It attacked the 1,000-meter-long black ray that Wang Xian had swung. The Dharma idol was corporeal. Pale white swords of light tore towards the black ray. Bang! 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 Annihilation! Annihilation! What? When Long Xiaoyun saw that his Dharma idol was rapidly collapsing, an ugly expression appeared on his face. Buzz! In the next moment, the black light that covered an area of 1,000 meters and was filled with a destructive aura suddenly sped up. The Dharma idol's deathly silent light was instantly crushed. How is this possible? How is this possible? Seeing that his Dharma idol was about to collapse, Long Xiaoyun widened his eyes. His eyes were filled with disbelief. Young master, be careful. The black light smashed towards the dazed Long Xiaoyun. A bald old man standing at the back had a cold glint in his eyes. He moved his body and appeared in front of Long Xiaoyun in an instant. Roar! A roar was heard. The bald old man let out a loud roar and an ice lion about 100 meters in size charged at the black ray of light. Bang bang! The ice lion shattered the black ray of light. It floated in the sky like a living creature and stared at Wang Xian coldly. This Long Xiaotian couldn't withstand 2 moves from Wang Xian. Oh my god! The sect master of the Frost sect has made his move. Long Xiaotian couldn't withstand 2 moves from the nameless sword demon. Oh my god! The nameless sword demon is getting more and more terrifying. The nameless sword demon is a supreme genius who can kill more than 20 demonic beasts with a wave of his hand. Even though Long Xiaoyun has obtained a great opportunity, the gap between him and the nameless sword demon is still huge. But now, the sect master of the Frost sect has intervened. This is a top-notch expert who has lived for more than 2,000 years. If no one helps Wang Xian, he might be in danger. The 8th prince will definitely not let him off. When everyone around saw Wang Xian defeating the 8th prince in 2 moves, their faces were filled with shock. However, when they saw the sect master of the Frost sect suddenly charging over, all of them frowned. If the Frost sect wanted to deal with the nameless sword demon Wang Xian, then Wang Xian would be in danger. People from the Frost sect. Wang Xian narrowed his eyes slightly. His eyes were filled with killing intent. Nameless sword demon, we meet again. The bald old man stared at Wang Xian in astonishment. His eyes were sparkling. I didn't kill all of you last time. This time, I can exterminate all of you from the Frost sect. Wang Xian raised his head slightly and his tone was filled with killing intent. The moment he said that, the entire place was in an uproar. What is Wang Xian talking about? He wants to destroy the entire cold sect. This. The nameless sword demon is not afraid of the cold sect at all. Moreover, from their conversation, the sect master of the cold sect had fought with the nameless sword demon before. Clearly, there was no victor. How strong is the nameless sword demon?
He is only 26 years old this year and he is able to fight against a 4th level of the void interpretation stage. How are we supposed to survive?
Everyone around heard Wang Xian's words. I didn't kill all of you last time. This time, I will exterminate everyone in your cold sect. There was an uproar. Shock. Initially, everyone thought that the second prince, Long Xiaotian, was at the end of his rope and the 8th prince had risen to power. However, no one expected that.
The Wang Xian who wanted to help the second prince ascend to the position of crown prince actually had another identity, the nameless sword demon. One of them was a young and invincible expert who had fought with the sect master of the Frost sect in the main hall.
The strength displayed by the 8th prince had already shocked many people. Now, the strength and boldness displayed by Wang Xian was even more admirable. He did not lose out to the sect master of the 1,000-year-old Frost sect. What an arrogant brat. You dare to kill the people of our Frost sect. Don't even think about escaping today. The sect master of the cold sect stared at Wang Xian with a face full of killing intent as he said coldly.
Kill him. Kill him for me. I must kill him today no matter what. No matter who he is, I must kill him.
Behind the sect master of the cold sect, the 8th prince Long Xiaoyun shouted loudly while staring at Wang Xian with a ferocious expression. At this moment, he was extremely furious. In the past, he was forced to enter the Origin Light Dragon pool because of him. Fortunately, he obtained a huge inheritance and saved the elders of Frost sect who had been trapped in the Origin Light Dragon pool for 2,000 years.
He initially thought that with his inheritance and strength, he would be able to dominate the younger generation in the Flowing Sea region and become a well-deserved peerless heaven's favorite.
However, he did not expect that the nameless sword demon would be the one who caused him to die tragically in the past. Now that he was defeated so easily, he was furious from embarrassment. He had to die. Don't worry, young master. He must die today. The sect master of the Frost sect stared at Wang Xian with murderous eyes and said coldly. On the stage, the king of the Light Dragon dynasty frowned slightly when he saw his 8th son's hateful gaze. I really didn't expect that Xiao Yun would be able to obtain such an opportunity. I also didn't expect that Xiao Tian would meet such a powerful brother. He muttered to himself and then fell silent. He did not stop Xiao Yun. The important ministers and generals of the Light Dragon dynasty also watched quietly. No one had expected that the competition for the crown prince this time would reach such a stage.
However, the one who will ultimately obtain the position of crown prince is still the 8th prince. Everyone in the Light Dragon dynasty thought to themselves.
Firstly, the 8th prince was too strong. He was at the 3rd level of the see-through void tier. With his strength alone, the position of the crown prince would be his. Not to mention the Frost sect.
It would be difficult for the nameless sword demon to deal with the entire Frost sect. Today, I will destroy your Frost sect.
Wang Xian's eyes flickered. His gaze swept across everyone from the Frost sect and paused on a skinny old man. Finally, he swept his gaze across Long Xiaoyun as a hint of coldness appeared on his face. Buzz. His body trembled as he opened his mouth slightly. The 5 elements millstone was slowly floating in front of him. Buzz. The sect master of the cold sect stared at the 5 elements millstone in front of Wang Xian with a hint of vigilance in his eyes. At that time, although he had a simple exchange with Wang Xian, the 5 elements millstone had left a deep impression on him. He shook his hands and a long sword crossed with a staff, producing a dull sound.
Who would have thought that the selection for the position of the crown prince of the Light Dragon dynasty would trigger a battle between a 4th level void interpretation stage powerhouse? This is too crazy. All the people who came to watch the ceremony and the 2 people who were preparing for the battle were in a daze.
Today, I will kill you on behalf of the young master. The sect master of the Frigid sect raised his long sword and staff with both hands. The entire world seemed to have frozen in an instant. The temperature dropped by a few hundred degrees. Hee hee. Wang Xian laughed coldly. With a wave of his arm, the 5 elements millstone was directly suspended in the sky. Boom. In an instant, the 5 elements millstone became a radius of 2 kilometers.
The 5 elements millstone within a radius of 2 kilometers directly covered the entire sky.
Buzz.
An invisible energy directly teleported Long Xiaotian out to avoid accidental injuries. Boom! 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 The moment Long Xiaotian was teleported out, the 5 divine dragons on the 5 elements millstone began to gallop slowly. Not good. The white-haired elder from the Light Dragon Empire's expression changed slightly when he saw Wang Xian ignoring the other princes. He moved his body and flew over directly. A wave of energy pulled Long Xiaoqian and the other princes out of the battle area. Damn it, this damn fellow! Long Xiaoqian and the rest, who were in a state of shock and uncertainty, had ugly expressions on their faces. When they felt the energy of the 5 elements millstone in the sky, they felt a wave of fear in their hearts. 5 elements millstone, crush, roar, roar, roar. Wang Xian shouted loudly. The power of the 5 elements millstone was truly activated. The terrifying power directly crushed the area below. Ice seal for 10,000 miles. Ice god's domain. As he felt the terrifying power in the sky, the sect master of the frigid sect roared with a solemn expression. A vast white space was formed around him. Countless ice seals were blasted towards the 5 elements millstone in the sky. Explode! Wang Xian shouted softly. His gaze focused as the 5 divine dragons on the 5 elements grinding mill revolved. Below him, it was as though the world was about to be destroyed. Boom! 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 The sound of the explosion caused even the surrounding air to be destroyed. Countless ice seals collapsed in this chaotic space. What? Your strength is much stronger than back then. Seeing the ice seal for thousands of miles and the ice god domain exploding in the chaotic space, Sect Master Han Zong's expression changed slightly. Dharma idol, the ice mountain has descended. He roared, and a mountain peak of about 2,000 meters appeared in the sky. He stared at the 5 elements millstone with a cold gaze and gritted his teeth. Ram! The 2,000-meter-sized ice mountain crashed towards the 2,000-meter-sized 5 elements millstone. Humph! Frigid sect! I will destroy all of you today. Wang Xian's eyes were as sharp as a torch. With a leap, he instantly appeared below the 5 elements millstone. 5 elements millstone, the 5 elements are born together. Rotate, Ram! He stood below the 5 elements millstone and raised both of his hands. Roar! 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 Above the 5 elements millstone, the divine dragon that was formed from the 5 elements dragon pearl let out a roar that shook the sky. It ran clockwise and the 5 elements interacted with each other. The 5 types of energy began to spin violently. On the other side, the sect master of the frigid sect stood on top of the Dharma idol iceberg. He stared at Wang Xian with a dignified gaze. A collision between a 4th-level void interpretation stage powerhouse. Under the watchful eyes of the masses, above the island of the Light Dragon Dynasty. A 2,000-meter deep and terrifying blue iceberg. A dark and terrifying black giant millstone. The sect master of the Frost sect was standing above the iceberg while the nameless sword demon king Immortal was below the giant millstone. The 2 extremely terrifying powers slowly began to collide. Brother Wang Xian, you must be careful. Everyone watched the confrontation between the 2 top-notch experts in shock. Long Xiaotian revealed a worried look on his face. They are going to collide. Everyone in the surroundings stared at them intently. The 2 gigantic creatures were colliding slowly. Boom! When the 2 terrifying powers collided, an earth-shattering sound reverberated through the sky. Ice sparks flew in all directions. It was as though an iceberg in the ocean had collapsed. It was as though the world was coming to an end. The sound spread across a radius of dozens of kilometers. The people who were located in other parts of the tomb of the demi-human stopped at this moment. They looked at the location of the island of the Radiant Dragon Empire in shock. Collapse! Wang Xian floated below the 5 elements millstone. He stared at the iceberg coldly. The speed of the entire 5 elements millstone suddenly increased, and its speed increased by several times. Crack! 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 The sound of the millstone collapsing could be heard. The 5 elements millstone was like a holy object that could flow in the long river of time. Could destroy any object. The iceberg was melting bit by bit. Not good. Sect Master Han Zong's expression changed drastically when he saw his Dharma idol collapsing below. Ice Seal, Defense and Attack. He felt the 5 elements millstone that was attacking his body. It was an energy that could destroy everything. He quickly crossed the long sword and staff in his hand. 1,000-meter-long ice arrow shot toward the 5 elements millstone. A blue protective shield surrounded it. Boom! The 1,000-meter-long ice arrow hit the 5 elements millstone, making a sound. However, it didn't leave any traces on it. What kind of attack is this? How can it be so terrifying? The sect master of the frigid sect had a drastic change in expression. He moved his body slightly and wanted to hide far away to launch a long-range attack. 5 elements millstone seal. Wang Xian stared at the sect master of the frigid sect in front of him. His gaze was slightly focused. Buzz. The entire 5 elements millstone trembled slightly. A chaotic force covered the sect master of the frigid sect. The speed of the force was so fast that everyone was shocked. The chaotic force covered an area of 2,000 meters and instantly surrounded sect master Han. Soon after, this force began to change. The earth element immediately covered it, followed by the water element, golden light shield, wood coil and fire chain. In an instant, it directly wrapped around sect master Han. Oh no, how can he be so strong? Feeling the 5 elements seal within a 2,000-meter radius, sect leader Han Zong's face was filled with shock. Dharma idol, 0 degrees of the world. He shouted in panic, and the surrounding space began to freeze. The entire sky was clearly covered in frost. The sky began to rain ice. Then, 0 degrees of the world did not resist the seal of the 5 elements grinding. In fact, the water energy contained within 0 degrees of the world doubled the binding of the water energy. Crack, crack, crack. One after another, the blockade gradually restrained sect master Han completely. What? Nameless sword demon Wang Xian is completely in the upper hand. Sect master Han is actually sealed. Wang Xian's strength is so terrifying. So terrifying, so terrifying. He's 26 years old? I don't believe it. Everyone in the surroundings widened their eyes when they saw Wang Xian completely suppressing sect master Han. The sect master of the cold sect was a top-notch expert who had lived for more than 2,000 years. Now he was actually defeated by a 26-year-old young man. Was this the strength of a supreme heaven's pride expert? Was this the terror of the nameless sword demon Wang Xian? We must not let him live. We must not let him live. Long Xiaoyun's eyes flickered when he saw Wang Xian's terrifying strength. He must kill him. If he was killed, he would become the strongest heaven's pride expert in the flowing sea region. He had to kill him. Die, explode. Wang Xian looked at the leader of the Frost sect who was completely surrounded and shouted softly. Boom. A mushroom cloud appeared in the entire sky. No way, the leader of the Frost sect is going to be killed. Oh my god, could it be that an expert at level 4 of the see-through void stage is going to be killed by Wang Xian? The mushroom cloud shook the sky and everyone felt the space tremble violently. Everyone opened their mouths slightly. However, at this moment, Wang Xian's pupils contracted slightly. He stared calmly at the figure that suddenly appeared in the middle of the explosion. That is, at this moment, the king of the Light Dragon Empire who had been sitting calmly on the stage suddenly stood up. His face was filled with shock as he stared at the thin figure that suddenly appeared in the middle of the explosion. Kill him. Kill him for me. He must die. Long Xiaoyun's furious roar suddenly rang out. Is Long Xiaoyun crazy? Even the sect master of Cold Sect was killed by the nameless sword demon king Immortal. Yeah. Maybe he can't believe the reality before his eyes. But no matter what, the 8th prince's strength and influence are not something the 2nd prince can compare to. The position of crown prince is still his. When the surrounding people heard the 8th prince's sudden roar, they were slightly stunned. Everything that had happened today had shocked them too much. The 8th prince's powerful return, his strength at the 3rd level of the profound void tier. The true identity of the nameless sword demon, the peerless battle between the nameless sword demon and sect master Han Zong. Every single one of them could make them talk for a very, very long time. Look, there's an extra person in the center of the explosion. What's that? What's that situation? Just as everyone slowly recovered from their shock, another shocking voice sounded. Everyone looked over once again, their pupils slightly constricting as they sucked in a breath of cold air. In the middle of the explosion, there was an extra person, a thin and weak figure. Beside this figure, the somewhat disheveled sect master Han Zong was bowing towards that figure to express his gratitude. What was going on? What the hell was going on? Everyone felt their scalps go numb. They thought of the eighth prince's roar just now. Could it be that another peerless expert had appeared and was even stronger than the sect master of the frigid sect? This time, the position of crown prince will be inherited by the eighth prince, Xiao Yun. Today's matter shall end here. At this moment, the king of the Radiant Dragon Empire who stood up could no longer sit still and announced loudly, "Father, it's not over yet. It will only be over after I kill that Wang Xian. Please don't interfere, father." Long Xiaoyun's expression changed slightly when he heard his father's voice. However, he did not show the slightest fear as he bowed and spoke to his father. He had the right to do so, because that figure was in existence at the 5th level of the see-through void tier. His father was also only at the 5th level of the profound void tier. "I am Bing Hanzi, the founder of the Cold Sect. I was trapped in the Origin Light Dragon Pond and saved by the young master. I will kill the person that the young master wants to kill." A voice without any emotion was heard in the air that was slowly dissipating and exploding. "I am Bing Hanzi, the founder of the Frost Sect. I was trapped in the Light Dragon Source Pond and was saved by the young master. I must kill the person the young master wants to kill." A cold and mechanical voice came from the center of the explosion. This voice was not very loud, but everyone felt that this voice seemed to be right beside their ears. It was clear, cold, and emotionless. The smoke from the explosion slowly dissipated, and a clear figure appeared in front of everyone. It was a skinny old man who looked like he was going to die at any moment. There was no sign of life on the old man's body. Coldness and deathly stillness filled his entire body. Hearing the old man's words, everyone was stunned. The founder of the Frost Sect? The Frost Sect was a sect faction of the Light Dragon dynasty. In the past, the strength of the Frost Sect was on par with the Light Dragon King. The reason for this was the existence of the founder of the Frost Sect, Bing Hanzi. Bing Hanzi of the Frost Sect was now a figure from more than 4,000 years ago. Although the lifespan of an insightful emptiness realm expert was 5,000 years, the number of people who could live to 5,000 years old was extremely small. The injuries and hidden dangers of the past 1,000 years, the deaths of those who stepped into dangerous situations in order to seek a breakthrough, the sudden historical changes and so on. This caused the number of experts who could live up to 4,000 to 5,000 years to be very, very few. It was not an exaggeration to call each and every one of those who could live up to 4,000 to 5,000 years old monsters. At present, the Frost Sect had already experienced 7 or 8 generations of sect masters. Now that the founder of the Frost Sect, Bing Hanzi, had suddenly appeared, it had shocked everyone. This was especially so for the families and forces of the Light Dragon dynasty. They were well aware of the deeds of the legendary figure in the Light Dragon dynasty, Bing Hanzi. Bing Hanzi, the king of the Light Dragon dynasty, also stared at him in astonishment. Even though he was the king of the Light Dragon dynasty, he was still full of respect and fear for such a legendary figure. He opened his mouth, wanting to make his son stop fighting. However, when he saw such a legendary figure, he hesitated for a moment before sitting down with a solemn expression. "If you want to blame someone, blame yourself for offending Xiao Yun too much. I didn't expect that Xiao Yun would make such a strong person respected. What a pity, the Supreme Chosen, the Nameless Sword Demon." He sighed in his heart. The most outstanding Heaven's Pride expert in the Flowing Sea region was helpless against an old monster who had lived for more than 4,000 years. After all, to be able to live for such a long time, his strength and battle experience were terrifying. Even if they were at the same level, it would still be difficult for them to defeat him. What's the point of beating an egg? An old monster who has lived for more than 4,000 years and a 26-year-old. It's over, it's over. From the looks of it, the 8th prince will definitely not let Wang Xian off. This time, the peerless heaven's favorite of the generation may be about to fall. The gap of more than 4,000 years between a fifth-level insightful void martial artist of the older generation and a peerless heavens favorite of the new generation. When everyone around heard the words Bing Hanzi, they were extremely shocked. Such a legend of the older generation would be considered a top-notch existence in the Luhai region. Brother Wang Xian, leave quickly. Long Xiaodian looked at Bing Hanzi, who descended like a god and demon. His face was filled with despair as he shouted at Wang Xian with a worried expression. Escape? You want to escape? Is that possible? Long Xiaoyun looked at Long Xiaotian with his cold eyes. He stood there arrogantly and looked at everything coldly. She was shocked by Bing Hanzi. He was his subordinate. He was filled with enjoyment. Young master, don't worry. With his strength, he won't be able to escape. Bing Hanzi looked at Wang Xian coldly and said calmly. He didn't put Wang Xian in his eyes at all. Based on the battle just now, it would be easy for him to kill him. As he spoke, he waved his arm and an extremely cold air directly attacked the 5 elements millstone above Wang Xian. Boom! The terrifying cold energy landed on the 5 elements millstone and produced a dull sound. The entire 5 elements millstone flew into the distance. Hee hee! Wang Xian looked at the pretentious Bing Hanzi and the arrogant Long Xiaoyun who wanted to kill him. With a wave of his arm, the 5 elements millstone that flew out began to shrink and slowly rotated above his head. Hiss, what a huge gap! The sect master of the Frost sect couldn't even shake the huge millstone with his Dharma idol, yet he was easily sent flying by Bing Hanzi. This is not on the same level. Seeing Bing Hanzi's casual attack, everyone's eyes focused and took a deep breath. The founder of the Frost sect. That's perfect. Today, I will let you watch the destruction of your Frost sect. Ashes to ashes, dust to dust. Wang Xian was floating in the sky. There was not the slightest fluctuation on his face. His lips moved slightly and his voice reverberated throughout the entire sky. What? Tens of thousands of people opened their mouths slightly when they saw Wang Xian still saying such words at this moment. Why did he? Long Xiaotian was stunned. He clenched his fists tightly and stared at Wang Xian. Haha, that's good too. I would like to see how strong I am now. Let's use you to test it out. Haha. While everyone was stunned, Wang Xian's voice rang out again. This time it was a maniacal laughter. After the laughter ended, a terrifying aura began to gather on his body. Within a radius of more than 10 kilometers, an inexplicable imposing manner began to gather. Roar! Roar! At this moment, an inhuman roar sounded from his mouth. The voice was loud and clear, filled with an inexplicable imposing manner. Under everyone's dumbfounded gaze, Wang Xian, who was still in his human form a moment ago, turned into a terrifying 50-meter-long divine dragon. His huge body and terrifying aura. Every piece of dragon scale was shining with a luster. His horns were like a deer, his head was like a camel, his eyes were like a rabbit, his neck was like a snake, his stomach was like a clam, his scales were like a fish, his claws were like an eagle, his palms were like a tiger, and his ears were like an ox. The Chinese divine dragon, the dragon race of the universe. His real appearance was in the flowing sea region. Under the gaze of everyone, Wang Xian swayed his huge body. His pair of majestic dragon eyes stared coldly at Bing Hanzi and the sect leader of the Frost sect who was beside him. I've said it before. I want to destroy the Frost sect. First, I'll kill the sect leader of the Frost sect. Wang Xian spoke in human language. Under everyone's stunned gazes, the 5 elements millstone above his head recovered to a size of 2,000 meters at a terrifying speed. Following that, Wang Xian swayed his divine dragon body and charged forward with the 5 elements millstone. The divine dragon swayed. Divine might descended. 5 elements millstone, obliterate. The dragon scales on Wang Xian's body flickered with a 5-colored glow. At this moment, he was a 5-colored divine dragon. A wave of obliterated energy covered an area of 2 kilometers in front of him. This, Bing Hanzi, who was standing in front of him, saw a wave of energy that was filled with violence, as if it was going to destroy the world. His extremely cold and indifferent expression finally changed. His pupils bulged, and his eyes were filled with disbelief. Ka ka ka. His body moved, and a dazzling blue light appeared around him. The blue light turned into a deep ice block that covered his entire body. His entire body directly expanded by 10 meters. He completely couldn't care about sect leader Han Zong beside him. No. How could it be this creature? Run, run. Sect Master Han Zong looked at the world-destroying energy in front of him as it streaked across the sky, and he cried out in terror. Wang! However, as the energy swept past, his body stiffened, and he slowly trembled. The final life force, the terrifying creature that he had seen back then in the main hall, appeared in his mind. Wang, 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 Wang. In the sky above the island, within a radius of 10 kilometers, a gray energy that covered an area of 2 kilometers pushed forward horizontally. This gray energy was like the long river of history, destroying everything in front of it. The first to bear the brunt was Sect Master Han Zong. In this long river of history, his body quickly lost its vitality. His corpse floated unconsciously in the long river. The power of the gray river rushed towards Bing Hanzi. At this moment, Bing Hanzi's body was covered in 10-meter-tall ice armor. Seeing the sect master of Frost Sect's vitality instantly disappear in the long river, his eyes were filled with a solemn expression. Crack, crack, crack. Ice armor god! With a light shout, the ice armor on Bing Hanzi's body enlarged once more, and his Dharma idol was unleashed. Layers of dazzling blue ice armor covered the ice armor god, and it was 30 meters long. Standing in the center, Bing Hanzi waved his skinny arm, and the ice armor god outside did the same thing, facing the gray river of annihilation. Crack! 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 A trembling sound was heard continuously. The grayish energy quickly washed away the god of ice armor on his body. My god! That is... What kind of creature is that? This nameless sword demon? Wang Xian? A terrifying creature. Isn't that the terrifying creature in the main hall? At that time, this terrifying creature swallowed the demon-tailed viper at the 4th level of the void interpretation stage. My god, this creature is actually Wang Xian. The sect leader of the Frost Sect was killed in an instant. He fought against the founder of the Frost Sect, Bing Hanzi, who was at level 5 of the void interpretation stage. What is his identity? A proud son of heaven. A supreme son of heaven. The nameless sword demon. The terrifying creature in the main hall. One by one, the names that everyone looked forward to and even feared were all gathered on one person. Looking at the 50-meter-tall creature, everyone was shocked. The appearance of Frigid Sect, the terrifying strength of the 8th Prince, and the appearance of Bing Hanzi had already shocked everyone. Although in the end, he was suppressed by one person with multiple identities. Looking at the 50-meter-tall creature and the 20-meter-tall Bing Hanzi floating in the sky, everyone's emotions couldn't be any higher. They were shocked to the extreme. Now everyone was staring at the sky silently. Long Xiaotian, Long Xiaoyan's mother, and even his mother's clansmen looked at Wang Xian, who was dominating the world, with excitement on their faces. This time, even if Long Xiaotian could not obtain the position of Crown Prince, no one would dare to provoke him in the Radiant Dragon Empire in the future. After all, he had such a terrifying brother. If not for the appearance of Wang Xian, with the 8th Prince's hatred towards him, Long Xiaotian would definitely not be having an easy time. The entire Hua clan would also suffer a huge blow. What? Sect Master Han Quan. Sect Master Han Quan, actually. At this moment, the 8th Prince looked up at Wang Xian in the sky in a daze. Looking at the corpse of Sect Master Han, his eyes widened and were filled with shock. A 4th-level void interpretation expert was killed in an instant just like that. His body was trembling and his eyes were slightly red. Old thing, I hope you won't run away from me. Wang Xian swayed his body and looked at Bing Hanzi, who was resisting the destructive energy of the 5 elements millstone. His dragon eyes stared at him coldly. Earlier, Bing Hanzi had arrogantly said that Wang Xian couldn't escape. Now he would return the words. With his current strength, the 5 elements millstone, coupled with his divine dragon body, it would be easy for him to fight someone 5 levels above him. After he finished speaking, he moved his body and attacked Bing Hanzi directly. No matter what kind of creature you are,
I will definitely kill you today. Bing Hanzi stood in the middle of the ice armor god. He stared at Wang Xian with an extremely cold gaze. Dharma idol, god of ice wings. Dharma idol, god of ice sword. He roared twice consecutively, and two wings that were 50 to 60 meters long appeared behind him. In addition, an ice sword that was 60 to 70 meters long appeared in his hand. Both the wings and the huge sword emitted a terrifying blue luster. It looked extremely terrifying. Slash! He flapped his wings slightly and his body drew a ray of blue light. In an instant, he appeared in front of Wang Xian. The huge sword that was 60 to 70 meters long slashed directly at Wang Xian's body. Dragon's tail. Wang Xian's expression didn't change. The huge dragon's tail flickered with blazing flames as it swept directly at the huge sword. Bang! The sound of metal colliding could be heard. Wang Xian's body flew backward for more than 1,000 meters. Die! The figure of Bing Hanzi, who had used 3 divine abilities consecutively, did not change at all. He flapped his wings again and appeared beside Wang Xian in a flash. He held his huge sword with both hands and slashed at Wang Xian directly. 5 elements millstone, the ultimate of earth. Wang Xian looked at Bing Hanzi, who appeared beside him in an instant. His gaze focused. The 5 elements millstone in the sky spun and collided directly with Bing Hanzi. The 5 elements millstone could destroy, heal, trap, and defend. Similarly, the 5 elements could combine to bring one attribute to the extreme. The 5 elements revolved the extreme of earth. Boom! The 5 elements millstone, which was emitting dust aura, was like a planet as it charged straight at the ice sword god. A terrifying loud sound rang out and shook the entire space. This was completely a contest of strength. Boom, boom, boom. Bing Hanzi held the ice sword god in his hand as he attacked the 5 elements millstone. One attack after another landed on the millstone, and the 5 elements millstone was as stable as Mount Tai. Streams of air currents rushed out in all directions. Those who were weaker had already started to defend, and their faces were filled with fear as they looked up at the battle in the sky. Hiss! What a terrifying collision! Everyone stared at them vigilantly, afraid that an aftershock would land on them. With the aftershock from the battle between Wang Xian and Bing Hanzi, even an expert at the first level of the see-through realm would be able to kill him directly. Ice wings pierce. After slashing the 5 elements grindstone a few hundred times in a row, not only did his terrifying defense fail to send him flying, but his body was also forced to retreat under the extreme pressure of the earth. Bing Hanzi let out a loud roar. The gigantic ice-winged god aimed at the 5 elements millstone. Numerous sharp ice spikes that were 10 meters long pierced straight at it. Boom! 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 The continuous sounds of explosions rang out. The entire 5 elements millstone was trembling slowly. It's about time! Roar! Sensing Bing Hanzi's terrifying attacks, Wang Xian let out a loud roar. With a dragon's roar, the 5 elements millstone spun slowly. It became smaller and smaller until it became 2 meters in size. It entered Wang Xian's stomach directly. Kill! He let out a low roar that was filled with endless killing intent. It could be seen with the naked eye that the dragon scales on his body and the 5 divine dragon silhouettes of metal, wood, water, fire, and earth were swimming back and forth. After the 5 elements millstone fused into his body, Wang Xian moved his dragon tail, which contained violent energy. He charged directly at Bing Hanzi. Boom! 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 The dragon's tail swept across and a series of terrifying explosions erupted in the sky. Even though the dragon's tail had yet to land on Bing Hanzi's body, the explosions were already deafening. What? Sensing Wang Xian's terrifying dragon's tail, Bing Hanzi's expression changed slightly. With a wave of his arm, a long sword that was 60 to 70 meters long slashed directly at the dragon's tail. Bang, bang, bang. Obviously, the sound of breaking could be heard. Cracks appeared on the ice sword. Dragon claw. Wang Xian did not hesitate at all. A huge dragon claw clawed towards the center of the ice armor god. At the center of the dragon claw, waves of violent energy were being destroyed and destroyed. Wang Xian, who had fused with the 5 elements, had destructive energy in his every move.
The pinnacle of the five elements, the reversal of the five elements. God of Ice Wings, slash. The huge ice wings slashed directly at Wang Xian's dragon claws. Dragon breath. Wang Xian opened his mouth and spat out a mouthful of lava-like flames from his mouth. This time, the lava that he spat out did not disappear immediately after it was spat out. Instead, Wang Xian was like an erupting mountain of flames. The lava surged forward continuously. Water and fire were incompatible. The impact of the lava landed on the ice wings, and the ice wings began to melt rapidly. Wang Xian's dragon claws pressed forward and grabbed the chest of the god of ice armor. Explode! Boom, boom, boom! The explosions at the starting point rang out continuously. Cracks started to appear on the 20-meter-long god of ice armor. Han Bingzi, who was standing in the middle of the ice armor god, had bulging eyes that were bloodshot. Dissolve, retreat! He shouted softly. The spot where Wang Xian attacked turned into a stream of water as he retreated rapidly. Han Bingzi is at a disadvantage. After Wang Xian merged with that terrifying millstone, his strength has increased by a lot. This is too terrifying. Is this the battle of a level 5 void interpretation expert? They are already 10,000 meters high in the sky. Below them, it still gives me a feeling that I can't breathe. Below them, everyone looked up at the battle in the sky. Their faces were all red. In the entire demi-human graveyard, everyone's gaze was focused on the sky above the island of the Light Dragon Empire. They were all in shock. Die! Wang Xian saw Bing Hanzi escaping. He swayed his huge body and rushed over without giving him any time to catch his breath. Bing Hanzi, didn't die even after being trapped in the Radiant Dragon Origin Pond for more than 2,000 years. You're dreaming if you want to kill me. You're the one who's going to die. Bing Hanzi gritted his teeth and clenched his fists. He opened his mouth slightly and a blue ice ball came out from his body. The ice ball was emitting a faint white mist and cracking sounds came from the air. An extreme cold filled an area of dozens of kilometers. Everyone below couldn't help but wrap themselves around their bodies. After the ice ball came out of Bing Hanzi's mouth, Bing Hanzi looked even thinner and weaker. His body was completely wrapped in skin, and he looked like a skeleton. His eyes were completely protruding out, making him look extremely terrifying. I knew it. As a monster that lived a few years ago, he definitely has some trump cards. The real battle has only just begun. When everyone below saw the shining ice ball, they all took a deep breath and stared at the sky without blinking. At this moment, Long Xiaoyun and Long Xiaotian were both clenching their fists. No matter who won or lost this battle, it would have a great impact on their forces in the future. Are you going all out? Wang Xian could feel the extreme cold temperature from the ice ball. A cold glint flashed in his eyes. Dharma idol, surrounded by icebergs. Bing Hanzi stood in front of the ice ball. He stared at Wang Xian and roared. Surrounded by icebergs, another powerful Dharma idol. With the 3 broken Dharma idols on his body, this was his 4th Dharma idol. Crack, crack, crack. As soon as he finished his sentence, the ice ball emitted rays of blue light. Around him, icebergs that were 1,000 meters in size appeared out of thin air. There were a total of 5 icebergs. The 5 icebergs guarded Bing Hanzi above. The ice ball bloomed and stood a few thousand meters in the sky. At this moment, Bing Hanzi was like an ice god. Haha, good. This will be interesting. Since that's the case, let's have the strongest collision. Wang Xian stared at Bing Hanzi, who was standing above the 5 icebergs with a fiery gaze, and laughed out loud. Aspect: 5 elemental grindstone. 5 elemental grindstone was the aspect that Wang Xian comprehended when he reached the first level of the void interpretation stage. It was also a weapon that he forged with the 5 elemental dragon pearl, the 5 elemental origin, and the immense 5 elemental energy. The moment the 5 elements grindstone Dharma idol appeared, an enormous grindstone appeared beneath Wang Xian. Wang Xian stood at the center of the grindstone within a range of 2,000 meters. Around him, 3 to 4 10-meter-long 5 elements divine dragons were located in 5 different directions. The divine dragons guarded him and stood on top of the grindstone. With the augmentation of the 5 elements energy, Wang Xian's strength increased explosively once again. Bing Hanzi looked at Wang Xian's Dharma idol and felt a little embarrassed. He clenched his yellowish teeth tightly. Fight! At this moment, Wang Xian was dashing on the Dharma idol of the 5 elements grinding technique. The 5 divine dragons were also dashing forward with the 5 elements grinding technique. Kill! Bing Hanzi's face revealed a ghastly expression. He clenched his teeth and roared loudly. Numerous icebergs attacked Wang Xian directly. Destroy! Wang Xian's gaze was like a torch. Roar! On the 5 elements millstone, the fire dragon leaped up directly while the other 4 dragons spun the millstone. Under the support of the other 4 dragons, the fire dragon grew larger and larger until it was over 200 meters long. Its terrifying tail swept out directly. Boom! An iceberg instantly collapsed under the fire god dragon's attack. Boom boom! Following that, the second and third icebergs also collapsed. The flames on the fire god dragon's body began to decrease. The chains pulled the fire god dragon back. After that, the earth god dragon leaped up again. Earth countered water. Boom boom! A dragon tail swept out, and 2 icebergs instantly collapsed. All the icebergs that guarded Bing Hanzi collapsed. Dharma idol. Freeze the earth. Seeing that his Dharma idol was easily destroyed, Bing Hanzi's expression changed drastically. With a wave of his arm, the ice ball in front of him smashed towards the 5 elements grindstone. At the same time, the last Dharma idol was unleashed. Take it! When Wang Xian saw that the ice ball and even the air were sealed, his eyes narrowed and he let out a loud roar. His body slowly turned into a water blue color. The water dragon of the 5 elements millstone started to expand and directly swallowed the extremely cold ice ball. The entire 5 elements millstone revolved the water energy to the extreme. The water dragon wrapped the ice ball with the Dharma idol. The ice ball was directly swallowed by the water dragon and the water dragon instantly froze. The frozen ground landed on the 5 elements millstone and the 5 elements millstone started to freeze. This is my chance. At this moment, Wang Xian looked at the lone icicle in the sky and leaped up. He opened his huge mouth and swallowed it. How is this possible? How can he still have strength? When Bing Hanzi, who was floating in the sky, saw Wang Xian charging towards him directly, a hint of fear flashed across his skinny face. He stared at Wang Xian, who was flying towards him. With a wave of his hands, ice mountains of 100 meters in size smashed towards Wang Xian. Boom! 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 Wang Xian stared at Bing Hanzi with his dragon eyes. With a gentle wave of his dragon claws, the ice mountains collapsed. Oh no, run! A hint of panic appeared on his face. With a move of his body, he turned around and fled into the distance. Can you escape? Wang Xian opened his mouth and the 5 elements millstone appeared again. This was not a Dharma idol but a weapon. Boom! The 5 elements millstone flew out and attacked Bing Hanzi. It grew bigger and bigger in the air and the destructive aura appeared once again. It was as if the long river of time could destroy everything. There's another millstone like this? Is it going to die in the end? Bing Hanzi looked at the 5 elements millstone that was attacking him from behind. His eyes were a little dim. He stared deeply at Wang Xian and slowly closed his eyes. He had lived for thousands of years and was already worth it. The only thing that made him unwilling was that he wanted to witness his young master becoming an invincible powerhouse. He wanted to witness how Han Zong stood at the peak of the flowing sea region. Now he couldn't see it anymore. Bing Hanzi didn't struggle anymore and closed his eyes. Wang Xian walked forward with his dragon body. With a wave of his dragon claws, he kept his corpse into his interspatial ring. The corpse of a 5th-level insightful void martial artist contained an extremely terrifying energy. Wang Xian swayed his body and looked towards the location of the Dharma idol, the 5 elements millstone. The death of Bing Hanzi did not cause the frozen land to disappear. The energy brought by the terrifying ice ball was still resisting the 5 elements millstone. Roar! Wang Xian let out a roar. Waves of dragon flames were spat out towards the location below. The ice seal melted slowly and turned into water energy. Instead, it was replenished on the body of the 5 elements millstone. The 4 divine dragons of metal, wood, fire, and earth began to revolve.
Streams of energy revolved on the body of the water divine dragon that was sealed in ice.
The water divine dragon slowly recovered. He opened his mouth and an extremely cold ice ball appeared in his line of sight. Ice Heart, 7th level of the Void Interpretation Stage. 7th level of the Void Interpretation Stage. So it's the terrifying energy of the 7th level of the Void Interpretation Stage. Wang Xian looked at the ice ball and a hint of astonishment flashed across his eyes.
Buzz. At this moment, the 5-elemental dragon ball transformed into the 5-elemental millstone flew over. The water dragon that was standing on it opened its mouth and swallowed Bing Xian directly.
The other 4 divine dragons immediately helped to subdue her.
TSK. Not only does the 5-elemental millstone contain powerful energy, it also has its own spirituality. It can swallow energy on its own to increase its strength. Wang Xian smiled when he saw the water god dragon slowly subjugating Bing Xian. The core of the 5 elements millstone was these 5 dragon balls, and the dragon balls were Wang Xian's natal artifact. Now, after transforming into the 5 elements millstone, each of the divine dragons was born with spirituality. In the future, it could become a powerful artifact that could think. Furthermore, Wang Xian would not need to nurture them alone in the future for their improvement. With my current strength, I can kill a 5th-level see-through void. Wang Xian landed in the middle of the Dharma idol's 5 elements millstone and revealed a smile on his face.
With a thought, he reverted back to his human form. At the same time, the Dharma idol's 5 elements millstone dissipated little by little. The weapon of the 5 elements millstone rotated slowly and turned into a crown that landed on Wang Xian's head.
The lifelike 5 elements divine dragon added a little dignity to Wang Xian.
A black outfit appeared on his body, crown, and head. Why is there no movement from above? What's the situation now?
Is it over?
Who will win and who will lose? At the bottom, when Wang Xian's Dharma idol, which covered an area of about 2,000 meters, appeared, everyone below could not see the battle above. Only when the sounds of battle disappeared did everyone mutter. That big millstone is disappearing bit by bit. Could it be that Wang Xian has lost? That's very possible. After all, his opponent is an old monster who has lived for thousands of years. When the 5 elements millstone slowly disappeared, some people exclaimed and shouted loudly.
When Long Xiaotian saw this scene, his eyes were filled with despair, and his entire body was powerless. Haha, we won. That damn guy finally. Long Xiaoyun looked at the sky and saw Wang Xian's Dharma idol dissipating. He thought Bing Hanzi had won. His face was flushed red as he roared in excitement. However, when he saw a black figure descending towards them, everyone was stunned. That's Wang Xian. It's Wang Xian. Where's Bing Hanzi? Where's Bing Hanzi?
Could it be?
Soon, everyone saw Wang Xian's figure. They widened their eyes and shouted in shock. The new generation of Peerless Heaven's favorites had won the battle between the new and old Peerless experts. As for why there was no sign of Bing Hanzi, everyone had a premonition.
He had fallen.
What? This is impossible. This is impossible. This is impossible.
The 8th prince, Long Xiaoan, stared at Wang Xian. He shook his head vigorously and shouted in disbelief.
Behind him, the expressions of the people from the Frost sect changed drastically. A hint of fear flashed across their eyes.
Haha, we won.
Brother Wang Xian won. Compared to the 8th prince's despair, Long Xiaotian stared at Wang Xian with excitement. Even tears were streaming down his face.
Long Xiaotian's grandfather even raised his fist in excitement.
Bam!
Wang Xian sat in the middle of the room. He wore a crown on his head and looked at everyone around him arrogantly.
An invincible posture. This is the real invincible posture.
Wang Xian can be called invincible because he is only 26 years old. To be able to defeat Bing Hanzi at this age is heaven-defying. Even in the entire supernatural continent, he is definitely an invincible powerhouse among the younger generation. This is too cool, too cool.
Everyone's gaze was focused on Wang Xian.
The admiration of the younger generation.
The admiration of the middle-aged generation. The exclamations of the older generation. There was also a hint of reverence mixed within. All kinds of gazes landed on Wang Xian. At this moment, even in the next 100 years.
Wang Xian was definitely the most dazzling existence in the Flowing Sea region. I didn't expect this brother Wang Xian to have such great strength at such a young age. I, Long Tingyang, am deeply impressed.
At this moment, the voice of the king of the Radiant Dragon Empire, who was sitting in the middle of the stage, was heard. Everyone was slightly shocked and quickly turned their heads. The king of the Radiant Dragon Empire stood there and cupped his hands as he spoke to Wang Xian. He addressed him as Brother Wang Xian.
He addressed Wang Xian as me.
He addressed Wang Xian as Long Tingyang. At this moment, the king of the Light Dragon Dynasty placed Wang Xian on the same level. Wang Xian also had the right to communicate with him on an equal level. After killing the founder of the Frost sect, Bing Hanzi, there were only a few people in the entire Luhai region who were stronger than him. There were only a few people with a higher status than him. The king of the Light Dragon Dynasty was not among them. I am Wang Xian, Long Xiaoyan's good friend. On the island of the Guanglong Dynasty, Wang Xian heard Long Tingyang's words and cupped his hands in greeting as well.
The two of them faced each other from afar and greeted each other politely. This was a simple greeting from an expert.
Haha, good. It is really an honor for Xiao Tian to be able to meet a young talent like Brother Wang Xian. Long Tingyang laughed out loud as his eyes sparkled. Just now, Wang Xian was able to kill Bing Hanzi, which left him deeply shocked. He knew that it was impossible for him to kill Bing Hanzi with his strength. If the other party wanted to escape, there was no way for him to stop him.
However, Wang Xian was able to kill Bing Hanzi with such ease. His strength was at the peak even among the 5th level of the see-through realm.
Following that, he continued loudly, Brother Wang Xian, when you have the opportunity to come to our Guanglong Empire in the future, we will continue to hold the ceremony.
Wang Xian nodded his head faintly.
He smiled and gestured to the white-haired elder beside him.
When everyone saw the equal exchange between Wang Xian and the king of the Guanglong Empire, they sighed in their hearts.
The white-haired old man nodded slowly and looked in the direction of Wang Xian.
Cough, cough, the ceremony will continue. The white-haired old man coughed lightly and looked at Wang Xian. The sacrificial ceremony has ended. The selection of the crown prince will be evaluated based on the strength, influence, and battle results of all the princes. Now, the decision will be made by our judging panel. As he spoke, he pondered for a moment before looking at the 2nd prince and the 8th prince. All the princes in the surroundings also landed on the two of them.
It should be the 8th prince. There's no mistake about the 8th prince. Even if he doesn't have Frigid Sect, with the 8th prince's strength, he will definitely inherit the position of the crown prince. Although the 2nd prince is the brother of Wang Xian, a top-notch powerhouse, it's still impossible for him to interfere with the position of the crown prince of the Light Dragon Empire.
Everyone's gaze fell on the 8th prince once again.
Although everything that happened today had shocked everyone, the selection of the prince still had to continue. The 8th prince, Long Xiaoyun, was undoubtedly at level 3 of the see-through realm. The 8th prince, Long Xiaoyun, has inherited the position of the crown prince. He has the right to inherit the throne as the first in line. The 2nd prince, Long Xiaotian, has the right to inherit the throne as the second in line. Furthermore, he has conferred the title of the 2nd prince as the Royal Highness of Dragon Immortal. The white-haired old man's voice rang out. As expected, the 8th prince had inherited the position of the crown prince.
On the other hand, the Guanglong royal family had conferred the title of the Royal Highness of Dragon Immortal on the account of Wang Xian. This was the first time in the history of the Guanglong dynasty.
Long Xiaoyun accepts the order.
The 2nd prince, Long Xiaoyun, did not look too good. He walked out slowly, bowed, and replied loudly.
Phew! Long Xiaotian, who was at the side, let out a sigh and walked forward as well. Long Xiaotian accepts the title. Crown Prince token. The 8th prince receives it.
A smile appeared on the white-haired elder's face. The 8th prince had obtained a fortuitous encounter in the Origin Light Dragon Pool. His strength was incomparably powerful and his future was boundless. He could even lead the Light Dragon dynasty to take a step forward. The 2nd prince befriended a top-notch expert at the 5th level of the Profound Void tier, and it was also very beneficial to the Light Dragon dynasty.
The Crown Prince token emitted a dazzling white light as it flew towards the 8th prince. At this moment, A faint smile finally appeared on Long Xiaoyun's face. Although his subordinates had died, he still had the entire Radiant Dragon Empire. He extended his hand and took the token of the Crown Prince.
Wang Xian looked at the token of the Crown Prince as well as the 8th Prince. A smile appeared on his face. He extended his arm slowly.
Whoosh! Just as the token of the Crown Prince was about to fall into the 8th Prince's hand.
The token flew towards Wang Xian instantly under a powerful force.
Snap! In an instant, the token was in his hand. He looked at the stunned Long Xiaoyun with a smile on his face. What?
Wang Xian is going to do it.
Everyone changed their expressions slightly. Looking at Wang Xian, who was holding the Crown Prince's token, their eyes sparkled. All the important ministers, generals, the white-haired elder, and the king, Long Tingyang, stood up instantly. They stared at Wang Xian with an unsightly expression. You. Long Xiaoyun widened his eyes and stared at Wang Xian with an unsightly expression.
Brother Wang Xian, what are you trying to do?
Long Tingyang stared at Wang Xian with a serious expression and asked with an unsightly expression.
King Long Tingyang, I might have to offend you next. Wang Xian stood there and squinted his eyes slightly as he said faintly.
Brother Wang Xian. Long Xiaotian was shocked when he heard Wang Xian's words. He quickly shouted.
Wang Xian looked at him and said indifferently, this matter has nothing to do with Brother Long Xiaotian.
As he spoke, his gaze swept across Long Xiaoyun and all the people from the Frost sect behind him. Killing intent slowly appeared in his eyes. Next, Long Xiaoyun must die and the Frost sect must be destroyed. Wang Xian stood there and uttered a few shocking words. What? Damn. Wang Xian is going to do it. He. As soon as he finished speaking, all the forces and families in the Guanglong Empire stood up and stared at Wang Xian in shock.
The people who came to watch the ceremony were also dumbfounded. What was Wang Xian going to do?
Was he going to make an enemy out of the Guanglong Empire? Wasn't he Long Xiaoyan's brother? Why?
Wang Xian, how dare you? How dare you?
Under Wang Xian's gaze, Long Xiaoyun couldn't help but take 2 steps back. His face was filled with fear. How dare you? A hint of contempt appeared on Wang Xian's face. Long Xiaoyun? You ordered the sect master of the Frost sect, Ling Bingganzi, to kill me just now. Do you really think that I'm afraid of the Frost sect? Or do you really think that I won't dare to kill you just because of the Light Dragon dynasty? Cold sect, I want to destroy you. I want to kill you. Today, even the Light Dragon dynasty can't save you. Boom.
After Wang Xian finished his words, a terrifying killing intent swept towards Long Xiaoyun and everyone from the Cold sect. The killing intent was locked onto them.
Everyone in the surroundings was filled with astonishment. In the territory of the Guanglong dynasty, he wanted to kill the newly appointed crown prince. This was too arrogant. Boom.
On the stage, the king of the Guanglong dynasty, Long Tingyang, instantly emitted a terrifying aura.
Brother Wang Xian, are you making an enemy out of the Guanglong dynasty? Long Tingyang stared at Wang Xian with an ugly expression. Haha. King Long Tingyang, your son, Long Xiaoyun, wants to kill me. Do you think that I'm someone that others want to kill?
Since you can't kill me, then just wait for your death.
Wang Xian laughed out loud and stared at Long Tingyang. Let me say it here today. Whoever dares to stop me will be my enemy.
If your Light Dragon dynasty wants to make a move, then today I will make your Light Dragon dynasty. Rivers of blood.
If your Guanglong dynasty wants to make a move, I will make your Guanglong dynasty.
Rivers of blood.
Cold and murderous words resounded in the sky above the island of the Guanglong dynasty. Wang Xian stood there and stared at Long Tingyang with a cold gaze. His powerful aura and untouchable dignity made everyone's heart tremble slightly. Everyone around widened their eyes when they saw Wang Xian facing the entire Guanglong Empire in such a domineering manner. This is too fucking domineering. Some of the forces that came to observe the ceremony were all dumbfounded. Their eyes sparkled with a mystical luster. Maybe this is a powerhouse. Some of the young men looked at Wang Xian with admiration. Their eyes were filled with yearning.
This was the dignity of a strong person. It must not be offended.
So what if it was the Light Dragon Empire? Everyone present could see clearly that the eighth prince wanted to kill Wang Xian. Initially, everyone thought that Wang Xian might not be bothered because of the relationship between the second prince and the giant light dragon empire. But now everyone was wrong. Firstly, the position of the crown prince was not the second prince. If he killed the second prince, he would have the position of the heir. Secondly, the dignity of the strong should not be violated. What was there to be afraid of in the Guanglong Empire? Looking at Wang Xian, who was standing there, everyone took a deep breath.
Wang Xian's action was unexpected, but it was within reason.
You! Long Tingyang looked at the powerful Wang Xian with an extremely ugly expression.
He stared at Wang Xian coldly and looked at the generals and important officials around him as well as the few elders of the judging panel. At this moment, everyone from the Light Dragon Empire had an unsightly and solemn expression.
Wang Xian's strength was obvious to everyone. He had the terrifying ability to kill Bing Hanzi, especially the gigantic millstone with a radius of 2,000 meters. This made everyone's heart palpitate. The attack that was like the river of time was instantly wiped out by the sect master of the Frost sect, who was at level 4 of the see-through realm. If Wang Xian was their enemy, who else would be able to withstand it? Then, apart from the king, who else in the Light Dragon Empire could withstand it? Even if they activated the formation around them, how effective would it be? Frost sect, destroy.
Wang Xian didn't give them any time to hesitate. He looked at everyone from the Frost sect. His figure flashed and the crown on his head released a series of destructive attacks.
The attack covered an area of 1,000 meters. Oh no, run! Run now! Eighth Prince, save us, save us! When the people from the Cold sect saw Wang Xian's attack, they widened their eyes and shouted in horror. Some of the experts wanted to escape, while others begged for mercy from the eighth prince.
At this moment, the eighth prince's body was trembling violently.
Father, save me!
Long Xiaowen pleaded for help to Long Tingyang in fear.
Long Tingyang's face revealed a furious expression when he saw Wang Xian making a move.
Buzz!
Ah!
Miserable screams rang out. Frost sect, which had more than 30 insightful Void Stage experts and nearly 1,000 top-notch Frost sect disciples, were instantly annihilated by the violent force in the Five Elements River.
How terrifying!
4 words flashed across everyone's mind.
The extremely powerful Frost sect, from the founder to the sect master, and finally to all the insightful Void martial artists and elite disciples, had all died.
All of this was because they had offended Wang Xian. They would be annihilated as they wished, and they would do it as they said. Next, it's your turn. Wang Xian's figure flashed and appeared directly in front of the eighth prince, Long Xiaoyun. One of his arms went straight for his neck. Father, save me!
Save me! Long Xiaoyun's face was no longer as arrogant as before. His face was filled with despair as he shouted for help. With his strength, he would definitely be able to crush the heavens favorites of his generation. However, it was a pity that he was facing Wang Xian. He had no ability to resist at all. Wang Xian, stop! Long Tingyang saw his son being grabbed by Wang Xian. His eyes were bloodshot as he moved and appeared 2,000 meters in front of Wang Xian.
A dragon head staff appeared in his hand. It was the dragon head of the dragon race of the supernatural continent. A dazzling power of light gathered on his body.
I'll give you 10 seconds to consider. Let go of me. He stared at Wang Xian and shouted. Cough, cough, cough.
Wang Xian grabbed Long Xiaoyun's neck with one hand, causing his face to turn extremely red. He coughed with great difficulty.
He slowly extended his other hand. Boom! In an instant, Wang Xian's other hand suddenly turned into 7 to 8 meters in size. His ferocious dragon claw pointed straight at Long Shengyang.
I have no enmity with your radiant dragon empire, but I have enmity with Long Xiaowen. He must die. If you want to fight, I'll fight,
he said with a domineering expression. Explode! Boom! No! Finally, he spat out a word. The palm that was holding Long Xiaoyun instantly emitted a terrifying explosion. The terrifying explosion was accompanied by a voice that was filled with regret and despair. Wang Xian stared at Long Tingyang calmly. After the surrounding explosions and screams, the entire venue fell silent.
Wang Xian had killed a prince, and he was the one who was appointed as the crown prince.
If Long Tingyang were to make a move, it would definitely be a great battle. However, all the karma came from Long Shaoan. He was showing off in front of a powerhouse at the peak. Now, even his ashes were fluttering in the wind. Everyone in the entire Guanglong dynasty fell silent. The few elders of the judging panel at the back looked at each other with helpless eyes. Who would have thought that such a thing would happen in the position of Crown Prince? Even an expert at level 5 of the see-through void tier had made a move. Get lost! Get out of here! After a period of silence for about 10 seconds, Long Tingyang's expression kept changing. He shouted at Wang Xian with a face full of killing intent. "Haha! See you again." When Wang Xian heard Long Tingyang's words, he laughed out loud and retracted his long arm. A carefree expression appeared on his face as he looked at Zhang Fengying. Zhang Fengying looked at him with a smile on her face. Her figure moved and flew towards him. "I've said it before. I will help you take the position of Crown Prince." Wang Xian looked at Long Xiaotian. With a wave of his arm, the token of the Crown Prince flew towards him. Holding the Crown Prince's token, Long Xiaotian's face was filled with bitterness. He was really afraid that Wang Xian would fight with his father. He was really afraid that Wang Xian would become enemies with the Guanglong dynasty. If that really happened, the consequences would be unimaginable. "I'm leaving. Maybe in 1 or 2 years, I will visit the human-demon graveyard again. See you in the future." Wang Xian took a glance at Long Xiaotian and his faint voice resounded in the sky. He turned around and walked away with Zhang Fengying. Behind him, everyone from the Light Dragon dynasty and all the forces that came to watch the ceremony were filled with various expressions as they watched the disappearing figure. Fear. Admiration. Respect. Admiration. In just a short year, he had left too many legends in the tomb of the demi-humans. "I didn't expect you to be so strong in just a year." Zhang Fengying flew out from the island of the Light Dragon Empire. She looked at Wang Xian in astonishment and asked in astonishment, "Haha, it's all right. I didn't come out to train for a year in vain." Wang Xian laughed. He was in a good mood. The nameless sword demon, the supreme heaven's pride, the powerful creatures in the main hall, and the battle today. Zhang Fengying mumbled. She looked at Wang Xian and revealed a faint smile on her face. Each of them had glorious battle achievements, and each of them had names that made people fearful of them. In the very long period of time in the future, these names would be shrouded in the tomb of the demi-human. Be it the younger generation, the middle-aged generation, or the powerhouses who had lived for more than 1,000 years. Wang Xian, this name was a legend to them. A legend. "Let's go back." The two of them returned to their residence. Wang Xian summoned his demon soul and brought along 2 ferocious beasts of the first level of the see-through realm. He gestured to Zhang Fengying and the two of them flew towards the Dragon and Phoenix Empire. "That is? That demon soul? The king beast of the demon beast clan. Is the nameless sword demon sitting on the demon scale demon beast? Who is his real identity?" When Wang Xian and Zhang Fengying left the cemetery on their mounts, the surrounding people immediately saw the demon soul surging with demon flames, along with the 2 figures on top. Everyone had a look of surprise on their faces. However, very soon Wang Xian and the rest disappeared quickly. The people in the graveyard of demi-humans would soon know the name of Wang Xian. Ta-ta-ta-ta! The demon soul galloped in the sky, bringing with it a powerful force as it flew at an unbridled speed. As a demonic beast of the 2nd level of the see-through void tier, its speed was unquestionable. The journey would have taken more than 10 days. With the speed of the demon soul, it would take at most 2 days to reach the Dragon and Phoenix Empire. Why is there an army below us? When they were about to reach the Dragon and Phoenix Empire, Wang Xian saw an army of more than 10,000 people galloping on the ground. There were 4 to 5 experts at the insightful void tier leading the way. Wang Xian took a glance and paid no attention to them. It was very likely that the reason why so many troops were deployed was to exterminate a certain race of demon beasts or a group of ferocious beasts. The Dragon Phoenix Empire has changed so much in just a year. When the Dragon Phoenix Empire appeared in their line of sight, Zhang Fengying looked at the huge city in front of them with a face full of shock. Even Wang Xian's eyes were filled with astonishment. The entire city had doubled in size. It was much more majestic than the royal cities that Wang Xian had encountered along the way. The huge city stood within a radius of 100 kilometers. There were 5 towers that were 1,000 meters tall inside. There were still many buildings being built inside. The number of people in the entire Dragon and Phoenix Empire had reached at least 10 million people. It had increased by 5 to 6 times. It was unknown where Feng Luan had recruited so many people. Let's go. I'll bring you to a place. Wang Xian looked at Zhang Fengying and said to her.
What place?
Zhang Fengying looked at him curiously. You'll know once we get there. Wang Xian smiled, patted his demon soul, and pointed in the direction of the Dragon Palace. Roar!
The demon soul let out a low growl and flew towards the direction of the Dragon Palace.
Enter the ocean.
Wang Xian came to the top of the Dragon Palace and said to the demon soul.
It's the king.
Bang!
After entering the ocean, an extremely huge underwater dragon palace appeared in front of them. This is... Zhang Fengying opened her mouth slightly and stared at the underwater dragon palace in shock. The dragon palace covered an area of 80 kilometers. The mythical underwater dragon palace shocked her. Wang Xian revealed a proud expression.
The majestic dragon palace was comparable to some of the powerful buildings in the graveyard of demihumans.
In fact, it looked even more magnificent from the bottom of the sea. Let's go in. Wang Xian's body moved. He got down from his demon soul and brought her into the dragon palace. Buzz.
As soon as they stepped into the dragon palace, a strong spiritual energy rushed over. A familiar feeling spread throughout his entire body.
Dragon King! Dragon King! The Yakshas who were patrolling around the palace immediately flew over when they saw Wang Xian returning. They knelt down and greeted him. All right, continue patrolling.
Wang Xian waved his hand and flew towards the direction of the Dragon King's palace.
The Dragon Palace was huge, but there were only about 3,000 members. It looked extremely spacious. Dragon King. When Wang Xian walked to the front of the Dragon King's palace, Ao Nu flew over quickly and greeted him respectfully.
Where are Prime Minister Gui and the rest? Where are the Dragon Queen and the rest?
Wang Xian scanned his surroundings and noticed that there were not many members in the dragon lair. He asked in puzzlement.
Dragon King, Prime Minister Gui, and the Dragon Queen have led a group of powerhouses from the Dragon Palace to the deep-sea spiritual spring.
Lady Ao quickly replied.
Deep-sea spiritual spring? Wang Xian's eyes sparkled.
Dragon King, I am one of Prime Minister Gui's civil servants. I will report to you about the recent events. A civil servant from the Dragon Palace with a turtle shell on his back flew over from the Dragon Palace's Wenhua Pavilion when he saw Wang Xian's arrival. He knelt on the ground respectfully.
Get up. Tell me about the development of the Dragon Palace in the past year. Wang Xian nodded and walked to the front of the dragon throne. He gestured to Zhang Fengying and asked her to sit at the side.
It's the Dragon King.
The civil official stood up respectfully. During the month when you were away, the Dragon Palace hunted the nearby sea beasts under the leadership of Prime Minister Gui and a few leaders. They were looking for various resources.
The entire sea area within a radius of 500 kilometers is completely under the control of the Dragon Palace. Leader Mu Zixin has broken through to the second level of the Void Interpretation Realm in this 1 year.
Leader Ao Yaoao has broken through to the first level of the Void Interpretation Realm. Prime Minister Gui, Ao Qitian, Ao Jian, Ao Qi, Ao Yeka, Achi, Ao Crab, and the 9 leaders of the Flood Dragons have all broken through to the first level of the Void Interpretation Realm.
In addition, among the 5 Dragon Queens and the eldest princess, one of them has broken through to the first level of the Void Interpretation Realm.
The rest of the members of the Dragon Palace are 100 at the half-step Void Interpretation Realm, 1200 at the 9th level of the Extraordinaire Realm, and the rest are at the 8th and 7th level of the Extraordinaire Realm. Listening to the reports from his subordinates, Wang Xian nodded his head slightly.
In a year's time, not only did his strength improve tremendously, but the entire Dragon Palace was also developing rapidly. The group of leaders had already reached the first level of the see-through realm, while the rest were above the 7th level of the extraordinaire realm. This strength was considered pretty good. However, this strength was still a little too weak when compared to some empires. There was even a huge gap when compared to the Star Moon dynasty. Of course, this was under the circumstances where Wang Xian didn't make a move.
What is the deep-sea spiritual spring?
Why did Prime Minister Gue and the rest go there?
Wang Xian asked the civil officials below with a hint of curiosity on his face.
1338 items from the Dragon Palace. All of you must die. Dragon King. The deep-sea spiritual spring is a small spiritual vein discovered by the Dragon Palace. It is 600 kilometers away from the Dragon Palace. However, after we discovered it, the undersea demon beasts discovered it. Half a year ago, leader Ao Chitian was killed in a battle. It took a lot of resources to resurrect him. After that, Prime Minister Gue led all the experts of the Dragon Palace on an expedition, but they were still unable to protect the deep-sea spiritual spring. However, for the deep-sea spiritual spring, the Dragon Palace has 10% of the resources, the Sky Island Dynasty has 70%, the Electric Eel Clan has 10%, and the Harpoon Clan has 10%.
Right now, Prime Minister Gue and the others are going to the deep-sea spiritual spring to take the spiritual stones that belong to us. In addition, the Sky Island Dynasty and the One Leaf Continent Dynasty are going to propose a marriage and invite the Dragon Palace.
A day ago, Prime Minister Gue and the rest went there personally to handle the matters regarding the deep-sea spiritual spring and the Sky Island Dynasty. When the civil officials of the Dragon Palace heard Wang Xian's question, they immediately bowed and reported respectfully.
When Wang Xian heard his words, he raised his eyebrows slightly. His eyes were sparkling.
Are you saying that the deep-sea spiritual spring was discovered by the Dragon Palace first? Later, it was discovered by the other demonic beast races, the human dynasty.
His eyes flickered with a cold expression as he asked indifferently.
It was the Dragon King. The deep-sea spiritual spring was discovered by a strange demon. However, when we were preparing to mine it, it was discovered by the other demon beasts. Finally, it was discovered by the human dynasty. In the beginning, there was a competition. However, the human dynasty had a top-tier expert at the 4th level of the profound void tier. We couldn't defend it at all, so we only got 10%. However, even if it was 10%, it still brought a huge amount of resources to the Dragon Palace. The Dragon Palace's civil official nodded and reported, 10%. A cold smile appeared in Wang Xian's eyes.
Where's the deep-sea spiritual spring?
Bring me there. He stood up slowly and ordered with a twinkle in his eyes.
It's the Dragon King. I've never been there before. I'll go and call for a Wuxia.
The civil official nodded and walked out immediately. Soon, a member of the Hag clan arrived. Dragon King, I know the location of the deep-sea spiritual spring. I'll bring you there. The general of the Hag clan bowed respectfully and said to Wang Xian, Come, let's go. Wang Xian looked at Zhang Fengying. Fengying, are you strolling around here? Or are you coming with me? I'll go with you, Zhang Fengying said directly.
All right, let's go. Show me the direction. Wang Xian moved his body and transformed into a terrifying divine dragon that was 50 meters long.
He waved his arm and Zhang Fengying landed on his body.
As for Wuxia, who was at the side, he was controlled by Wang Xian's energy and was guiding the direction. He didn't dare to stand on Wang Xian's body. He wouldn't dare to do so even if he was given 10 guts.
As for Zhang Fengying, Feng Luan, and the other girls, they were naturally in a special situation. Let's go. Roar. Wang Xian let out a soft roar and a dragon's roar sounded. His huge body flew deeper into the ocean. His speed was several times faster than the demon soul. Especially in the ocean, his speed was even more terrifying. His huge body that was 50 meters long emitted a powerful dragon's might. In the surroundings, some aquatic creatures sensed Wang Xian's aura. They laid in the water from a distance of 1,000 meters and worshipped him.
With Wang Xian's current speed, he only needed about 10 minutes to cover a distance of 600 kilometers. In fact, his speed was even faster than his current speed. Dragon King, it's right in front of us. At this moment, the Wuxia that was controlled by Wang Xian's energy pointed forward respectfully and said to Wang Xian, Okay.
Wang Xian looked at a spot 3 kilometers in front of him. His body came to a stop slowly as his eyes flickered.
There was a huge underwater factory in front of him.
At this moment, The depth of the factory was about 20,000 to 30,000 meters. Even so, the factory that was similar to a base in front of him was very vast. A 1,000-meter-sized ship was floating in the middle of the sea. The entire ship was flashing with a blue luster and looked extremely mystical. At the bottom of the ship, demonic beasts of all shapes and sizes were scattered all around. There were the electric eel demonic beasts that were more than 10 meters long and were emitting lightning bolts. There were also the sea fork demonic beasts that were bloated and had forks on their heads and arms. Most of them were humans. Similarly, Wuxia also saw members of the dragon clan inside. The deep-sea spiritual spring was simply a deep-sea spiritual vein. Even if it was just a small-scale deep-sea spiritual vein, it was still priceless. It was possible to collect trillions or even tens of trillions of middle-grade spiritual stones from the deep-sea spiritual spring. This was definitely a terrifying treasure trove. If the Dragon Palace could obtain all of it, it would at least increase the strength of all the members of the Dragon Palace by 1 or 2 levels. Let's go! Wuxia's gaze swept ahead. His body moved and he reverted to his human form as he walked towards the deep-sea spiritual spring. The Wuxia immediately followed closely behind Wuxia. Zhang Fengying followed closely behind with a curious expression. They were at the bottom of the deep sea. However, the area in front of them was emitting a white glow. That was the glow emitted by the spiritual stones. Stop! Who are you? Just when Wuxia and the other two were about 1,000 meters away from the deep-sea spiritual spring, a cold voice was suddenly heard. 2 extraordinary level 8 humans appeared in front of them and glanced at Wuxia and the other two. We are from the Dragon Palace. Please let us in. The Wuxia quickly stepped forward and bowed. From the Dragon Palace? The 2 middle-aged men looked at Wuxia and Zhang Fengying. Their eyes lingered on Zhang Fengying for a few seconds. I didn't expect there to be so many beauties in your Dragon Palace. Let's go in. A lewd look flashed across the eyes of the 2 middle-aged men as they said faintly, "Thank you." The Wuxia nodded and led the way for Wuxia. Wuxia glanced at the 2 middle-aged men. His eyes were filled with indifference. "Dragon King, come over here. There are 2,000 members of our Dragon Palace who dig for spiritual stones here. After that, we will distribute the spiritual stones." The Wuxia brought Wuxia to the largest house in front of them. Wuxia looked around. Some members of the Dragon Palace looked over when they sensed the arrival of the Dragon King. He gestured to the members of the Dragon Palace to stay still and continued to walk forward. "Peng, Heaven Island Dynasty. Isn't the distribution this time a little too low? The middle-grade spirit stones dug out this month are at least 100 billion middle-grade spirit stones. Why do we only have 5 billion here?" Just as Wuxia approached, he heard an angry roar. The voice sounded familiar. It was obviously from Audiobook. "Less? How is it less? Last month, you guys also had 5 billion middle-grade spirit stones. This month, it's the same. How is it less?" "Haha, 5 billion. That's it. That's your share. Cut the crap. If you want it, then take it. If not, then get lost." A sinister voice and a maniacal laughter continued to come from within. Arrogant voices came from a huge room in front one after another, causing Wuxia to slow down his footsteps. A hint of killing intent could be seen in his eyes. "Sky Island Dynasty, don't think that just because you are in a marriage alliance with the One-Leaf Mainland Dynasty, you don't put us in your eyes." A muffled voice came from inside again. The voice was also filled with anger. "I don't think much of you. If you want it, take it. If you don't want it, our Sky Island Dynasty will help you take it." Proud voice sounded. Wuxia took a step forward and walked straight inside. He looked ahead and saw 2 old men sitting in the middle. On both sides, Ba Qi and Audiobook sat on the left. On the right, there was a 12-meter-long electric eel and a 3 to 4-meter-long, bloated harpoon demon beast. There were a few interspatial rings on the table. Dragon King, upon seeing the 3 figures that suddenly appeared at the door, Ba Qi and Audiobook were slightly stunned. Their eyes were filled with excitement as they hurriedly walked over and bowed. "Yes." Wuxia nodded his head faintly and looked at the 2 old men in the middle. "Oh, Dragon King, your name is quite big. Are you the leader of the Dragon Palace?" The 2 old men were astonished when they saw Wuxia walk in. This was the first time they had seen the leader of the Dragon Palace in the half a year they had been in contact with the Dragon Palace. How is it?
Wang Xian ignored the two old men and looked at Ba Qi and Ao Qitian indifferently.
Dragon King, our strength is still too weak.
Ba Qi's eyes flickered when he heard Wang Xian's words. As an old man who had lived for more than 1,000 years, he could naturally understand Wang Xian's meaning when he saw his expression and simple question.
In the entire Dragon Palace, even Prime Minister Gui was not as experienced as Ba Qi when it came to people's minds. Ba Qi led a group of poisonous snakes under him to specialize in developing all kinds of poisons. Wang Xian still attached great importance to this department that had yet to take shape. Poisons could be used to fight against people of a higher level. They could also kill people invisibly. It's all right. Your strength is weak. You can slowly increase it. Wang Xian shook his head slowly. This Dragon King. I'm talking to you. The two elders saw that Wang Xian was ignoring them. One of the burly elders stared at him coldly. Wang Xian turned his head and looked at the two of them. He walked to the front of the table and looked at them.
How many months has it been since the deep-sea spiritual spring was taken?
He looked at the two people from the Sky Island Empire calmly.
You must be dumbfounded, kid. You can ask your subordinates if it has been taken for a few months.
The skinny elder beside the muscular elder leaned against the chair and looked at Wang Xian coldly.
Buzz. Just as the skinny elder finished his sentence, Wang Xian waved his arm and a ray of light instantly entered his body.
The frail elder suddenly widened his eyes. His mouth was slightly open and he didn't move at all.
What? Wang Xian suddenly made his move and instantly killed the frail elder. This caused the electric eel, the harpoon, and the burly elder to be stunned. They widened their eyes and stared at the frail elder who couldn't sense any signs of life.
This was a powerhouse at level 3 of the void interpretation stage. How could this be? You! The face of the burly old man changed drastically. He stood up in horror and a shield appeared on his left arm. A weapon that looked like a harpoon appeared in his right hand. They stared at Wang Xian in horror. How many months has it been?
Wang Xian stared at the old man indifferently and asked again.
Gulp!
The burly old man looked at the calm Wang Xian and beads of cold sweat appeared on his forehead. 4 months. Only 4 months including this time.
At the side, the two level 2 see-through electric eel and harpoon demonic beasts swayed slightly and retreated backward. Their eyes were filled with terror. They killed a level 3 see-through expert with a wave of their hands. What kind of strength was this? 4 months, 100 billion a month. 4 months, 400 billion. If the compensation is 10 times that, then it will be 4 trillion.
Wang Xian mumbled, if the money is not enough, then we can only.
As he spoke, his eyes flickered. When the burly elder heard Wang Xian's words, his pupils constricted slightly, and he swallowed a mouthful of saliva.
Do you guys know that our Dragon Palace discovered this place first?
Suddenly, Wang Xian changed the topic. He raised his head and looked at the burly elder as he asked plainly. It's an item without an owner. Those who are capable will get it. The eyes of the burly elder flickered. However, if your Dragon Palace is powerful enough, in the future, when it comes to the distribution of the deep-sea spiritual spring, the Dragon Palace discovered a treasure and you guys still want to share it?
Are you courting death? Wang Xian's voice suddenly turned extremely cold. It's not easy to spit out 4 months' worth of spirit stones.
As he spoke, he waved his arm and the energy of the 5 elements annihilation was directed towards the burly old man. What do we have to discuss properly?
Seeing Wang Xian's attack, the burly old man's face was filled with shock. He quickly raised his shield and exclaimed,
Boom! However, when the 5 elements annihilation energy landed on the shield, it immediately produced a loud explosion sound.
The burly old man's face instantly revealed a look of horror. He spat out blood and widened his eyes in disbelief. He was a top-notch expert of the Heaven Island dynasty, yet he was killed so easily.
This Dragon King. Let's talk things over.
The electric eel and the harpoon demon beast were terrified when they saw Wang Xian killing 2 third-level profound void martial stage powerhouses in 2 moves.
Ba Qi Qitian. Wang Xian turned around and looked at them. Dragon King, back then, Brother Aochitian was killed by the leader of the Harpoon Demon Beast. The Electric Eel Demon Beast clan is also sinister and cunning. Now that you have returned, Dragon King, we can finally stop worrying. Ba Chi and Aochitian's eyes were filled with killing intent as they said excitedly. A few months ago, the Dragon Palace was weak. Even if they encountered a treasure land like the deep-sea spiritual spring, they would not be able to occupy it. Not only that, for some resources they had to be suppressed by the Sky Island dynasty. They had planned to lay low for a period of time and wait for the Dragon Palace's strength to reach a certain level before fighting back. They didn't expect the Dragon King to return. Furthermore, the Dragon King's strength had reached a terrifying level. It seems that many things have happened in the year since I left. Wang Xian's eyes were extremely cold. He looked at the two demonic beasts in the room and waved his arm. No, Dragon King. If you dare to kill us all, we... The two demonic beasts were horrified. They turned around and fled while roaring. Bang! Bang! However, Wang Xian waved his hand gently and the two demonic beasts fell to the ground. Kill all of them except the members of the Dragon Palace. Wang Xian walked out with a cold gaze. He looked at the group of humans and demonic beasts who were taking spiritual stones. Among them there were more than 1,000 members of the Dragon Palace. Disciples of the Dragon Palace, listen up. No one is allowed to offend the items of the Dragon Palace. Those who do, die. Give it to me, kill. Kill. A deafening sound reverberated throughout the deep-sea spiritual spring. Dragon King. It's the Dragon King's voice. The Dragon King is here, the Dragon King is here. When Wang Xian's voice rang out, some of the members of the Dragon Palace who did not see Wang Xian's arrival shuddered. Soon after, their faces revealed an excited expression. Roar, roar, the Dragon King is here. Those who dare to offend our Dragon Palace and take over our treasured land will die. A demon monkey roared with excitement, and his face instantly revealed a violent expression. Are you motherfucking Dragon Palace crazy? Are you courting death? Hurry up and dig out the spirit stones. Motherfucker, I think you don't want to live anymore. What Dragon King? Bullshit Dragon King. Around them, the humans of the Sky Island dynasty, the aquatic electric eel demon beasts, and the harpoon demon beasts saw the roar that suddenly covered the entire area, and their faces slightly changed. When they saw the excited expressions of the members of the Dragon Palace, their faces turned black and they immediately cursed. The Dragon Palace was the weakest among the four forces, and it was also an existence that was bullied by the other forces. Now, they actually dared to shout arrogantly, and they immediately cursed. Kill! However, in the next moment, what made the Sky Island dynasty, the electric eel demon beasts, and the harpoon demon beasts terrified was that the members of the Dragon Palace put down the mining shovels in their hands and directly attacked the three forces. Caught off guard, hundreds of humans and demon beasts were killed instantly. Die! Kill those bastards from the Dragon Palace. Some of the experts of the Sky Island dynasty roared angrily. Boom! However, at this moment, a terrifying force covered the entire deep-sea spiritual spring. What happened? Who dares to intrude our Sky Island dynasty's territory? When the terrifying force covered an area of 10 kilometers, the location in the sky. On the strange ship that was 1,000 meters in size, 3 insightful emptiness realm experts flew out directly. Behind them, there were more than 10 half-step insightful emptiness realm experts. Boom. However, just as they came out, Wang Xian, who was floating in the sky, waved his arm. A force of 5 elements annihilation swept towards them. Under the watchful eyes of the 5,000 to 6,000 people from the 3 major forces at the bottom of the sea, the experts who had just flown out died before they could even scream in pain under the terrifying energy. What? There are experts from the Dragon Palace? What is the Dragon Palace trying to do? They actually dare to make an enemy out of the 3 of us. You are courting death. When the top experts from the Sky Island Empire arrive, everyone from the Dragon Palace will die. How dare you offend your superiors? Furious voices came from the surroundings. Boom. Offend your superiors? Wang Xian floated in the air and stared at everyone from the other 3 forces below. His body trembled and rays of gray light shot downwards. Ah! Below him, humans and demonic beasts were dying. What? When Wang Xian's terrifying attack landed, all the humans and demonic beasts of the Tiandao dynasty, the Electric Eel tribe, and the Harpoon tribe were stunned. Dragon King, come back. Anyone who dares to offend us, kill them. Ao Qitian let out a loud roar. His body shook and he turned into a 15-meter-tall behemoth. In his ear, a huge ocean-pacifying needle appeared in his hand. He waved the ocean-pacifying needle, and a huge amount of energy directly attacked the 3 powerful human demon beasts. Kill! The other members of the Dragon Palace also shouted excitedly. The humiliation and anger that they had felt during this period of time were all vented out, and the attacks tore the enemy's bodies apart. Not good! Run! Run quickly! The human and demon beasts of the 3 forces saw their own experts being killed instantly, and the experts of the Dragon Palace massacred wantonly. All of them were terrified and fled in all directions. However, Ao Qitian would not let everyone off. With his monstrous demonic flames, he waved his ocean-pacifying divine needle. With a swing of his rod, even an expert at the 2nd level of the see-through void tier would be afraid. Ba Qi, where are Prime Minister Gui and the Dragon Queen? Wang Xian was floating in the sky as he looked down and asked Ba Qi who was beside him. Reporting to the Dragon King, today is the day of the marriage between the Tiandao Kingdom and the One-Leaf Mainland Dynasty. The Tiandao Dynasty invited our Dragon Palace over and asked all of our experts to celebrate. Prime Minister Gui and the Dragon Queen have already gone over, Ba Qi said to Wang Xian. The day of the marriage, the day of the wedding. Wang Xian's eyes sparkled. You know the place, right? Let's go over. It's the Dragon King. Ba Qi nodded. The Sky Island Dynasty is about 400 kilometers away from here and belongs to an island dynasty. The king of this dynasty has the strength of a 4th-level void interpretation. The One-Leaf Mainland Dynasty that has the marriage with him is even stronger. There is more than one 4th-level void interpretation expert among them. Ba Qi reminded Wang Xian lightly. Okay. Wang Xian nodded his head and looked down. Under Ao Qitian's personal attack, only a 2nd-level insightful void martial artist could fight against him. The rest, even if they were at the 1st-level insightful void martial artist, were no match for him. In the entire deep-sea spiritual spring, almost all the humans and demonic beasts from the 3 factions were killed. Ao Qitian, you guard this place. Ba Qi, let's go. As Wang Xian spoke, he flew directly toward the Sky Island Dynasty under Ba Qi's lead. Where are the aquatic electric eel and harpoon demonic beasts? While flying in the ocean, Wang Xian asked Ba Qi with a twinkle in his eyes. Dragon King, the marriage between the Sky Island Dynasty and the One-Leaf Continent Dynasty is very big this time. The aquatic electric eel and harpoon demonic beasts should be with the Sky Island Dynasty as well. Ba Qi replied. Oh, is that so? That's great. Wang Xian's eyes sparkled. Since they were all there, it would be easy to solve the problem. If he could not give him a satisfactory answer, Wang Xian would not let him know what regret was, what despair was. Whoosh! After flying for hundreds of kilometers, Wang Xian, Zhang Foming, and Ba Qi rushed out of the sea. Dragon King, in front of us is the kingdom of the Sky Island. There are more than 30 million people on the island. The royal family of the Sky Island is the king here. An island appeared in their line of sight. The island had an area of more than 100 kilometers. It was not very big, but it was not small either. There were many trees on the island, but there were no ferocious beasts or demonic beasts on it. The cities on the island looked magnificent. Wang Xian's eyes flickered as he flew toward the center of the island. Near the center of the island, festive flowers could be seen from afar. In the sky, colorful seabirds were flying around, making the center of the island look very beautiful. In a huge palace in the center of the island, there were at least tens of thousands of people gathered at a spacious spot in front of the hall. Among them, the Prime Minister Guan Shuqing, and they gathered in one place. In the huge banquet hall, a young man and a woman stood in the center in formal attire. The young man's face was full of pride, and he exuded a strong sense of confidence. His face was full of smiles. He was handsome and unrestrained, a favored son of heaven.
He was the crown prince of the Sky Island dynasty, the future heir to the throne of the Sky Island dynasty. The woman beside him had exquisite looks, and her formal attire made her look very beautiful. She was the princess of the One Leaf dynasty, the daughter of the king of the One Leaf dynasty. The woman stood there with a hint of pride on her face. She slightly raised her head, proudly revealing her pure white neck. On the center stage, the king of the Sky Island dynasty sat on the throne with a smile on his face. There was another seat beside him, and an old man sat on it. The old man was a peerless expert of the One Leaf Continent dynasty, with a 4th-level profound void-tier cultivation base. In order to promote the relationship between the two countries, they were engaged in a huge marriage alliance. The One Leaf Continent dynasty's king's favorite princess marrying the crown prince of the Sky Island dynasty was a very important matter for both dynasties. All the major forces of the Sky Island dynasty had arrived in the surroundings. In order to show the power of the dynasty, the Sky Island dynasty had invited all the experts of the Harpoon Demon Beast clan, the Electric Eel Demon Beast clan, and the Dragon Palace. The Dragon Palace and the 2 Demon Beast clans had to come because of the deep-sea spiritual spring. Sky Island King, your dynasty has developed so fast in the past 2 years. TSK, the 3 forces below all look extraordinary. On the stage in front, the old man from the One Leaf Continent dynasty glanced at the Dragon Palace and the 2 demonic beast races with a trace of surprise on his face. Fortunately, the 3 forces are not our subordinate forces. They just have some contact with each other. The Sky Island King laughed heartily. Half a year ago, he suddenly found a deep-sea spiritual spring. According to his estimations, he could at least take out tens of trillion middle-grade spirit stones. This was tens of trillion, and it could allow their Sky Island dynasty's strength to receive a huge increase. This was because the Sky Island dynasty had spent a lot of money in the past half a year, causing the One Leaf Continent dynasty to enter into a marriage alliance with them. He could already see that the Sky Island dynasty would become stronger and stronger in the future. Is that so? The elder beside him revealed a smile as he looked at the scene. The Skyflower clan sends their congratulatory gifts to congratulate Crown Prince Jiang and Princess One Leaf on their marriage in the future. Congratulations! Congratulatory voices sounded from below. The marriage between 2 dynasties. Even though today was only the engagement day, the customs were extremely complicated. Token exchange, gift giving, toast to guests, and so on. The engagement process was already halfway through. It was the basic etiquette for the Crown Prince and Princess One Leaf to receive gifts and toast to guests. As 2 large countries, all the customs were very grand. Beside the Crown Prince and Princess, there were the Crown Prince's siblings and the Princess siblings. The Crown Prince and the Princess walked over, and a few young men came to their side and toasted with them. The people of the Sky Island dynasty are really insatiable. Not only do they want to call us over, but they also want us to give them enough gifts to support them. In the seat of the Dragon Palace, a group of members of the Dragon Palace were sitting in an area. Guan Shuqing looked forward, pursed her lips, and said somewhat angrily, "We are not as strong as them. Xiaoxian has been away for a year, but he doesn't know how to come back." Ajia echoed angrily. "With our development speed, they will have to think twice before threatening us again." Sun Lingxiu said indifferently. As members of the Dragon Palace, each of them had the ability to fight above their level. The strongest person in the Dragon Palace was Mao Zisen. He had the strength of a level 2 void interpretation expert, but he was able to fight against a level 3 void interpretation expert. Sun Lingxiu had reached level 1 void interpretation, so he could also fight against a level 2 void interpretation expert. He was even stronger because of his physique. "When brother comes, we'll teach them a good lesson." Xiao Yu also followed them and echoed. On the entire round table, besides Guan Shuqin and Xiao Yu, only Prime Minister Gue was serving them. At this moment, Prime Minister Gue, who was listening to the Dragon Queen's conversation with a smile on his face, moved slightly, and his eyes sparkled. "Dragon Queen, Grand Princess, the Dragon King is here." A hint of excitement flashed in his eyes, and he quickly looked at the sky. "Eh?" The few girls were slightly taken aback. Soon after, they looked towards the sky excitedly.
Buzz. In the distance, Wang Xian, Zhang Fengying, and Ba Qi appeared in a flash in the sky and arrived at the location of the people from the Dragon Palace. With his speed and concealment, the king of the Sky Island Empire and the old man from the One-Leaf Mainland Empire on the stage did not sense anyone suddenly flashing over. Dragon King. Prime Minister Gue stood up immediately. The surrounding members of the Dragon Palace also wanted to kneel down. Wang Xian waved his hand and gestured for them to sit down. Brother. Xiao Xian. A few girls looked excited. Xiao Yu stood up happily.
This was the longest time that Wang Xian had left them. They had not seen each other for an entire year. The girls missed him dearly.
Humph. No wonder he didn't come back for a year. However, their faces turned dark when they saw Zhang Fengying beside Wang Xian. The happy expression on their faces disappeared instantly. With a snort, they sat there without moving. This must be Miss Fengying. Have a seat.
Sun Lingxiu was the kind of girl who was indifferent towards the Saint Mother. She looked at Zhang Fengying with a smile and invited her.
Miss Fengying, come, sit beside me. Guan Shuqing squeezed out a smile and gestured to the seat beside her. The few girls knew about Zhang Fengying. Because of Wang Xian, her entire family was wiped out. They also knew about this matter. They knew that Wang Xian had always felt extremely guilty towards her.
They had no ill intentions towards Zhang Fengying.
However, this did not mean that they would allow Wang Xian to continue floating like this. Zhang Fengying nodded her head faintly and sat beside Guan Shuqing. Dragon King, please take a seat. Prime Minister Gue stood up respectfully and said hurriedly. There's no need. Just let him stand by the side. Guan Shuqing glanced at Wang Xian and said faintly. There's no room for him to sit. Prime Minister Gue, you can just sit down. Ajaya, Tang Yinxian, and the rest looked at Prime Minister Gue and said. Prime Minister Gue revealed an embarrassed smile. He looked at Wang Xian and lowered his head without saying a word. Although the Dragon King was revered, this was after all a family matter of the Dragon King. With the attitude of the Dragon Queens, he didn't dare to say a word. Wang Xian stood there and touched his nose speechlessly. The corner of his mouth twitched when he saw Guan Shuqing and the other girls sitting there and eating their food angrily.
He had no relationship with Zhang Fengying at the moment. Although he had decided to take care of her in his heart, there was no result yet.
However, he couldn't explain it clearly even if he had a mouth. Although he was extremely powerful now, what was the use of him in front of his wives? Furthermore, it was obvious that his wives were dissatisfied with him. Perverted and mature. I've been away for quite some time this time and my cultivation base has improved a lot. Oh right. I've brought some gifts for you guys this time. Wang Xian stood at the side and transformed into a dog-licking dog. He took out the hairpins and rings that he had refined. All of them were items of the second level of the see-through realm. They emitted powerful spiritual energy and were worth a lot.
There were a total of 6 of them. Even Xiao Yu had prepared them.
Wow, thank you, brother. Xiao Yu stood up and took them. She winked at him and sat down immediately after taking them.
Wang Xian smiled and walked to Guan Shuqing and the rest. He handed them gifts one by one.
After all, it was impossible for a man to not be angry when he brought a girl back a year after he left. Don't think that this little thing can bribe us. The few girls snorted softly and looked at it in their hands. Their eyes were filled with satisfaction. However, they still didn't let him sit down. Wang Xian stood behind the few girls and massaged their shoulders and backs. Women naturally had to be pampered. Everyone from the Dragon Palace, Crown Prince Jiang and Princess Yi are here to toast. Prepare the congratulatory gifts.
At this moment, a voice came from the front.
Wang Xian raised his eyebrows and looked ahead. An old man from the Tiandao dynasty was hinting at them. Behind them, Crown Prince Jiang, Princess Yi, and 4 or 5 young men and women were walking over. Ha! Everyone from the Dragon Palace. Thank you for being able to attend my engagement banquet. The arrogant Prince Jiang held a wine glass in his hand and held Princess Yi's hand as he walked over with a loud laugh. Prince Jiang, congratulations. Prime Minister Gue stood up and picked up the wine glass with a smile on his face. He gestured to the back. Bring the congratulatory gift. A golden swordfish walked over with a gift box in his hand.
Wang Xian was slightly silent when he saw the scene. The strong preyed on the weak. This was the natural law.
The dragon clan had a noble bloodline. However, before they could grow up, they still had to keep a low profile and lay low.
Prime Minister Gui's actions were not wrong.
He, thank you. Princess Yi raised her wine glass indifferently and took a sip. Her gaze swept across Guan Shuqing, Sun Lingxiu, and the others. A hint of surprise flashed across her eyes.
I didn't expect there to be so many beauties in the Dragon Palace. Come here, let us toast to you.
Behind Crown Prince Jiang, the few princes of the Sky Island dynasty looked at Guan Shuqing and the other girls with glowing eyes. They stared at them and said fervently, "Sorry, we can't handle alcohol. Prime Minister Gui, please treat us to a drink." Guan Shuqing saw the gazes of the few princes of the Sky Island dynasty. She frowned slightly and rejected them flatly.
Wang Xian stood at the side. A hint of coldness flashed across his eyes.
A congratulatory gift. The spiritual stones from the deep-sea spiritual spring.
Next, Wang Xian wanted to make them spit out 10 times more. Guys, you don't have to be so rude, right?
One of the princes saw that Guan Shuqing and the rest rejected him directly. His expression was a little ugly as he narrowed his eyes slightly.
Tianfeng, what a beautiful hairpin and ring.
At this moment, Princess Yi's gaze suddenly landed on the hairpins and rings in the hands of the girls. Her eyes were filled with love as she grabbed Prince Zhang's arm excitedly. Oh, hairpin rings. Jiang Tianfeng's gaze landed on the hairpins and rings in Guan Shuqing and the others' hands. This beauty. Can you part with your hairpin and ring and give it to me? He asked Sun Lingxiu, who was the closest to him.
Gift?
Sun Lingxiu's eyes flashed coldly. This is a weapon at the second level of the void interpretation stage. Contains a protective formation. Prince Jiang, our Dragon Palace's gift is over there.
Sun Lingxiu was a little angry. Not to mention that the hairpin and ring were expensive weapons at the second level of the void interpretation stage.
Just because Wang Xian gave it to her, it was impossible for her to give it to anyone else. Give it to him? What a joke.
Ha! Sun Lingxiu's words made Prince Zhang's face turn slightly ugly.
Tianfeng, this hairpin and ring are too beautiful. I want it. Princess One Leaf leaned on Jiang Tianfeng's body and said coquettishly.
All right. Don't worry. As long as you want it, even if it's the stars in the sky, I will take it off for you. Jiang Tianfeng looked at Princess Yi with a smile and said dotingly. After saying that, he raised his head and looked at Sun Lingxiu, Prime Minister Gui, and the others. We don't want your wedding gift. Just take the hairpin and ring as a wedding gift. Do you have any objections?
Jiang Tianfeng, raised his head slightly as he said that. Although he was talking about a discussion, his domineering attitude seemed as if he was giving an order. Today, he was engaged to the princess of the One-Leaf Continent dynasty, and all the people who came were weaker than them. He naturally knew that the Dragon Palace was not weak, but the Sky Island dynasty did not take them seriously.
As the future king of the dynasty, as long as the other party did not seek death, they would definitely not refuse.
You.
Jiang Tianfeng's words made Sun Xiuling frown, and her expression was a little ugly.
Guan Shuqing and the other girls' expressions turned cold instantly. This is still overbearing. A congratulatory gift.
Wang Xian stood at the back. A hint of killing intent flashed in his eyes as he stared at them indifferently.
Since he had brought Zhang Fengying to make Shuqing and the other girls unhappy, Wang Xian naturally had to make his wives happy first. He was originally waiting to discuss the compensation issue after he had made his wives happy. He didn't expect the crown prince of the Sky Island dynasty to be so arrogant and overbearing. Furthermore, the looks of those princes made Wang Xian slightly unhappy.
You are a servant of the Dragon Palace. You don't have the right to speak here. Shut up.
When the old man of the Sky Island dynasty heard Wang Xian's slightly mocking tone, his gaze turned cold as he glared at him and berated him.
The old man's words caused Prime Minister Gui and the members of the Dragon Palace behind him to turn stiff. A servant?
How dare he call the Dragon King a servant? The faces of everyone in the Dragon Palace turned cold as a solemn atmosphere was formed instantly. When Wang Xian heard the old man's words, he smiled faintly instead. Indeed, he did look like a servant when he stood behind Shu Qing and the rest. However, his smile turned cold slowly. Allow me to introduce myself. My name is Wang Xian, the master of the Dragon Palace. Wang Xian stood there and spoke indifferently. Prime Minister Gue, Guan Shuqing, Xiaoyu, and the rest of the girls slowly walked to his left, right, and behind him. In the face of major events, Wang Xian was the most important. Ao Jian, Ao Qi, Ao Xia, Ao Yasha, and the rest of the members of the Dragon Palace came directly behind Wang Xian. I left the Dragon Palace for a year. I didn't expect so many things to happen in a year's time. Next, my Dragon Palace would like to talk to you about the deep sea spiritual spring and the congratulatory gifts. Allow me to introduce myself. My name is Wang Xian, the leader of the Dragon Palace. I have been away from the Dragon Palace for a year. I didn't expect so many things to happen in a year's time. Next, I want to talk to you about the deep sea spiritual spring and the congratulatory gifts. Wang Xian stood there and glanced at the Crown Prince, Princess Yi, and the rest with a calm expression. The 500 to 600 members of the Dragon Palace stood behind Wang Xian and stared coldly at the people from the Heaven Island Empire and the One Leaf Continent Empire. What is the Dragon Palace trying to do? What are you trying to do on the day of the engagement between the Crown Prince and the Princess? Are you looking for death? Scram back to your seats. The old man at the side saw that everyone from the Dragon Palace had stood up and stood behind Wang Xian. When he heard his words, his expression changed slightly and he shouted with a cold gaze. What's wrong? What happened over there? That's the people from the Dragon Palace. What are they trying to do? As Crown Prince Jiang and Princess Yi came over to toast, many people were paying attention to this place. When they saw the situation over here, everyone looked over. Why are all the people from the Dragon Palace standing together? Are they trying to cause trouble? A bunch of damn fellows. What are they trying to do? Are they tired of living? The cold voices continued to ring out. The customers around them slowly stood up with cold expressions in their eyes. Those present were basically all the family forces in the Sky Island dynasty. An external force dared to cause trouble at the engagement ceremony between the Crown Prince and the Princess of the One Leaf Continent dynasty. This was an offense to all the forces of the Sky Island dynasty. What happened over there? On the stage in front, the old man of the One Leaf Continent dynasty looked over and frowned slightly. Nothing should happen. The king of the Sky Island dynasty raised his eyebrows, glanced over, and shook his head faintly. He understood the power of the Dragon Palace. Back then, the fact that the Sky Island Empire was able to seize the deep-sea spiritual spring was enough to tell that there was a huge gap between them and the Sky Island Empire. It was even worse than the other two demonic beast races. If they weren't worried that they would leak the information about the deep-sea spiritual spring, the Dragon Palace wouldn't even be able to get 10% of the spiritual stones. The elder from the Yi Continent Empire nodded his head faintly. Are you courting death? Wang Xian heard the arrogant threat from the old man and revealed a smile. So, I wanted to talk to you guys properly. Since you guys insist on talking after the death of someone, then I shall fulfill your wish. As he spoke, he pointed with his arm. A ball containing the destructive aura of the 5 elements instantly attacked the old man. What? You actually dare to attack? Wang Xian didn't make his move very quickly, so everyone could see it clearly. Everyone around was slightly shocked. Even Prince Jiang and Princess Yi were also stunned. This fellow actually dared to make a move at their engagement venue? Who gave them the courage? You're courting death. The old man's expression changed slightly. He waved his arm and a scepter instantly appeared in his hand, blocking the attack in front of him. However, when the old man's shield was formed, the destructive power of the 5 elements directly landed on the shield formed by him. Bang! At the moment of contact, a terrifying explosion immediately erupted. What? The old man's expression changed instantly. His pupils constricted slightly and his face was filled with fear. Bang! The explosion did not have a large area. However, this dull explosion was something that no one had expected. Ah!
At this moment, a terrified roar came from Princess One Leaf. She looked at the wine cup in her hand in horror. There was a piece of flesh there. She felt that her face was a little sticky. Flesh and blood. The old man's body completely exploded. At her engagement banquet with Crown Prince Jiang, it was filled with blood. What? Protect the emperor. Everyone was completely stunned. The young man from the Dragon Palace suddenly attacked, and the Heavenly Island Dynasty's elder at the first rank of the insightful Void Realm, whose body was directly blown to pieces. There was bloody flesh everywhere, and the tens of thousands of people around were shocked. Kill them! How dare you! How dare you! The experts of the Heavenly Island Dynasty instantly appeared in front of Crown Prince Jiang and Princess One Leaf, and their eyes were filled with killing intent. Boom! At the center of the reception, the king of the Sky Island Empire instantly stood up, his terrifying aura directly soaring into the sky. His expression was incomparably gloomy. He had just told the One Leaf Continent Empire that nothing would happen. In the end, in an instant, an expert of the Sky Island Empire was directly killed, and Princess One Leaf was even frightened. A slap to the face, a blatant slap to the face. An old man from the Yi Continent Empire standing by the side also instantly stood up, his expression slightly awkward. Elder One Leaf King, I will give you an explanation for this matter. His face was filled with dense killing intent as he spoke coldly, slowly walking down the field. With every step he took, the killing intent on his body became more serious. The elder from the One Leaf Continent Empire had a dark expression as he looked at the Sky Island King, standing on the spot and looking down at the front. Now, can we talk about the deep-sea spiritual spring and the congratulatory gifts? Wang Xian looked at the tens of thousands of people from the Sky Island Dynasty surrounding them. The dozens of insightful Emptiness Realm experts in front were staring at them with murderous intent. There was still a faint smile on their faces. Deep-sea spiritual spring? Today is Prince Jiang's big day. Trash from the Dragon Palace, I think you all want to die. Since you dare to make a move, I, the Water Electric Eel Clan, will destroy you on behalf of the Sky Island Dynasty. At this time, before the people of the Sky Island Dynasty could make a move, the leader of the Water Electric Eel Demon Beast Clan on the left side of the Dragon Palace moved. He swayed his huge body and flew to the front of the Dragon Palace in an instant. He spat out a blood-red tongue. Lightning surrounded his body, and his ferocious face looked abnormally terrifying. When his strength reached a certain level, there would be people who would make a move to curry favor with him without the help of the Sky Island Dynasty. This was the case for the leader of the Electric Eel Tribe. Anyone who dares to offend the Sky Island Empire will die. The lightning on its body exploded. A bolt of lightning that was 3 meters thick charged straight at Wang Xian. Since you want to die before it's your turn, I shall grant your wish. Wang Xian's eyes were extremely cold when he saw the leader of the Electric Eel charging at him. With a wave of his arm, a gray energy that covered an area of 1,000 meters swept over. Buzz. The lightning was covered by the gray energy and disappeared instantly. It was filled with the energy of death and destruction as it charged towards the leader of the Electric Water Eel. Not good. The expression of the leader of the Electric Water Eel changed drastically. He opened his ferocious mouth and bolts of lightning struck out. Every scale on his body was flashing with lightning, forming a lightning prison around him. In front of the palace of the Sky Island Dynasty, the sudden outbreak of the battle shocked everyone. The terrifying lightning covered an area of 1,000 meters. The entire area was completely covered by the lightning. Everyone from the Sky Island Dynasty quickly retreated to the surroundings. Buzz. At this moment, the gray energy released by Wang Xian directly met the lightning prison released by the leader of the Electric Eel. It was a terrifying energy and a violent energy. When the two types of energy collided, a scene that stunned everyone appeared. The gray energy easily engulfed the thunder hell and attacked the leader of the Electric Eel without slowing down. At the same time, the gray area covered the entire Electric Eel tribe. Oh no, no, no. What kind of energy is this? The leader of the Electric Water Eel trembled slightly when he saw his energy being destroyed. A hint of fear appeared in his eyes. You puny Electric Water Eel tribe are courting death. Wang Xian stood there and stared coldly at the 400 to 500 beasts of the Electric Water Eel tribe. His body trembled. The grayish energy covered the aquatic electric eel monsters at an even more terrifying speed. What? Oh no! The leader couldn't resist it. Run! Looking at the grayish energy that was right in front of them, the leader of the aquatic electric eel shook his body in fear, wanting to escape into the distance. However, even though the leader of the aquatic electric eel was covered in lightning, his entire body was completely frozen when the grayish energy swept past him. It was as if the river of history had directly pulled him into it. The corpse of the leader of the electric eel fell to the ground, and the gray energy once again swept towards the electric eel demon beast clan. No! The electric eel demon beasts saw their leader being killed in an instant, and they let out terrified roars. Even their leader could not withstand the attack. How could they possibly withstand it? Obviously, they couldn't. Screams of terror rang out in the banquet hall where the Sky Island dynasty and the One-Leaf Continent dynasty were getting married. How? How is this possible? The Water Electric Eel Demon Beast clan has close to 20 insightful Void Realm experts, and their leader is a level 3 insightful Void Realm expert. This is instant kill. His strength is comparable to our king. Since when did the Dragon Palace have such a terrifying expert? When the surrounding people saw this scene, their faces were filled with shock. Prince Jiang and Princess Yi sucked in a breath of cold air, and their bodies couldn't help but take a few steps back. One move to kill an expert of their Sky Island dynasty. One move to exterminate the entire aquatic electric eel demon beast clan. How terrifying. The king of the Sky Island Empire, who was walking over with murderous intent, froze when he saw this terrifying scene. The murderous intent on his body slowly dissipated. He widened his eyes and stared at Wuxia in shock. He knew that he couldn't destroy the entire tribe of the electric eel demon beasts with one move. Hiss, too strong. The tens of thousands of people surrounding Wuxia and the rest couldn't help but suck in a breath of cold air. Their faces slowly turned ugly. Looking at the pile of corpses, no one from the Heaven Island Empire had expected that someone would dare to cause trouble on this day. The strength of the other party had also exceeded everyone's expectations. This master of the Dragon Palace, isn't it not a good idea to make a move at my son's engagement banquet with the One-Leaf Continent Empire? Behind them, the king of the Heaven Island Empire took a deep breath. He stared at Wuxia coldly and said with a gloomy face, "The other party dared to kill them here at this moment." This meant that he was looking down on the entire Sky Island Empire. Even if the leader of the Dragon Palace was not weaker than him, he could not lose face. Furthermore, there was another powerhouse who was on the same level as him behind him. He was not afraid of 2 against 1. Even so, his tone was much weaker when faced with a powerhouse who was likely to be on the same level as him. Only those who are courting death will come out and have a conversation with us. Wuxia looked at the king of the Sky Island Empire slowly and revealed a faint smile on his face. Looking at Wuxia's calm and composed appearance, the king of the Sky Island frowned slightly. People without strength would definitely not be so calm. We can have a conversation anytime. At this moment, the people from the Dragon Palace are not giving face to our Sky Island Empire. The king of the Heaven Island stared at Wuxia coldly. The two of them were about 500 meters away from each other. Everyone in the surroundings watched the conversation between the two powerhouses. No one dared to speak. Other than their voices, there was no other noise. Even their breathing was much weaker. I wanted to wait, but your son and some people from the Heaven Island Empire are courting death. I can only not give you face. Wuxia looked at him and replied indifferently. When the king of the Sky Island Empire heard Wuxia's contemptuous words, his expression turned uglier and uglier. Master of the Dragon Palace, speak your mind, he said coldly with a gloomy face. If not for the powerful strength that Wuxia had displayed, he would have already made his move. Then I shall speak my mind. Wuxia smiled and took 2 steps forward slowly. He swept his gaze across the corpses on the ground and then looked at the Sea Fork demonic beasts on their right. When the Sea Fork demonic beasts saw Wuxia's gaze, their eyes were filled with fear. Half a year ago, my Dragon Palace discovered a deep-sea spiritual spring at the bottom of the sea. After that, you guys found it and forcefully seized 70% of it. I'm here to discuss compensation. Wang Xian looked at the king of the Sky Island dynasty and said calmly. He did not hide anything about the deep-sea spiritual spring.
Deep-sea spiritual spring? When Wang Xian's voice rang out, a glint flashed across the eyes of the old man from the mainland dynasty, who was standing in the middle of the stage.
No wonder the Sky Island dynasty suddenly took out a huge amount of spiritual stones recently. The entire dynasty's strength has been greatly enhanced. So it's the deep-sea spiritual spring.
He murmured with a burning look in his eyes. The deep-sea spiritual spring was a huge fortune even if it was a small one. Compensation? Master of the Dragon Palace, spiritual artifacts and treasures. Those who are powerful will get them. You were weak in the beginning. We can redistribute the benefits in the future. The king of the Sky Island glanced at everyone in the Dragon Palace with a gloomy face. Haha, I'm not here to discuss compensation for you. I'm here to give you a choice. For the period of 4 months, you will have to pay 100 billion middle-grade spiritual stones every month. 4 months is equivalent to 400 billion middle-grade spiritual stones. Now, with 10 times the compensation, the matter of your Sky Island empire taking out 4 trillion middle-grade spiritual stones is considered to be over.
Otherwise, there is only one other option.
Wang Xian stared at them and announced calmly. What? Crazy. Is he fucking crazy?
He actually wants our Sky Island dynasty to compensate him with 4 trillion middle-grade spirit stones.
Is he here to cause trouble? 10 times the compensation?
Who does he think he is?
Deep-sea spirit spring? I didn't expect the royal family to actually find a deep-sea spirit spring. No wonder our Lord City Lord's cultivation base directly broke through after entering the palace.
He dares to ask for 10 times the compensation from our Sky Island empire. Is he trying to start a war with our Sky Island empire? In the surroundings, the expressions of the experts and forces of the Sky Island empire instantly turned gloomy when they heard Wang Xian's words. They stared at Wang Xian with some anger.
The expression of the king of Sky Island changed drastically when he heard Wang Xian's words. Killing intent slowly appeared in his eyes. Master of the Dragon Palace, you are here to cause trouble, right? His eyes were filled with a bone-chilling coldness as he stared at Wang Xian. Deep-sea spiritual spring? King of Sky Island, I didn't expect you guys to obtain a deep-sea spiritual spring. You guys are really lucky. At this moment, the old man from the One-Leaf Mainland dynasty on the stage moved and flew over. He stared at the king of Sky Island with a smile on his face.
I'm just lucky.
The Sky Island king's heart sank when he saw the old man staring at him with fervent eyes, and he squeezed out a smile. Haha, it's not just lucky. It's a blessing from the heavens. Sky Island king, can our two families mine the deep-sea spiritual spring in the future? With our combined strength, no one can touch it.
Today, our One-Leaf Continent dynasty and the Sky Island dynasty are going to marry. Why don't we cooperate more deeply and get closer?
The old man from the One-Leaf Mainland dynasty looked at the Sky Island king with a smile and said with a smile. The Sky Island king looked at the old man and his expression changed slightly. He pondered for a moment and nodded. All right, in the future, our Sky Island dynasty and the One-Leaf Mainland dynasty will mine the deep-sea spiritual spring together.
However, some people might not agree.
As he spoke, he looked at Wang Xian slowly with an extremely cold gaze. Haha, king of the Sky Island, I'm not saying this, but with our two empires working together, no one within a radius of a few thousand kilometers is our match. No one dares to touch our treasures. The elder from the One-Leaf Continent Empire said with confidence and dominance. All right. The king of the Sky Island clenched his fists slightly. His eyes shone brightly. With the appearance of Wang Xian, the spiritual stones in the deep-sea spiritual spring would definitely be redistributed in the future. Currently, they only took up 70%. If they were to form an alliance with the One-Leaf Mainland dynasty, they would lose 20% at most.
Moreover, this could deepen the relationship between the two countries. Why not?
As for the leader of the Dragon Palace in front of them, the king of the Sky Island would be afraid of him. However, with the One-Leaf Mainland dynasty joining forces, it was just as the old man had said. They had nothing to fear within a radius of thousands of kilometers. It seems like you guys are going to choose the second one. Wang Xian saw that the king of the Sky Island dynasty did not put him in their eyes at all. He even reached an agreement with the One-Leaf Mainland dynasty. A faint sneer appeared on Wang Xian's face. Haha, choose? Then I will give you two choices as well. First, get out of here immediately and withdraw all your subordinates from the deep-sea spiritual spring. Second, our Sky Island dynasty will join forces with the One-Leaf Mainland dynasty to wipe out all the forces that dare to touch the deep-sea spiritual spring. The king of Sky Island stared at Wang Xian with a strong expression as he spoke with a cold gaze. The king of Sky Island's words caused the expressions of all the harpoon demon beasts to change drastically. They looked extremely embarrassed. However, facing the alliance of the Sky Island dynasty and the One-Leaf Mainland dynasty, they were completely helpless. HMH, this bunch of darned fellows. They actually stained my body with blood. It's all right, it's all right. If this fellow doesn't know what's good for him, my father will teach him a lesson. Princess Yi and Prince Jiang glanced at Wang Xian and the rest with cold expressions. Their eyes were filled with killing intent. Haha, all right. I like these two choices. Coincidentally, the second choice I gave you is the same. At this moment, Wang Xian laughed out loud when he heard the king of the Sky Island's domineering words. Boom. Anyone who dares to offend the Dragon Palace shall die. I declare that the Sky Island dynasty shall be destroyed. The One-Leaf Mainland dynasty shall be destroyed. Kill. A voice filled with dignity and anger rang out. When the Sky Island dynasty and the One-Leaf Mainland dynasty were about to join forces arrogantly, Wang Xian had already sentenced them to death. A terrifying aura was emitted from Wang Xian's body. The 5 elements grinding mill instantly flew out from his body. Roar. Just as Wang Xian finished his sentence, a dragon's roar came from his mouth. Transform into a dragon. Everything happened in an instant. Wang Xian transformed into a terrifying divine dragon that was 50 meters in size. The 5 elements millstone transformed into a huge object with a radius of 2 kilometers. A terrifying pressure was directed downwards. In an instant, the sky seemed to be taken over by Wang Xian and was under his control. Stupefied. Everyone around was stupefied. Including the king of the Sky Island and the elder from the One-Leaf Mainland dynasty, their bodies began to tremble when they felt the terrifying pressure in the sky. This, how is this possible? Oh my God! What kind of creature is this? How did the master of the Dragon Palace turn into such a terrifying existence? This terrifying pressure is definitely not something that a 4th-level profound void martial artist can release. Below them, everyone from the Sky Island Empire had terrified expressions on their faces. They raised their heads to look at the 50-meter-tall creature and the huge millstone that covered them, their bodies trembling. You are all guilty. Floating in the sky, looking at the terrified expressions on everyone's faces, the dragon's eyes were extremely cold. An even more terrifying pressure covered the ground below. Plop! What a terrifying pressure, I can't hold on anymore. Plop, plop, plop. With a sentence of "you're all guilty," some of the people below, whose strength had not reached the profound void tier, felt as if the sky had collapsed. They could not help but directly kneel on the ground. This is impossible. Hee. Crown Prince Jiang and Princess Yi knelt on the ground with trembling bodies. They raised their heads and looked at the creature that seemed to have descended from the legends. They were extremely shocked. 5th level of the insightful void tier. It is definitely 5th level of the insightful void tier. No. The king of the Sky Island Empire felt the terrifying power coming from Wang Xian. His face was filled with cold sweat. He looked at Wang Xian's cold dragon eyes and his heart trembled. Die! At this moment, Wang Xian waved his dragon claw in the sky and a gray dragon claw attacked the king of the Sky Island. No! Let's have a good talk. We, the Sky Island Empire, are willing to submit. Seeing the gray dragon claw, the king of the Sky Island fled into the distance with a face full of fear. He shouted in horror. Buzz. However, Wang Xian did not hold back at all. The dragon claw that contained destruction and explosion clawed at the king of the Sky Island. With his strength of the 4th level of the see-through void tier, he had no ability to resist. Boom. No. An explosion sounded in front of the palace of the Sky Island dynasty. The king of the Sky Island screamed in horror. After the explosion ended, a corpse fell into a 3-meter deep pit. It lay there quietly, not moving at all. Everyone looked at the corpse. The screams from earlier echoed in their minds. The king was dead. Their king was dead. He was killed in one move. Looking at Wang Xian, who was floating in the air hundreds of meters above them, he looked down at them like a king.
Everyone had a feeling of insignificance. From today onwards, there will be no more Sky Island Empire. Wang Xian stared at the ground below. The 5 elements millstones started to spin slowly and beams of terrifying light shot downwards.
Boom, boom, boom. No, no, don't kill us. Our Sky Island Empire is willing to submit.
Master of the Dragon Palace, we were wrong. Don't attack, don't attack. It has nothing to do with us. It's the decision of the royal family of the Sky Island Empire. It has nothing to do with us.
When everyone felt that Wang Xian's attack was about to land, the tens of thousands of people below had completely collapsed. They were all powerful factions in the Sky Island Empire. However, when they saw their king being killed in an instant, they were all extremely terrified. The other party had announced that he wanted to destroy the Sky Island Empire. With his terrifying strength, it was a piece of cake. Terrified pleas for mercy came from below. Wang Xian's eyes did not have the slightest fluctuation. War was cruel. The strong preyed on the weak. Just as the king of the Sky Island Empire and the elder of the One-Leaf Continent Empire had said, if they worked together, any force that dared to lay their hands on the deep-sea spiritual spring would be annihilated. Wang Xian did not show any mercy either. If he was not strong, then he would be the one to die. Boom! A wave of attacks landed and thousands of people died instantly. They were completely powerless to resist.
Master of the Dragon Palace, let's talk this out. Our One-Leaf Continent Empire is willing to withdraw from the competition for the deep-sea spiritual spring. We will definitely not participate in it. Please don't kill us.
The old man from the One-Leaf Continent Empire shouted loudly as he looked at Wang Xian, who was as mighty as a god. His face was filled with despair. He was terrified, trembling, and in despair.
He would never have thought that there was a terrifying existence at the 5th level of the see-through void tier in this region.
5th level of the see-through void tier. This was the 5th level of the see-through void tier. After I destroy the Heaven Island Empire, I will go and destroy your One-Leaf Continent Empire. Wang Xian said with a cold look in his eyes. He would have to pay a heavy price for all his offenses. No, no.
The old man's eyes were filled with fear. He roared and stared at Wang Xian, wanting to beg for mercy. Disciples of the Dragon Palace, listen up. Destroy the Heaven Island dynasty. If they dare to take over our resources, they will compensate us with the entire dynasty.
Wang Xian shouted softly and ordered the members of the Dragon Palace. It's the Dragon King. Anyone who dares to offend us will die.
The members of the Dragon Palace looked at their invincible Dragon King with excitement on their faces as they roared loudly. Attack!
Even Prime Minister Gue roared loudly with a face full of emotions. The Dragon Palace had been enduring for a very long time over the past few months. Initially, they were prepared to fight back when the experts of the Dragon Palace achieved a breakthrough. Now that the Dragon King had returned, he had invincible power. Destroy the Sky Island dynasty. The members of the Dragon Palace roared and gave off violent auras. Bring them here. Prime Minister Gue stared coldly at Prince Jiang, Princess Yi, and the princes behind them. Then, he ordered the members of the Dragon Palace behind him. Yes, Prime Minister Gue. The dozen or so golden swordfish moved and stared at Crown Prince Jiang, Princess Yi, and the other princes of the Sky Island dynasty with murderous intent.
They moved and attacked with their swords. Oh no, run! Run, run! At this moment, Crown Prince Jiang, Princess Yi, and the other princes and princesses beside them were no longer as high and mighty as before.
They were no longer as arrogant and despotic as before. Great-grandfather, save me, save me.
Princess One Leaf looked at the golden swordfish that was attacking them and yelled at the old man beside her in fear. The old man from the One Leaf Continent dynasty turned his head and looked over with an ugly expression. He opened his mouth.
Pay for your ignorance. At this moment, The voice of judgment came from the sky. The old man's body trembled and his eyes were filled with despair. Today was the day of the marriage between the two countries. It was a joyous day, especially after learning about the deep-sea spiritual spring. His heart was filled with excitement.
This was an opportunity. If he seized this opportunity, he would be able to bring a huge amount of resources to the One-Leaf Continent dynasty.
However, what he didn't expect was that what he brought wasn't an opportunity, but destruction. Wang.
A terrifying energy swept over. He could sense that all the void interpretation realm experts from the Sky Island Empire had died under this attack.
They didn't have the ability to resist at all. They didn't have the ability to resist at all. The Lord of the Dragon Palace in the sky didn't hold back either.
Boom. Boom.
Boom.
He could feel the terrifying energy destroying his body. He widened his eyes and wanted to resist.
However, that chaotic energy was filled with destruction.
Is a powerhouse at level 5 of the see-through realm really that strong?
He widened his eyes and stared at Wang Xian's huge body. No, great-grandpa, great-grandpa. At the side, when Princess Yi saw her great-grandpa, a powerhouse at level 4 of the see-through realm, being killed, she shouted in horror. Pong! Pong, pong, pong.
At this moment, a bone-piercing sword light landed on their bodies.
Princess One Leaf, Crown Prince Jiang, and 4 or 5 other princes were knocked down by the powerful force. They raised their heads in fear and looked at the 7 or 8 figures in front of them. 7 girls, 1 Prime Minister turtle with a turtle shell.
Offending the Dragon Empress, do you think your status is very honorable?
Prime Minister Gue stared coldly at the One-Leaf Princess, Prince Jiang, and the other princes. We were wrong. We were wrong. Please let us go. Please. At this moment, Prince Jiang and the others looked at all of them in fear and shouted in fear.
How can you offend the Dragon Queen?
Cut her into pieces.
Prime Minister Gue judged harshly.
The Dragon King didn't need to deal with matters that offended the Dragon Queen. As the head butler of the Dragon Palace, he would punish this group of damnable things ruthlessly.
Prime Minister Gue's words caused Prince Jiang, Princess Ye, and the other princes' faces to be filled with fear. Especially those princes who were staring at Guan Shuqing fervently and Princess Ye who wanted hairpins and rings, their bodies trembled violently.
If can regret, they absolutely dare not be so insolent.
Ah!
Kill me! Kill me!
Please don't kill me, spare my life.
In the palace of the Sky Island dynasty, screams could be heard. Desperate screams and terrified pleas for mercy. Prince Jiang, Princess One Leaf, and the other princes begged for mercy in fear.
Prime Minister Gue didn't hesitate at all. As the general manager of a force that wanted to dominate the universe, he had no mercy.
There were only enemies and his own people. Crown Prince Jiang, Princess Yi, and the other princes were bound to be cruelly punished for their rudeness to the Dragon Queen.
Streaks of sword light landed on their bodies, making them truly experience the pain of being cut into 1,000 pieces.
Give them a taste of pain. Sun Lingxiu looked at the despairing pain and misery of the group and turned her face to the side. It's the Dragon Queen.
The golden swordfish immediately waved their swords and cut them off. Leader Mu Zixin lead the Heavenly Eye Arrow Division to sweep the other cities of the Sky Island dynasty. Bring all the valuable things here. Kill anyone who dares to resist.
Leader Ao Jian, lead the Golden Swordfish to contact the strange demons hiding around the Sky Island dynasty. Follow Leader Mu Zixin and sweep the entire Sky Island dynasty. Prime Minister Gue stood there and ordered the members of the Dragon Palace one by one as he watched the top experts of the Sky Island dynasty being killed by the Dragon King. The Dragon Palace combat divisions immediately attacked the Sky Island dynasty. Back then, the Sky Island dynasty relied on its powerful strength to suppress the Dragon Palace and seize the deep-sea spiritual spring. Now that the Dragon Palace was powerful, it could return the favor tenfold. As a dynasty, it possessed a huge amount of wealth. They would destroy all the powerhouses of the Sky Island dynasty and seize the wealth of the entire dynasty. Disciples of the Heaven's Eye Arrow Division, follow me. Golden Swordfish Tribe, follow me. The leaders of the Dragon Palace led their clansmen and subordinates and spread out in all directions. Wang Xian floated in the sky and watched the operation of the entire Dragon Palace quietly. Today, it could be considered a large-scale battle. Although it was all dependent on his invincible forces, it was still a battle for the entire Dragon Palace. For such a race battle, the battle between the countries was just the beginning. In the future, it would be the real battle. Wang Xian's figure moved and transformed into a human form. His gaze retreated downwards. At the beginning, there were still soldiers who rushed over to protect the emperor. However, as time passed, some of the soldiers and maids in the palace had already vaguely guessed what was happening here. One by one, they fled frantically outside. The members of the Dragon Palace did not kill these small figures. Instead, they entered the palaces of the dynasty and began to search for treasures. A dynasty, and its influence was not weaker than the Star Moon dynasty. The treasures in its treasury were definitely worth a lot. Plunder all the treasures in the palace of the Sky Island dynasty. The rest of the members of the Wang Immortal Dragon Palace ordered. Yes. Without him saying anything, the members of the Dragon Palace started to move. Wang Xian landed on the ground and looked at the few girls with a smile on his face. He raised his head slightly. It seems like your strength has improved a lot in the past year. Guan Shuqing and the other girls looked at the arrogant Wang Xian and walked over with smiles on their faces. Hee, it's all right. It's just the 5th level of the void interpretation stage. Wang Xian said faintly. Let's see if you can get it. The girls rolled their eyes at him. However, they were very happy that Wang Xian could possess such great strength. After we destroy the Heaven Island Empire this time, we will be able to obtain a huge amount of resources. Your strength will also be greatly enhanced. Wang Xian said to them with a smile on his face. It's fortunate that you're here, little Xian. Otherwise, those arrogant fellows from the Sky Island Empire would have to bully us for a long time. A few girls followed by his side with smiles on their faces. Prime Minister Gui, after cleaning up the Sky Island Empire, we will head to the One-Leaf Mainland Empire and destroy them in one go. Wang Xian looked at Prime Minister Gui and said faintly. Dragon King, the One-Leaf Mainland dynasty belongs to the Island dynasty as well. However, it is divided into more than 10 islands. Its strength is about double that of the Sky Island dynasty. If we head over now, we can only rely on your invincible power to wipe them out. However, this will cause the other cities to flee when they receive the news. We might as well absorb all the resources of the Sky Island dynasty first. Then, we can get ready to wipe them out in one go. Prime Minister Gui bent his body and suggested to Wang Xian. Also, this way, we can train our Dragon Palace for a real battle. At that time, even without your help, we will be able to destroy the One-Leaf Mainland Kingdom. All right, we will do as you say. Wang Xian nodded slightly when he heard what Prime Minister Gui said. By destroying the Heaven Island Kingdom, just the corpses of these experts would be able to raise the strength of the entire Dragon Palace by 1 level. By then, Mao Zedong would be able to fight against experts at level 4 of the Void Interpretation Realm. Wang Xian wouldn't need to do anything in the battle to destroy the entire Dragon Palace. It's the Dragon King. I will send the strange demon clan to infiltrate the One-Leaf Mainland dynasty in advance and search for information about them. When the time comes, we will take action and wipe them out in one go, Prime Minister Gui said with a cold gaze. Any force that offended the Dragon Palace would have to pay a heavy price. Wang Xian nodded his head slowly. With a move, he flew into the sky and looked around. As far as his eyes could see, the leaders of the combat divisions were leading their subordinates as they flew toward the cities. Although there were not many of them, they exuded an overwhelming battle intent. After today's battle, the Dragon Palace would rise up completely and stand tall on the Transcendence continent. Before long, the entire Transcendental continent will be ruled by the Dragon Palace. There is only one dragon clan in this world, and that is the Divine Dragon Clan. Wang Xian's eyes shone with a blinding light as he looked down at the Sky Island dynasty quietly. This was the dynasty that he had conquered, and it was also the first dynasty that he had conquered. At the bottom, Prime Minister Gui and a group of girls entered the treasury of the Sky Island dynasty and took in all the accumulated wealth of the 1,000 years of the Sky Island dynasty. 3 hours later, Ao Jian, Ao Yao, Ao Yuxia, and Ba Qi returned from their surroundings.
Reporting to Dragon King, the 15 cities of the Heaven Island dynasty have been completely destroyed. All the treasures have been taken. All those who resist have been killed. Ba Qi bowed and reported to Wang Xian. Reporting to Dragon King, the entire palace has been cleaned up. Prime Minister Gue and the rest walked out from the various palaces in the palace and said excitedly, "Let's return to the Dragon Palace." Wang Xian smiled. Yes. Prime Minister Gui nodded and shouted, "All members of the Dragon Palace return to the Dragon Palace." Roar! Roar! Excited roars were heard. All the members of the Dragon Palace flew into the sky and followed Wang Xian towards the Dragon Palace. Heaven Island dynasty was destroyed. In the sky, Wang Xian, Guan Shuqing, and the other girls were flying at the front. The rest of the members of the Dragon Palace stayed at the back and flew above the vast ocean. Pong! The group of people moved and dived into the water, flying towards the bottom of the ocean. Dragon King, the Dragon Palace is located near the sea. As the number of people from the Dragon Phoenix dynasty increases, we often have to avoid the discovery of humans. Should we move the Dragon Palace to the side of the deep-sea spiritual spring? The group of people soon arrived at the location of the deep-sea spiritual spring and met up with the other members of the Dragon Palace. Prime Minister Gue, who was at the side, asked Wang Xian, "Yes, it's time to move. It's no longer suitable to be placed near the sea." Wang Xian nodded his head. The Dragon Palace was no longer suitable to be placed near the sea for development. It was completely lacking in resources. At that time, it was because the Dragon Palace was too weak and had no choice but to be placed near the sea. Now, even in the flowing sea region, the Dragon Palace's strength was not considered weak. It was almost comparable to a small dynasty. After absorbing all the resources from the Sky Island dynasty, the Dragon Palace's strength would be greatly enhanced. Leaders, 9 flood dragons, follow me back and move the Dragon Palace here. Shuqing, Lingxiu, wait here for a while. Wang Xian said to them and transformed into his dragon form. He led Prime Minister Gue and the rest towards the Dragon Palace. With Wang Xian's full speed, he arrived at the Dragon Palace in about 10 minutes. Enter the Dragon Palace and teleport. Wang Xian floated in the sky. With a move, a terrifying force caused the entire Dragon Palace to rise. Wang Xian floated in the sky above the Dragon Palace. With a focused gaze, he immediately activated the ability of a level 3 Dragon Palace. Teleportation. Teleportation could be performed within a 500-kilometer radius of the sea-pacifying needle in the Dragon Palace. When Wang Xian activated the teleportation ability of the Dragon Palace, the entire Dragon Palace was shrouded in azure seawater. A whirlpool slowly formed. It was as if a black hole had appeared in the sky above the Dragon Palace. Buzz. In an instant, the Dragon Palace appeared at the limit of teleportation. It was only about 100 kilometers away from the deep-sea spiritual spring. Prime Minister Gue, guard the surroundings. Let's go. Teleportation could only be used once a month. He would have to teleport himself next. Hovering above the Dragon Palace, the 9 flood dragons, Prime Minister Gue, and the other leaders were stationed in all directions to prevent the demon beasts and fierce beasts from coming to disturb them. This place was basically close to the center of the flowing sea. If one wanted to step into a wider area, they had to go to a wider area. The vast sea was also the ocean of the vast area. The Dragon Palace can actually migrate. In less than 5 minutes, Zhang Fengying looked at the huge object flying over with a shocked face. It was like being on land and seeing a city that could fly. Xiaoxian has obtained a heaven-defying inheritance. This Dragon Palace has many uses. Let us show you around later. Sun Lingxiu looked at Zhang Fengying with a smile and said, "Thank you." Zhang Fengying looked at the more beautiful girls beside her and nodded with a smile. Although the girls were slightly displeased with the sudden appearance of another girl, they had no choice. The way of the king did not only have the world, but also beautiful girls. All they could do was to join hands and forbid the female fairies from approaching. However, they knew about Zhang Fengying's special situation. Boom! The Dragon Palace landed slowly and Wang Xian was suspended in the air. Prime Minister Gue, bring all the spiritual stones and the metal materials of the void interpretation level over. Wang Xian stared at the Dragon Palace and said with a twinkle in his eyes,
It's the Dragon King.
Prime Minister Gue nodded his head and flew over immediately with his interspatial rings. He looked at Wang Xian in astonishment and said, Dragon King, you are trying to upgrade the level of the Dragon Palace.
That's right. The Dragon Palace can be upgraded now.
Wang Xian nodded his head and took out one resource after another.
These resources were obtained by Wang Xian from the people from the Cold Sect. The rest were obtained from the Heaven Island dynasty. To upgrade the Dragon Palace, one would need about 1 trillion middle-grade spirit stones and dozens of tons of metal materials of the void interpretation level. In addition, one would also need formations of the void interpretation level.
Wang Xian had all these things. Boom.
When the Dragon Palace landed at the bottom of the sea, it was perfectly compatible with the surrounding environment.
To upgrade the Dragon Palace, 1 trillion middle-grade spirit stones and 10 formations of the void interpretation level.
Wang Xian looked at the requirements for the upgrade and took out the items from his interspatial ring. I found 10 void interpretation level formations. Do you want to merge them to upgrade the level of the Dragon Palace? I found 10 billion middle-grade spirit stones and 10 tons of void interpretation materials to upgrade the level of the Dragon King Palace. One by one, the materials were taken out and quickly absorbed by the Dragon Palace. One by one, the level of the buildings increased rapidly. Ding!
All the buildings in the Dragon Palace have been upgraded to level 4. The level of the Dragon Palace has been upgraded.
At this moment, at the bottom of the 30,000-meter deep sea, the 80-kilometer-wide Dragon Palace underwent another earth-shaking change. All the buildings were expanding at a terrifying speed. The ocean-pacifying needle, which was more than 500 meters tall, slowly became 1,500 meters tall. The Dragon King's palace within a 10-kilometer radius had doubled in size. The huge dragon throne had grown to about 500 meters.
Every corner of the Dragon Palace was growing rapidly,
especially the spiritual energy that was gushing over like liquid.
Dragon Palace, Level 4.
Dragon Lord, Wang Xian, 5-elemental divine dragon of the first level of the void interpretation stage. Buildings. Dragon King's Palace. Level 4 increases the cultivation speed and recovery speed of the Dragon King by 48 times. Dragon Transformation Pool. Level 4, absorbing dragon blood can give birth to a dragon seed. Dragon Blood. 143222. Dragon Gate. Level 4, a fish can only become a dragon if it leaps through the Dragon Gate. Effective against creatures below Dharma Idol. Ocean Pacifying Needle. Level 4, Pillar of the Dragon Palace. Set 1,000 kilometers of the Dragon Palace to be peaceful. Increase the combat strength of the members of the Dragon Palace by 400%. Dragon Cave. Level 4, with 12,000 Dragon Caves. The cultivation speed of the creatures in the Dragon Cave will be increased by 32 times. Dragon Field. Level 4, practice martial arts in the Dragon Field. Increase comprehension by 16 times. Dragon Array. Level 4, Dragon Palace Array. Concealment, defense, gathering of spiritual energy, teleportation, detection.
Spiritual items. Ancestral Tree. Level able to revive creatures below the longevity level. Activate spiritual intelligence of creatures. Increase the speed of fire attribute cultivators by 200%.
Attached. Dragon Transformation Pool to nurture dragon species. Current dragon species. Golden Swordfish, Thunder Shrimp, Demon Monkey, Strange Demon, Light Thorn, Hydra, Dragon Turtle, Yuksha, Clam Girl, Golden Lobster. All members of the Dragon Palace. Head to the Dragon Pool to increase your strength. Wang Xian's gaze was suspended above the Dragon Palace. Looking at the members of the Dragon Palace who were kneeling around him, he ordered loudly, "It's the Dragon King." All the members of the Dragon Palace were filled with excitement. The size of a level 4 Dragon Palace had increased from 80 kilometers to about 150 kilometers.
It was even larger than the Sky Island dynasty.
If a level 4 Dragon Palace is so terrifying, how terrifying is a level 5 Dragon Palace?
The gathering of the spiritual energy of a level 4 Dragon Palace and its various powerful abilities were all doubled. The spiritual energy in the Dragon King Palace had increased from 24 times to 48 times. The entire Dragon King Palace felt large mouthfuls of spiritual energy enter their bodies after just one breath. The spiritual energy was almost as dense as liquid. The spiritual energy in the Dragon Cave had also reached 32 times. One day of cultivation for the members of the Dragon Palace was equivalent to 32 days of cultivation in the outside world. With such a terrifying increase, it wouldn't take long for each member to break through. Not to mention the Dragon Field, which had increased their comprehension by 16 times. It was easy for the members of the Dragon Palace to comprehend all kinds of supernatural powers. A level 5 Dragon Palace will turn into the Country of Dragons. The Country of Dragons will be able to float in the sky and move at will. It has many incredible abilities. Wuxia thought of the higher level of the Dragon Palace and the higher level of cultivation. Above the void interpretation realm was the realm of longevity. The realm of longevity represented that a person had a lifespan of over 10,000 years. Longevity was also known as a demigod. At this level, a demigod needed to elevate his Dharma idol to the Dharma idol world, which was also known as the domain. For a demigod to break through to the true God level, he needed to establish the kingdom of God. When Wuxia's strength reached the realm of longevity and the demigod level, there would be a huge transformation. That was because at that time, he would be able to use the power of the Dragon Palace to unleash the Dragon Palace's domain. When he reached a higher realm, Wuxia would bring the Country of Dragon with him. Once he fought, the Country of Dragon would crush him directly. The confrontation between gods was the confrontation between the Country of Dragon. That was the true destruction of an entire world with a single strike. Splash. The dragon pool that occupied an area of 50 kilometers was about 500 meters deep. There were divine dragons coiled on the 9 gigantic dragon pillars. The dragon head spat out rich dragon blood. Wuxia had killed over 1,000 people from the Frost sect. There were more than 30 insightful emptiness realm experts. Among them, the sect master of the Frost sect was at level 4 of the insightful emptiness realm, and Bing Hanzi was at level 5 of the insightful emptiness realm. Along with Long Xiaowen and some other experts at level 3 of the insightful emptiness realm, their corpses could be converted into huge amounts of dragon blood. In the Sky Island Empire, more than 70 insightful emptiness realm experts had been killed. These 70 experts included the corpses of the Water Electric Eel clan and the Harpoon clan. There were over 100 corpses of insightful emptiness realm experts as well as those above the Type 7 realm. A large amount of dragon blood flowed into the dragon pool. There were over 3,000 members in the Dragon Palace, and it was a small number. However, they could obtain more resources. The evolution of the dragon pool allowed over 3,000 members of the Dragon Palace to enter the dragon pool. Dragon King, apart from these corpses, we have also obtained a large number of spiritual herbs and medicinal pills. All the herb gardens of the Heaven Island dynasty have been moved here. I have decided to open up a herb garden in the Dragon Palace. With the spiritual energy in the Dragon Palace, the growth rate of the spiritual herbs is dozens of times faster than the outside world. There are also some other treasures that need to be disposed of and exchanged for practical resources. Prime Minister Gue brought 2 civil officials over. He held a book in his hand and introduced it to Wuxia. Sure, you can carry out some of the plans in the Dragon Palace. It will be tough on you for the next period of time. You should also go down and raise your cultivation level. After all the members of the Dragon Palace have raised their strength, attack the One-Leaf Mainland Dynasty. Wuxia nodded and gestured at him. It's the Dragon King. Prime Minister Gue nodded and jumped into the dragon pool. There were now 1,200 soldiers in the Demon War Department. There were now 400 soldiers in the Thunder Department. There were now 400 soldiers in the Dragon Defense Department. There were now 250 soldiers in the Dragon Spur Department. There were now 400 soldiers in the Heavenly Eye Arrow Department. There were now 100 soldiers in the Dolphin Clan. There were 300 soldiers in the Golden Swordfish of the Dragon Guards. 9 Flood Dragons. About 100 members of the 8-headed Poison-Making Department. The special AO crab had tens of thousands of little AO crabs in its body. And the rest of the civil officials and members of the Dragon Palace. This was the strength of all the members of the Dragon Palace. The warriors of the Dragon Palace immersed themselves in the Dragon Pond and quickly absorbed the energy in the Dragon Pond. The leaders had reached the first rank of the Insightful Emptiness Realm, and Mao Zedong had reached the second rank of the Insightful Emptiness Realm. Due to their bloodline, each of them could fight against opponents of a higher level. As long as all of them reached the first level, the Dragon Palace would have 17 experts at the second level of the see-through. They could fight against 17 experts at the third level of the see-through. Musasin could fight against those at the fourth level of the see-through. In addition, there would be some who were at the half-step to the see-through realm who would advance to the see-through realm. The energy from the dragon blood alone is not enough. Wang Xian looked at the majestic dragon blood in the dragon pool below and took out one interspatial ring after another. These interspatial rings were filled with elixirs. The elixirs obtained from robbing the entire dynasty were extremely huge. Wang Xian swallowed all the elixirs into his stomach and turned them into dragon crystals. In just half an hour, he had gained an additional 500 million dragon crystals. This was also the reason why he did not consume some spiritual herbs. 500 million dragon crystals was still a long way from the 10 billion dragon crystals that he needed to level up. However, to the members of the Dragon Palace, it was definitely a huge amount of energy. Let's raise Ao Yao's strength a little more. Wang Xian waved his arm and a majestic wave of dragon crystals poured directly into Ao Yao. Out of 500 million dragon crystals, Ao Yao had used up 300 million. However, his level was on par with Mao Zedong. After coming out of the dragon pool, he was at level 3 of the see-through realm. As a thorny dragon, he could definitely assassinate a level 5 see-through realm expert. Wang Xian shared the remaining 200 million dragon crystals with all the members of the Dragon Palace. Boom, boom, boom. In the dragon pool, powerful energies erupted from time to time. The group of girls also entered the dragon pool to increase their strength. A day had passed. When the dragon blood in the dragon pool was depleted, the members of the Dragon Palace who had undergone a complete transformation stood at the edge of the dragon pool. Greetings, Dragon King. All the members of the Dragon Palace knelt down in unison and shouted loudly. Wang Xian swept his gaze across and revealed a satisfied expression on his face. Other than the group of leaders, there were a total of 10 newly added Insightful Emptiness Realm experts. Among them, 3 were from the Strange Demon Clan. 1 was from the Dolphin Clan and 2 were from the Golden Swordfish Clan. Currently, the weakest one was at level 8 Extraordinary. Very good. Next, you will demonstrate your strength by destroying the One-Leaf Mainland Dynasty. All members of the Dragon Palace, follow me on the expedition. Wang Xian raised his head slightly and looked at all his subordinates as he shouted loudly. Understood. All the warriors of the Dragon Palace knelt on one knee and shouted loudly. They stood up immediately and stood up straight, exuding a powerful and imposing aura. Dragon Guard, stay here and patrol the surroundings of the Dragon Palace. The rest of the warriors, follow the Dragon King. Prime Minister Gue roared. Roar! Roar! With 9 roars, the 9 flood dragons flew into the Dragon King's palace and pulled up the huge dragon throne. A personal expedition. This was the first battle of the Dragon Palace. Roar! A furious roar sounded from the bottom of the sea. In front of the Dragon Palace, 9 flood dragons were pulling huge dragon chairs and swaying their huge bodies. Prime Minister Gue was standing on the left. The clam girl was standing on the right with a huge cattail leaf fan. Behind them, Ao Chityen, who was holding the sea-pacifying needle in his hand, was leading his clansmen. Beside him was Ao Chi, who held a thunder spear and a thunder hammer. Ao Jian, who held a golden longsword. Mao Zedong, who held a bow and arrow. Behind them were their tribesmen. These 3 groups were at the front, center, and left and right. And in the center of their tribesmen was a special group of tribesmen. There was a slender dolphin and a venomous snake with a ferocious face. Tang Yinxian and the other girls didn't follow them. A pink dolphin was the leader of the dolphin tribe. Ba Qi stood around the ferocious poisonous snakes. These were 2 special combat divisions. The strange demon tribe hid in the surrounding void. Let's go. A humanoid creature held a huge conch in his hand and blew the horn of war. Let's go. All the warriors of the Dragon Palace roared and flew forward aggressively. Their target was the one-leaf continent empire. Tang, tang, tang. Wang Xian sat on the huge dragon throne and a series of heartrending voices sounded around them. They were very fast. Dragon King, this is the news that the strange demons found in the one-leaf continent empire yesterday. Before the battle, Prime Minister Gui had ordered the strange demon clan to find out the information. This morning, all the information was sent over. There was a simple record of the power of the One-Leaf Mainland Dynasty and the power of the cities. The One-Leaf Mainland Dynasty was different from the Sky Island Dynasty on an island. The territory of the One-Leaf Mainland Dynasty was 300 kilometers wide, which was 3 times the size of the Sky Island Dynasty. It was made up of small islands that looked like leaves from the sky, so it was called the One-Leaf Dynasty. The power of the One-Leaf Dynasty was 2 to 3 times that of the Sky Island Dynasty, and there were 3 rank 4 void interpretation realms. Now that one was killed, there were 2 more. There were 9 rank 3 void interpretation realms. The remaining 20 were no match for the Dragon Palace. The palace has gathered 50% of their dynasty's forces. We can attack all the cities at the same time according to the information obtained by the strange demon. Prime Minister Gui said to Wang Xian. All right, the newly promoted Dongshu members will lead their men to attack the cities. The rest will attack their imperial cities. Wang Xian nodded his head slowly. It's the Dragon King. I'll pass down the order now. Prime Minister Gui held the turtle shell and nodded his head. He then passed down the order. Whoosh! As they rushed out of the sea, a terrifying aura directly impacted the entire sky. 9 flood dragons were sprinting in front while a group of subordinates followed behind. Everyone, hurry up. We received news from the Sky Island Empire today that the Sky Island Empire was attacked by powerful demonic beasts. Countless experts were killed and injured. Let's go over and see if we can fish in troubled waters. I really didn't expect the Sky Island Dynasty to be attacked so horribly. Didn't our dynasty enter into a marriage alliance with them 2 days ago? Why are they suddenly attacked? Yeah, the Sky Island Dynasty isn't weak either. What demonic beast would dare to attack them? Who cares? They're not here to attack us. Their lives have nothing to do with us. Let's see if we can make a fortune. On an island of the One-Leaf Continent Dynasty, a family flew towards the Sky Island Dynasty with shining eyes. Not long ago, they received news that the Sky Island Dynasty had suffered a terrifying attack and all the experts had been killed. The entire country was in chaos. This surprised them, and their eyes flickered. They immediately led their family members to the Sky Island Dynasty. They could fish in troubled waters. Even if they couldn't get some treasures, they could control some beautiful women to sell them. Their family had started from selling slaves in the past. A group of more than 50 people flew out of the island with excited faces and flew forward. At the front were 3 half-step void interpretation experts. My God! Look ahead! That's... Suddenly, the 3 half-step void interpretation experts in front who were conversing suddenly felt a terrifying force rushing over from the front. They looked over, their faces filled with fear. What was that? 9 enormous creatures that were 30 meters long, flapping their not-so-big wings, pulled a golden throne. That golden throne was at least a few hundred meters in size, and on it sat a human. A human sitting on such a huge throne looked a little out of place, but it didn't seem very strange. At a glance, it seemed like the human was the center. Behind the golden throne, about 3,000 creatures followed behind. They were strangely shaped and looked extremely ferocious. As they got closer, a terrifying aura charged towards them. What was even more shocking was that in the sky above the group of creatures, a terrifying dark cloud that covered an area of about 5,000 meters followed them. The dark cloud destroyed the city. They had come with ill intentions. Even if they were a few thousand meters away, they could still feel the destructive power of the other party. Return to the city, immediately return to the city, quickly report to the city lord. The group of more than 50 people revealed a terrified expression. They opened their eyes wide and hurriedly shouted, flying toward the city on the small island. An expert is flying over. Alert! Alert! They turned around and glanced at him. Seeing his terrifying speed, they shouted out in fear.
The voice of a half-step void interpretation expert covered the entire small island. What is that?
It's a group of powerful creatures. What are they doing here? Be careful, be alert, be alert. Dong dong dong.
On the city wall of the island, when some soldiers saw the group of Dragon Palace coming with a terrifying pressure, they widened their eyes and shouted in fear. The sound of alert resounded throughout the island. Whoosh! An old man flew into the sky from the island lord's mansion and flew toward the north gate. When he saw 9 30-meter-long flood dragons pulling a throne and the terrifying creatures behind them, his face was filled with shock. His forehead was instantly covered in cold sweat, and he couldn't help but swallow a mouthful of saliva. Oh my God! This. What faction are they from? Are they here to attack us? How terrifying! This is not something we can resist. As Wang Xian and the rest got closer, the extremely thick and heavy dark clouds arrived. The huge scales on the 9 creatures could be clearly seen. The soldiers on the city wall were trembling with fear in their eyes. Whoosh! 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 When the dark clouds covered the entire sky, a 10-meter-tall demon monkey with a level 3 ocean-pacifying needle in his hand led 300 demon monkey subordinates and jumped down from the sky. The One-Leaf Continent's dynasty is about to be destroyed. Those who submit will live, and those who resist will die. His majestic voice covered the entire island. Meanwhile, the rest of the Dragon Palace's forces were pointing at the One-Leaf Continent's imperial city. The One-Leaf mainland dynasty will be destroyed. Those who submit will live, and those who resist will die. The demon monkey's roar resounded across the entire island. One-Leaf mainland dynasty, and the island was a city. 300 demon monkeys stood in front of the city wall. The strongest demon monkey, a rank 1 profound void tier demon monkey, was 10 meters tall. He stood in front and stared coldly at the city in front of him.
Behind him, 300 demon monkeys stood behind him. Their violent auras charged forward.
All of them grinned and raised their heads with ferocious expressions. In the sky, Wang Xian sat upright on the dragon throne. His gaze swept across the area below and continued to look forward. There were no fluctuations at all. 1 demon monkey at the see-through realm and 300 demon monkeys who had yet to reach the see-through realm. With such strength, it was more than enough to take down a city. With the bloodline of the divine dragon, as the number of demon combat divisions in the Dragon Palace, each demon monkey had the ability to fight above their level.
Now, the weakest rank 8 transcendents in the Dragon Palace could fight above their level and could fight against rank 9 transcendents.
This was equivalent to the weakest rank 9 transcendents. It was enough to take down a city. What? The One-Leaf dynasty is going to be destroyed?
Submit or die. On the city wall at the north gate of the island, the citizens of the One-Leaf dynasty glanced at the 300 devil monkeys in front of the city in fear. Then they looked at the sky. The group that gave off a terrifying aura flew towards the center of their dynasty.
There were dark clouds in a 5-kilometer radius, and 9 terrifying creatures that were 30 meters long. There was also a young man sitting on the throne.
Everything was too shocking. City Lord, are we surrendering?
A middle-aged man walked to the side of the island lord in the center of the city wall. He stared at the 300 or so black and violent creatures below with a face full of fear. The old man stood there, his expression constantly changing. His gaze was fixed on the 300 demon monkeys in front of him.
That demon monkey at the front is at the first level of the insightful void tier. The rest have not reached the insightful void tier.
Among the group of people who had issued the alarm earlier, one of the half-step insightful void tier old men stared at the group of demon monkeys with flickering eyes. What? There's only one insightful void tier?
And it's at the first level of the insightful void tier?
Some of the people around were slightly stunned when they heard his words, and they asked in surprise.
Yes, the treasure in my hand can detect the opponent's level.
The old man looked at the stone plate in his hand, and his eyes flickered. Only one at the first level of the void interpretation, and 300 creatures that have yet to reach the void interpretation want our island to surrender? That group of people just now was very terrifying. But they only left behind this group of creatures, and they want to destroy us? On the city walls, The eyes of some experts flickered as their gazes landed on the Island Lord. Island Lord, if we submit, the other party will definitely take all of our treasures. It's simply wishful thinking to think that they can take down our sky blue island just by relying on this group of people. That's right, the majority of their group of experts are flying towards the Imperial City, leaving behind only a few weaklings who want us to submit. They simply don't put us in their eyes. Some of the big families on the Sky Blue Island said with cold expressions. This was their foundation. If they submitted, their family's treasures would definitely be plundered by the other party. Their 1,000-year foundation would be destroyed in an instant. How could they be willing to accept this? If it was that group of terrifying creatures from before, they would not hesitate to surrender. But just the ones in front of them, they were not convinced. They could totally defeat this group of beasts and temporarily move all the treasures of their clan to another place, waiting for the news from the Imperial City. You want to make us submit? Relying on you bunch of beasts, you're too arrogant. Do you really think that our Sky Blue Island is so easy to break through? Do you really think that relying on an expert at the first level of the Profound Void tier and a group of people who have not reached the Profound Void tier can make us submit? What fools! What a bunch of fools! The Sky Blue Island Lord sensed that the enormous strength had completely disappeared from his sight, and he stared at the 300 demon monkeys below with an extremely cold gaze. Those who resist die. The leader of the demon monkeys slightly exerted strength in his arm and tightly held the ocean-pacifying godly needle. The level 3 Dragon Palace level ocean-pacifying godly needle could become 500 meters long and 5 to 6 meters wide. Kill! He roared, and his black hair stood up like needles. On the city wall, under everyone's gaze, the ocean-pacifying needle in Demon Monkey's hand grew bigger and bigger. Finally, a 500-meter-long ocean-pacifying needle appeared in front of the North Gate. His 10-meter-tall body carried the ocean-pacifying needle and directly attacked the city gate in front of him. Boom! What was the concept of a 500-meter-tall ocean-pacifying needle? The city wall in front of him was close to 200 meters high. Such a city wall could be considered extremely lofty. However, in front of the 500-meter-tall ocean-pacifying needle, it was still not enough. On the city wall, under everyone's shocked gazes, the ocean-pacifying needle directly landed on the city wall. Boom! 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 It was as easy as crushing dried twigs. As easy as crushing dried twigs. The 200-meter-long city wall was like paper to the people of Sky Blue Island. Under the powerful attack of the ocean-pacifying needle, it collapsed. The first-level void interpretation formation was instantly broken. Kill! The ocean-pacifying needle landed, and the city was broken. Behind them, 300 berserk demon monkeys were emitting monstrous demonic flames. Pitch-black dragon scales slowly covered their bodies. They held metal clubs and directly attacked the destroyed city. Roar! Anyone who resists will die. The demon monkey holding the ocean-pacifying needle roared, and the ocean-pacifying needle returned to 30 meters in size. Holding such a huge club, it directly attacked the island owner in the center of the city wall. What? This? How is this possible? On the city wall of Sky Blue Island, everyone was stunned by the demon monkey's staff. The indestructible city wall and the powerful protection of the array formation were instantly forced. Looking at the 30-meter-long golden staff in the hand of the level 1 void interpretation creature that carried terrifying demonic chi, everyone's hearts trembled. Damn it, I completely underestimated the strength of this creature. What kind of weapon is the metal staff in his hand? How can it become bigger and smaller? The Sky Blue Island Lord's expression changed drastically as he looked at the demon monkey that was attacking him. With a wave of his arm, a sky blue staff appeared in his hand. With a light wave of his staff, a 1,000-meter large wave directly charged towards the demon monkey. Boom! However, the ocean-pacifying needle directly smashed towards the huge wave that was descending from the sky. The powerful water energy immediately disappeared. The ocean-pacifying needle fixed the water energy. It could be said that the ocean-pacifying needle was the nemesis of water energy. The huge ocean-pacifying needle directly smashed toward the Sky Blue Island Lord.
The old man's face was filled with shock and his eyes were filled with fear. Stomp through the city. Impudent and unruly. This rod. I'll turn you into ashes. Boom. No, how is this possible? A loud sound came from the city wall of Sky Blue Island, accompanied by an old man's shocked voice. Hearing this familiar, terrified voice, all the experts of Sky Blue Island looked towards the center of the city wall. This? My God, how could it be? How could it be like this? One stick. Just one stick. Lord Island Owner couldn't even block one of the opponent's sticks. Everyone's faces were filled with shock. In the center of the city wall, their island owner held a staff tightly in both hands and knelt on the ground. The staff had been broken into 2 pieces. The golden ocean pacifying needle landed on the top of his head, causing him to lose all life. One move, just one move, and the island master of Sky Blue Island was dead. One move and he was reduced to ashes. Roar! At this moment, a violent roar woke everyone up and they hurriedly looked around. One by one, the violent demon monkeys held metal sticks in their hands and flew up the city wall, killing everyone on the city wall. Block! Block immediately! Some of the sergeants were terrified as they rushed towards the demon monkeys that were charging towards them. They slashed out with their blades. Pong! However, the moment this rank 9 extraordinary sergeants clashed with a demon monkey, the terrifying power caused his body to fly backwards. Kill, kill! The expressions of some of the experts from the families changed as they charged towards the 300 demon monkeys. The 10,000 people on the city wall had a huge advantage against the 300 demon monkeys. Not good. Their strength is so strong. They are at least rank 9 transcendent demon monkeys. Oh my God! We're finished. We're finished. The island lord has been killed. Let's run. However, when everyone resisted the demon monkeys, they instantly felt the terrifying gap. There were at least 50 to 60 half-step Void Interpretation Realm warriors with the lowest rank 9 battle strength. Furthermore, the island lord was already dead. What else could they use to fight? Kill! The rank 1 Void Interpretation Realm demon monkey stood in front of the Sky Blue Island lord's corpse. It was a terrifying 10-meter-tall figure. Its entire body was covered in pitch-black dragon scales. With a roar, its killing intent covered the entire island. I surrender. Don't kill me. Don't kill me. My lords, I surrender. Don't kill me. The demon monkey at the first level of the profound void tier was like a violent monster from the abyss, overlooking the entire land. Feeling its terrifying killing intent and powerful might, everyone on the Sky Blue Island was terrified. They were completely no match for it. The sounds of surrender and begging for mercy could be heard. However, the killing didn't stop, and so did the war. They had already been given a chance to choose. They chose to die. They wouldn't kill the ordinary citizens who weren't guarding the city. However, those who participated in the defense of the city wouldn't be spared. Soon, demon monkeys charged into the entire island one by one, plundering crazily. At the same time, the main battle team of the Dragon Palace. Wuxia sat proudly on the throne and stared ahead with an indifferent gaze. As the Dragon Palace battle team advanced, the demon monkeys, lightning prawns, and the others at the back started to scatter. Some of them landed in the cities below while others flew towards the surrounding cities. Each team had a maximum of 300 people. The mission of each team was to destroy 3 cities quickly. 3 cities. This was a plan that Prime Minister Gue and the rest had prepared in advance. They wouldn't wait for them to react. The entire One-Leaf Continent dynasty had 15 islands and cities, and it was a huge imperial city. 15 islands and cities sent out a total of 1,500 Dragon Palace warriors and 7 insightful Emptiness Realm experts to attack. Dragon King, the main city of the One-Leaf Continent dynasty, is right in front of us. There are 40 million people in the city, and their palace is in the center. When they arrived at the main island of the One-Leaf Empire, there were still 1,500 soldiers in the entire expedition team. However, these 1,500 soldiers were all elites of the Dragon Palace. The leader of the Dragon Palace and the demon hidden in the void were all around them. The royal city? Its aura is even more majestic than the current royal city of the Dragon and Phoenix Empire. Wang Xian looked at the huge city in front of him from afar.
The city walls were 400 to 500 meters tall, and there were soldiers lined up neatly on top of the walls. Prosperous and powerful.
Get ready for battle.
Wang Xian's eyes sparkled as he spat out 4 words. Roar! Roar! The 9 flood dragons in front of him sensed the Dragon King's battle intent and roared at the sky in unison. As a flood dragon that could fight against a 3rd-level void interpretation realm expert, a dragon roar could be heard within a radius of 100 kilometers.
What is the roar of a demonic beast?
What roar?
Which demonic beast or ferocious beast dares to step into our one-leaf continent's imperial city?
The sudden terrifying voice did not cause the people of the one-leaf continent to panic. On the city wall of the North Gate, the soldiers and generals scanned their surroundings, their eyes filled with a cold light. There are huge creatures flying towards us. Reporting to the general, there are powerful creatures invading. Get ready for battle. A bunch of suicidal things. Get ready for battle.
The soldiers on the city wall of the North Gate were ready for battle. They looked at the sky and could vaguely see a few huge creatures flying towards them.
From the sounds of the dragons, they could guess that they were at the profound void tier. However, this was not enough to make them panic. Whoosh! Whoosh! 2 middle-aged men and old men in general armor appeared on the city wall within a few seconds. They looked towards the sky above the sea in the north.
Eh?
Not good. The intruders are not a few fierce beasts or demon beasts, but a powerful force. Immediately report to the king that there is an enemy invasion. When they were 5,000 meters away, the expressions of the 2 generals suddenly changed. They looked at the 9 huge creatures, the battle team behind them, and the black clouds that had gathered in the sky and covered an area of 5 kilometers.
Their pupils constricted slightly. They hurriedly ordered the military officers behind them. Report to the king?
Yes, yes.
The military officers behind them were slightly stunned. A trace of shock appeared in their eyes, and they immediately reported to the direction of the palace.
At this moment, the sun had just risen, but the approaching black clouds completely blocked out the sunlight.
The true black clouds were pressing down on the city and wanted to destroy it.
At this moment, in the palace of the One-Leaf Dynasty, it was time for the Mourning Dynasty. A yellow-robed old man stood in front of the dragon throne, his face full of anger as he glanced at all the important officials and generals in the hall.
The Sky Island Dynasty has been attacked by other forces. Elder Wang and my daughter are missing. Immediately send someone to the Sky Island Dynasty to find out their background. Immediately. The king of the One-Leaf Continent said with a gloomy face, if anything happens to my daughter, I will kill their 9 families no matter what force they are.
Please calm down, your majesty. The 3rd princess is with Elder Wang. She will not be safe in the flowing sea area. A minister immediately bowed and said respectfully,
Well, I don't think they dare to do anything to my daughter. Send someone immediately.
Your majesty, an unknown force has appeared outside the imperial city. They are not friendly. Before King One-Leaf could finish his sentence, a servant sent an urgent message from outside. His voice resounded throughout the entire hall. The king of the One-Leaf Continent Dynasty was stunned. The officials and generals in the hall were also stunned. Boom! An unknown force has invaded us. I want to see which force dares to invade my One-Leaf Continent Dynasty. One-Leaf King's expression was extremely cold, and a terrifying killing intent shot out from his body. Follow me. Anyone who dares to disrespect us, kill them all.
As One-Leaf King spoke, his body moved and he disappeared from the throne.
Go. Anyone who dares to invade our One-Leaf Continent Dynasty, die. I want to see what kind of force dares to invade us, and they don't know whether they are dead or alive. In the Great Hall, the generals flew out one by one, followed by the civil and military officials. The One-Leaf Kingdom was one of the top existences among the dozens of nearby countries.
All along, no one had dared to provoke them.
Now that a force had invaded them, they were simply courting death. Boom! Boom! Void interpretation experts flew toward the North Gate city wall with terrifying auras.
The One-Leaf King was at the front. When he arrived at the North Gate city wall, the troops of the Dragon Palace had already arrived. Which force dares to intrude into the territory of our One-Leaf Dynasty without any respect?
Do you know your crime?
The One-Leaf King looked at the black clouds in front of him, and more than 1,000 creatures were hovering in the sky aggressively. They were not friendly. The One-Leaf King didn't show any signs of weakness. He looked at everyone in front of him coldly. There were 9 terrifying creatures that were about 30 meters long. There was a young man sitting on a huge dragon chair. A group of demonic beasts. He narrowed his eyes slightly. Are all of you here? Wang Xian narrowed his eyes slightly. You are the king of the One-Leaf Mainland dynasty? 2 days ago, the princess and elder Wang of your dynasty offended my dragon palace. They were killed. Today, my dragon palace is here to destroy you. Prime Minister Gui raised his head slightly and looked down at the king of the One-Leaf Kingdom, explaining coldly. His tone was full of judgment. What? You bastards killed my daughter. Elder Wang? Elder Wang was killed by them. 1 day ago, the Sky Island Kingdom was attacked by a mysterious force. Could it be them? As soon as Prime Minister Gui finished speaking, the expressions of the One-Leaf King and all the generals and important officials behind him instantly darkened. This was especially so for the One-Leaf King. His eyes were bloodshot as his killing intent soared into the sky. You want to destroy our One-Leaf Continent dynasty? Haha, with just you guys? Good. You dare to kill my daughter and an expert from our One-Leaf Continent dynasty. Today, I want to see who will destroy who. The One-Leaf dynasty's king waved his arm, and a scepter appeared in his hand. All the generals of the One-Leaf dynasty and all the experts in the imperial city, fight for me, he roared, and his voice resounded throughout the entire imperial city. It's the king's voice. Is someone invading our country? You're courting death. Let's go and kill them. The king has given the order. All the forces go immediately. Damn it! Who dares to invade us? The roar of the ferocious beast just now was actually from a faction that has invaded us. Head over to meet the enemy and kill them. In the other 3 directions, some factions and families heard the king's order. Their faces turned cold as they quickly flew towards the north gate. The imperial city was their home. Once their home was forced, they would suffer huge losses. Moreover, the dynasty had a rule that during a war, all families and powerhouses had to participate. Otherwise, they would be killed immediately after the war. Under the circumstances where their own interests and safety were at stake, over 1 million people in the entire imperial city started to move. In a vast and mighty manner, all the martial artists who were above the level of the void interpretation realm gathered in the direction of the north gate. Warriors of the Dragon Palace, prepare for battle. When Wang Xian saw King Yi's order, the entire imperial city started to move. More than 1 million people flew over. The dark mass of warriors exuded an icy cold aura. A cold look appeared in his eyes. The 5 elements grinding mill condensed into a kingdom and slowly floated above his head as he shouted loudly. Roar, roar, kill. An orderly roar and an earth-shattering killing cry resounded across the sky. His powerful aura rose to its peak. King, the other party's strength isn't weak. There are quite a few profound void tier experts, and there are at least 2 4th-level profound void tier experts. We have to be careful. What happened at the Sky Island Empire caused them to be slightly wary. An old man walked to the side of One-Leaf King and said solemnly, Imperial Uncle, with you and I here, and this is still our territory, no fear. The King of One-Leaf did not lose his mind because his daughter was killed. He stared ahead coldly. Prepare the city defense equipment. He shouted softly. Yes. Crack, crack, crack. On the surrounding city walls, there were metal equipment that were more than 10 meters in size. The equipment was emitting a huge shiny arrow. Get rid of these damn things for me. Fire! King Yi roared loudly. The surrounding city defense weapons were emitting a dazzling golden glow as they attacked Wang Xian and the rest who were in the sky. These city defense weapons were released together. They were able to threaten experts at the insightful void tier. Fight! Wang Xian saw the other party's attack and shouted softly. Woo 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 woo! Just as Wang Xian finished his words, an excited sound wave came from the center of the Dragon Palace. The sound wave entered the ears of every warrior of the Dragon Palace, causing his aura to rise once again. In the sky, the black clouds that had gathered in a 5-kilometer radius suddenly moved slowly towards the imperial city of the One-Leaf Continent.
Splash! Raindrops fell downwards. Some of them were emitting blue raindrops while others were pitch-black raindrops. It looked extremely strange. The sound waves and black clouds all came from the Dolphin clan. This was the first time that the powerful support of the Dolphin clan had been used in a war. The battle has erupted. The enemy only has more than 1,000 creatures. More than 1,000 of them want to attack our imperial city and court death. Let's go and see how those reckless creatures were killed by the king. Behind the imperial city of the One-Leaf continent, some martial artists had just arrived at the North Gate. When they saw the more than 1,000 creatures in the sky, their eyes revealed a look of disdain. We have millions of people. Even if each of us launches an attack, the insightful void martial artists will have to resist all of us. More than 1,000 creatures dare to attack our One-Leaf continent empire. They are courting death. In front of the North Gate, millions of people were floating in the sky. With so many people, they could not interfere at all. At first, they thought that the intruders would be very powerful. However, there were only 1,000 or so creatures and they did not take them seriously at all. One had to know that the demon beasts and ferocious beasts that had attacked cities in the past were millions or even tens of millions. More than 1,000 creatures still wanted to attack them. You're courting death. Whoosh, 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 whoosh. Strange rain began to fall from the sky within a 5-kilometer radius. Many sharp siege weapons that were more than 10 meters long shot toward everyone in the Dragon Palace. Roar! Roar! The 9 flood dragons looked at the 4,000 to 5,000 sharp weapons with disdain in their eyes. One of the flood dragons on the left slightly flapped its not very large wings, and streams of green wind light directly wrapped around the siege weapons. Those siege weapons were instantly bound. The flood dragon's body shook once again, and huge arrows shot towards the direction of the attack. Activate the formation. All ranged attackers, cover them. One of the generals saw that the arrow was easily blocked by a flood dragon, and his expression changed slightly. He hurriedly shouted, "Wang!" An earthen yellow city protection formation was activated. A powerful formation protected the entire imperial city. Kill them! Kill them all! Within the city protection formation, the soldiers on the city walls roared loudly. Kill! Kill! Behind them, 1,000,000 people from the imperial city of the One-Leaf continent roared loudly. The word kill rushed into the clouds and shook the surrounding 100 kilometers. Ao Chitian break through the city. Prime Minister Gue saw countless attacks of various attributes coming at them and said indifferently to the Demon War Department behind them. Yes, roar. Ao Chitian's 15-meter large body roared loudly and a golden ocean pacifying needle appeared in his hand. Big. With a light roar, the ocean pacifying needle in his hand became 1,000 meters long. This was the ocean pacifying needle in a level 4 dragon palace and it had consumed several tons of hollow-level materials. The 1,000-meter long and 10-meter wide ocean pacifying needle instantly stood between heaven and earth. Even Ao Chitian looked tiny in front of the needle. Destroy the city. Ao Chitian held the ocean pacifying needle in his arms and smashed it toward the city wall. What? What is this thing? What kind of weapon is this? Attack! Attack! When Ao Chitian held the 1,000-meter-long ocean-pacifying needle and smashed it toward the city wall, everyone's expressions changed. Even One-Leaf King and the general's expressions changed drastically. Crack! 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 The ocean-pacifying needle landed, and the rank 2 defensive array shattered like glass. Get lost! A rank 3 void interpretation expert from the One-Leaf continent waved his arm and a 100-meter-long fist landed on the ocean-pacifying needle. Charge! Prime Minister Gue waved his arm. Kill! Heavenly lightning destruction. Dragon scales, arrows? Heavenly sword, demon vanquishing. With an order, Aochi raised his hammer-like arm and pointed at the sky. Within the dark clouds, terrifying lightning bolts descended and attacked the city wall of the One-Leaf Continent Empire. Mao Zedong pulled the bowstring to its maximum, and an arrow covered in dragon scales shot forward. The arrow came to the city wall and exploded into sharp dragon scales.
Ao Jian held a golden longsword in his hand, and a 2,000-meter long sword appeared out of thin air and charged forward. Behind him, demon monkeys, thunder prawns, golden swords, and fish charged forward. All the members of the Heavenly Eye Arrow Division floated in the sky, and their bows and arrows were aimed at the enemy. All the insightful Emptiness Realm experts, kill them all for me. The One-Leaf King's expression changed slightly when he saw the terrifying attacks unleashed by the members of the Dragon Palace one by one. He roared and immediately ordered, "Kill!" The city defense array had been broken and the real battle was about to begin. On the city wall, the insightful Emptiness Realm experts of the One-Leaf Continent dynasty directly attacked the leaders of the Dragon Palace. The old man next to the One-Leaf King fixed his gaze on Mao Zedong. He could sense a force of the same level from his body. The One-Leaf King did not move either. He stared at Wang Xian coldly. "Tell me your name. I will kill you later." He stared at Wang Xian coldly. His eyes were filled with endless coldness. He. When Wang Xian saw the King of One Leaf staring at him coldly, a look of contempt appeared on his face. He stood up slowly and looked at the King of One Leaf. He said faintly, "You are not qualified. You are not qualified." Wang Xian was not prepared to make a move in today's battle. In fact, he did not even need to make a move. Arrogant fellow. When the One-Leaf King heard Wang Xian's words, his face turned extremely gloomy. They said that he was not qualified? How dare they say that he was not qualified? He was the king of a country. Among the surrounding dynasties, he was the strongest. Now he was completely ignored. Be careful of the rain in the sky and that voice. Be careful. His strength is not at level 1 of the see-through realm. He is at level 2 of the see-through realm. What a terrifying defense. Their strength is above the 9th level of the extraordinary realm. Those who are not strong enough will switch to long-range attacks. Do not engage in close combat. Oh my God. A person beside him was killed for no reason. There are killers. At this moment, screams suddenly came from the front of the city wall. Panic. The war had already broken out. But in less than a minute, panicked roars came from the One-Leaf Continent dynasty. Over 10,000 soldiers rushed out of the city walls to meet the members of the Dragon Palace. In an instant of collision, a profound void martial artist versus a profound void martial artist. Transcendence versus transcendence. However, when one by one, a profound void martial artist went up against a profound void martial artist of the Dragon Palace, they were caught off guard and were almost instantly killed. Several profound void martial artists instantly joined forces to fight against one. And those transcendent realm warriors were even more miserable. More than 1,000 warriors of the Dragon Palace, with the lowest combat strength being at the 9th rank of the transcendent realm, collided in an instant. Tens of thousands of soldiers, 10 of them besieging one, also instantly killed several thousand people. What made them even more terrified was that the black raindrops in the sky fell on their bodies and actually corroded their spiritual chi. Some of the weaker ones even died directly under the black rain. There were also those special sound wave attacks that disturbed their minds. Surround and attack. 1,000 Leaves battle team charge. All the experts of the families in the city charge out and kill the enemy. Seeing that the soldiers and generals who charged out had instantly suffered a great loss, the One-Leaf King's expression changed slightly as he ordered in a low voice. Boom, boom, boom. Behind them, battle teams riding on fierce beasts and demon beasts charged out to meet the experts of the Dragon Palace. The eyes of some experts of families and powerful mercenary groups in the imperial city of the One-Leaf Continent flickered when they heard the king's order. Charge. The enemy only has more than 1,000 people. No matter how strong they are, we can kill them with numbers. Kill. One person and one attack can kill them all. The powerful battle teams of the One-Leaf Continent rushed out, and the powerful families in the imperial city also rushed out. In an instant, a few more insightful void martial artists and more than 100,000 martial artists joined the battle. The total number of people was tens of times, or even hundreds of times more. 9 flood dragons, attack. Ao Yao, let's move. Wang Xian saw more than 100,000 people rushing out directly and said directly with a calm expression. Roar.
On the battlefield at the North Gate, on average, hundreds of soldiers from the One-Leaf Continent dynasty surrounded and attacked a member of the Dragon Palace. 2 or 3 void interpretation experts surrounded and attacked Ao Chitian, Chi, Ao Chi, Ao Xia, and a few newly advanced void interpretation experts. In terms of numbers, the Continent dynasty completely crushed them in one night. However, when the roars of the 9 flood dragons sounded on the battlefield and the strange demons that had been hiding in the surroundings started to move, everything started to change. Roar! Roar! Whoosh! 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 The 9 flood dragons flapped their wings and their bodies emitted a green light. Their bodies moved, bringing along countless wind blades as they attacked the insightful void martial artists one after another. The 9 enormous figures, and any nearby humans, were all directly crushed by the sharp wind blades. Ah! In the chaotic battlefield, an expert from the First Leaf Continent dynasty of the second rank of the insightful void martial artists faced off against a flood dragon. In an instant when they collided, his eyes were filled with fear. Terrifying strength, powerful wind attribute attacks. His body flew far away, his eyes filled with fear. Be careful, these 9 creatures have the terrifying strength of the third rank of the void interpretation realm. Be careful. He hurriedly roared. What? When everyone from the One-Leaf Continent heard this, their expressions changed instantly. All of them are third-level void interpretation? There are only 9 third-level void interpretation in our entire country. Moreover, the other party doesn't only have 9 third-level void interpretation experts. In addition, the berserk devil monkey, the terrifying lightning creature, the middle-aged man holding the golden longsword, and that sinister 8-headed creature are all third-level void interpretation. Don't be afraid, our king hasn't made his move yet. Kill, kill, kill. We're all covered in black clouds, and that raindrop actually carries poison. That sound wave can increase the opponent's strength and disrupt our minds. Those arrows all contain powerful poisons, and anyone who touches them will die. Don't be afraid, we have dozens of times more people than them. Hundreds of thousands of people in front of the One-Leaf dynasty shouted. 9 flood dragons joined the battle, which greatly reduced the pressure on Ao Chitian and the other members of the Dragon Palace. The people of the Heavenly Eye Arrow Division stood at the back and shot arrows toward the overwhelming attacks. What frightened all the warriors of the One-Leaf dynasty was that the arrows carried a terrifying toxin. The poison splashed onto their bodies and the powerful poison killed them instantly. Only those above the Type 8 realm could withstand the poison. Other than the poison, the rain of poison in the sky, as well as the terrifying sound waves, had greatly reduced their attacks. On the other hand, after receiving the attack, the blue raindrops fell on their bodies, speeding up the recovery of their injuries. There were even streams of water flowing towards them, healing their injuries. Go and kill those archers and dolphins in front of us. We can't let them support an attack from the back. An expert at the profound void tier sensed that the attack he released was less than 90% of its peak, and his expression was extremely unsightly. He roared loudly and pointed in the direction of the Heavens Eye clan and dolphins, shouting loudly. Go, go, block the other creatures. Our Skywolf battle team will charge forward. 100-man battle team riding on a water-blue wolf-shaped creature charged forward. Their strength was at least at the 8th rank of the extraordinary realm. Together with the powerful beast mounts they were riding, one of them could fight against 2 or 3 of the same level. Kiki! Around the hundreds of dolphins, each of them was entrenched in the air. Colorful venomous snakes saw someone charging towards them. Their ice-cold eyes were filled with mockery. Kill them! The 100 members of the serious battle team glanced at Wang Xian warily before charging towards the group of dolphins and the Heaven's Eye clan. Wang Xian looked at them with a cold expression. He didn't move. The members of the Heaven's Eye Arrow clan didn't even spare them a glance. When they were within a 500-meter radius, streams of poisonous substances instantly charged towards them. The terrifying poison started to boil in the air as if it was going to corrode the space. Ah, be careful of the poison. Oh no, we can't block it. We can't block it at all. Retreat! Retreat! In an instant, terrified voices came from the serious battle team. The cold eyes of the poisonous snakes were filled with disdain. As the auxiliary and long-range attackers of the Dragon Palace, They naturally wanted the enemy to come and kill them. They had long prepared the surrounding toxins. These toxins would kill even those at the first level of the Profound Void tier. Only those at the second level of the Profound Void tier could charge over. However, the experts of the Dragon Palace blocked all the enemies at the second level of the Profound Void tier. The battle entered a short-term stalemate when more than 100,000 people of the One-Leaf Continent dynasty charged over. The experts at the 9th level of the Extraordinary Realm were powerful, but they could not kill hundreds of experts at the 8th level and 7th level of the Extraordinary Realm in an instant. Those at the back continue charging forward. One-Leaf King looked at the entire battlefield. Generals versus generals, soldiers versus soldiers, their strength was temporarily tied. His eyes flashed with a cold expression as he stood there and shouted once again. "It's the king, charge, kill them." In the Imperial City, there were at least 800,000 to 900,000 people who did not make a move. Although their strength was not as strong as those who charged out, their numbers were huge. A quantitative change could produce a qualitative change. 30 level 7 transcendents might not be able to defeat one level 8 transcendent, but it was hard to say if there were 50 or 60 of them.
They are not our match. Let's kill these bastards.
Once again, more than 100,000 people flew out of the city. Their cold gazes locked onto the members of the Dragon Palace. Awe! However, at this moment screams of terror suddenly came from the battlefield.
Among the screams, there were 3 experts at the Insightful Void Realm. The rest were all half-step Insightful Void Realm experts and rank 9 transcendents. In an instant, it was as if the half-step Insightful Void Realm experts and rank 9 transcendents on the battlefield had been cleaned up. The sudden death and screams caused everyone to be somewhat stunned.
Especially the members of the One-Leaf Continent Imperial City below the Void Interpretation stage. Their leader, their captain, had suddenly died. Many people only saw a ray of light and realized that their captain was already dead. After their captain, sergeant, and their commander were killed, the entire team was thrown into chaos.
Operation Beheading Hands began.
The strange demon moved. Roar, roar, roar. When their captain and sergeant were killed, the roar of the demon monkey, the roar of thunder, and the sound of metal swords covered the entire battlefield.
Awe! In just a few seconds, at least 10,000 people were killed.
The One-Leaf dynasty was at a disadvantage, and as time passed, more and more people were killed. Be careful. There are assassins. A rank 9 transcendent expert shouted in fear, his face filled with panic.
How terrifying would assassins be in battle?
During battle, they did not have time to guard their surroundings. If they were targeted, 90% of them would die. What made them even more afraid was where were those assassins hiding. Not good.
Not good.
In the sky, at the Dimension Sundering Realm battlefield, the expressions of all the Dimension Sundering Realm experts of the One-Leaf Continent changed slightly. Facing the experts of the Dragon Palace, they had already felt immense pressure. Now that 3 more Dimension Sundering Realm experts had died, what was going to happen next? Danger! We have to kill him or else.
When the One-Leaf King saw this scene, his expression changed drastically. His expression slowly became ferocious as he stared at that young man.
That fellow who said that he wasn't qualified could only obtain victory by killing him. He wanted this fellow to know whether he was qualified or not. Prepare to die. At the north gate of the Imperial City of One-Leaf, a bitter war broke out. Hundreds of thousands of people besieged more than 1,000 people, but they were completely crushed. This made One-Leaf King's eyes almost pop out of their sockets. Looking at this scene, he let out a roar, and his body surged with seawater. Above his head, a raging wave that covered an area of about 2 kilometers slowly gathered.
He raised the water-blue staff in his hand with an angry expression. The staff was about 2 meters in size and looked extremely heavy. On the staff, 3 water spirit pearls were embedded in it. Damn thing, I will tell you that invading our One-Leaf Kingdom is your stupidest decision. Today, I will kill you and bury you in the sea. The One-Leaf King held his staff with both hands and stared at Wang Xian coldly. The two of them faced each other from afar. The staff in his hand was connected to the huge waves above his head. The king is about to make his move. Furthermore, His Majesty's strongest attack is the wave forward thrust. Even with hundreds of thousands of us, we are not his opponent. If the king does not make his move, he will lose. How can his opponent's strength be so terrifying? All of them have the strength of at least rank 9 transcendence, as well as that terrifying assassin. However, if the king makes a move, he will definitely be able to turn the tide. That's only natural. His Majesty is one of the strongest experts within 1,000 kilometers. He isn't someone a young man can deal with. When the One-Leaf King's cold voice rang out and the Dharma idol in the sky condensed, the eyes of the citizens in the imperial city of the One-Leaf continent behind him flickered as they stared at him. They were somewhat shocked by the strength of these 1,000-plus creatures. Seeing the generals of the dynasty being killed and the soldiers being crushed, each and every one of them had an extremely unsightly expression. However, it was fortunate that His Majesty the King was still there. Everyone in the imperial city knew of King One-Leaf's strength. He was the most powerful existence among the surrounding dozen or so countries. If the king makes a move, he will definitely be able to turn the tide. All the citizens at the back were filled with absolute confidence. They clenched their fists and stared at him. Dharma idol, wave front thorn. Prepare to die, you little thief. The king of One-Leaf slowly floated in the air. The waves that covered a radius of 2 kilometers above his head slowly condensed into a long spear. It was a long spear that was at least 1 to 2,000 meters long. He raised his staff with both hands and a terrifying water energy burst out from his body. He shouted loudly, "Charge!" With a loud shout, the terrifying water energy spear shot towards Wuxia like a huge siege weapon. Die! The One-Leaf King's expression was extremely ferocious. His eyes were filled with ferocity. Behind him, nearly 1 million people were staring at the attack of His Majesty. There were also many people on the battlefield looking over. If the king could defeat the leader of this force, then they would have won this war. Everyone firmly believed that their One-Leaf King would definitely win. Their One-Leaf King was invincible. I've said it, you don't have the right to make me attack. Since you want to die, then die. The king's hand looked at the terrifying Dharma idol in the sky that was attacking him. His expression was still incomparably calm. Looking at the One-Leaf King, his expression was filled with disdain. Just as he finished his sentence, the One-Leaf King who was floating in the sky trembled. Following that, under everyone's shock, they saw their king. The head of the king who was invincible in their hearts flew straight into the sky. His eyes were wide open and filled with disbelief. There were no signs at all. No one could see who was the one who attacked. The spear attack from the Dharma idol arrived 2 meters in front of Wuxia. The terrifying, piercing light dissipated instantly. The corpse fell towards the city wall. Everyone was stunned. What was going on? The king was killed before the king's attack even arrived? Stunned and shocked. Boom. No, how is this possible? The king. His Majesty the King. Who killed him? What's going on? What's going on? Why did His Majesty the King suddenly die? Assassin, it was the assassin who attacked just now. Oh my God. The king actually died. After a short period of silence, the millions of people behind exploded with incomparable fear. Under the illumination of the sun, their king's head flew up directly, and that terrifying impact force went straight into their hearts. Everyone's bodies trembled, and they all roared in shock. What? Your Majesty! Your Majesty! In the sky, a void interpretation expert from the One-Leaf Continent dynasty felt their king's death, and his body trembled. Instant kill? Their king was a peak void interpretation tier 4 expert, yet he was killed in an instant. Just how terrifying was the assassin hidden in the void? Furthermore, there was also that young man standing in front of the dragon throne, the leader of this group of forces. The morale of the army was in chaos. When the team leaders and sergeants were assassinated just now, the morale of the army had already been shaken. Now, the morale of the army was in chaos. Take this. At this moment, a violent sound rang out in the sky. Bang! The sound of a terrifying collision was heard. Ao Chi-Tien held the sea-pacifying needle in his hand, and the 100-meter-long metal rod directly smashed into the body of an elder at the 3rd level of the insightful void tier. The violent impact force caused the elder at the 3rd level of the insightful void tier to fall directly toward the city wall. Boom!
With a loud sound, the old man's body was completely smashed into the city wall. Kill!
A violent roar came from Ao Chitian's mouth. His figure moved and he rushed to the front of Ao Chi, joining hands to fight against another expert at the third rank of the Profound Void tier.
The death of the king and the death of the third rank of the Profound Void tier expert were the prelude to the destruction of the One Leaf Continent's dynasty.
At this moment, the second round of assassinations of the strange demons had begun.
With more than 200 strange demons assassinating them, more than half of the top-tier combat strength on the battlefield would be lost. It's over. It's over. Our one-leaf continent empire is over.
Seeing this scene, the millions of people behind them had terrified and desperate expressions on their faces. Ah! On the battlefield, Aoyu began to move.
As a fully formed thorn dragon species, his strength could kill a person 2 levels above him.
As a third-level void interpretation, he could assassinate a fifth-level void interpretation.
Currently, in the Dragon Palace, Ao Yao's strength was only second to Wang Xian.
After Ao Yao made his move, there was no need for Wang Xian to make a move on the entire battlefield. One by one, experts at the void interpretation level died. One by one, experts from the One-Leaf Continent Empire died under the hands of the Dragon Palace. The terrifying roar of the demon monkey, the violent thunder and lightning of the thunder shrimp, the piercing of sharp swords, and the deadly arrows.
The members of the Dragon Palace were like a powerful army that had never been defeated in 100 battles. They charged forward fiercely.
Close combat, long-range attacks, support, poison. The army and experts of the One-Leaf Mainland dynasty fell rapidly. Panic spread to the entire imperial city.
Wang Xian stood quietly in front of the Dragon Palace. He smiled as he looked at his subordinates who were killing in all directions in an awe-inspiring manner.
Smiling as he looked at his enemies who were filled with fear and despair. Smiling as he looked at the destruction of the dynasty.
Smiling as he looked at the rise of the storm. Surrender, we surrender. Don't kill us. I surrender. I'm willing to surrender. Don't kill me.
Screams of terror resounded in the sky of the One-Leaf Continent dynasty.
When the last insightful void martial artist of the dynasty died, everyone in the dynasty revealed expressions of despair. Roar, roar, roar. The members of the Dragon Palace stopped killing and stopped attacking. They let out a roar of victory. The sound covered the entire imperial city of the One-Leaf Continent. Enter the city.
Prime Minister Gui revealed a smile when he saw the scene. He moved and came to Wang Xian's side.
Yes. The group of members of the Dragon Palace came to Wang Xian's back in unison.
None of them seemed to have died? At this moment, the soldiers of the One-Leaf Mainland dynasty who were injured noticed a problem with a horrified expression. That was, none of the forces that defeated their enemies and killed all the powerhouses of their dynasty had died.
Even those creatures below the insightful void tier didn't die. Their corpses were all around them. This discovery made everyone from the One-Leaf Continent dynasty widen their eyes. Their eyes were filled with fear. After destroying them, the other party didn't even expend a single soldier. Just thinking about it made them feel a little terrified.
Those who submit, kneel.
Wang Xian sat upright on the dragon throne. His gaze swept across the empire that had been conquered.
Prime Minister Gui stood at the side. He looked down coldly at the citizens of the defeated empire. His majestic voice covered the entire imperial city. Those who submit, kneel.
These 5 words resounded in everyone's mind. On the battlefield, the expressions of everyone from the One-Leaf dynasty changed drastically.
Those who do not submit die. From the back, Ao Chitian saw the hesitant expressions of the people from the One-Leaf dynasty. He did not hesitate at all. The ocean-pacifying needle in his hand turned into a few hundred meters wide and shot downwards.
Ah!
Ao Chitian's blow had killed at least 4,000 to 5,000 people. He suppressed everyone below with a ferocious expression.
He would not show any mercy to his enemies. In this kind of war, there was no right or wrong, no justice or evil.
The victor was the king. The weak were ants.
Plop! Plop! With a swing of the club, everyone from the One-Leaf dynasty immediately knelt on the ground in fear. After witnessing how terrifying Ao Chitian was, the pride in their hearts vanished.
Now they were captives and they were losers. Oh my God, we've lost, we've lost.
They are so terrifying, so terrifying. Kneel down. Quickly kneel down, or they will really kill us. In the city, the people of the One Leaf Dynasty were all kneeling on the ground in fear when they saw Ao Chichen kill 4,000 to 5,000 people in one move. Roar! The 9 flood dragons roared and landed on the ground. The members of the Dragon Palace also landed on the ground. Around them, the hundreds of thousands of people who had not been killed kneeled on the ground and retreated. Open the city gate. Quick! Open the city gate. Some of the soldiers kneeling on the city wall saw the scene and immediately shouted in fear. Crack! 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 Soon after, the huge city gate slowly opened. On both sides of the city gate, the soldiers knelt there, not daring to move at all. During the war just now, they had witnessed the horror and brutality of the Dragon Palace. Now, how would they dare to resist? The king was dead and the strong were dead. Their fate was already in the hands of the other party. If the other party wanted them to live, they would live. If they were to die, they would die. There was no room for resistance at all. Roar, roar! The 9 flood dragons looked at the wide-open city gates with satisfaction. They walked arrogantly and pulled the dragon throne towards the imperial city. Wang Xian sat on the dragon chairs without any fluctuation. Upon entering the city gates, both sides were filled with the citizens of the One Leaf continent who were kneeling on the ground. Sensing the violent aura coming from the 9 flood dragons, Demon Monkey, and the rest, all of them trembled in fear. The 9 flood dragons continued to move forward. The citizens of the One Leaf continent's imperial city in the distance hurriedly knelt on the ground in fear when they saw them enter. Tens of millions of people knelt on the ground in rows. At this moment, Wang Xian was like their king. When he arrived at the Dragon Palace of the Imperial City and swept his gaze across the magnificent Dragon Palace, a smile appeared on Wang Xian's face. Next, it's time to reap the rewards. He swept his gaze across everyone in the Dragon Palace indifferently. I'm very satisfied with this battle. Thank you, Dragon King, for your praise. The members of the Dragon Palace replied in a hurry with happy faces. Go and take back the spoils of war that belong to us. Wang Xian waved his hand and ordered the members of the Dragon Palace. All combat divisions head to the Imperial City separately and bring all the treasures in everyone's household over. Those who resist will be killed without mercy. Prime Minister Gue ordered all the members of the Dragon Palace. Yes. In an instant, all the members of the Dragon Palace moved. Since they had taken down this dynasty, it was for the resources of the entire Imperial City, and the resources of the entire dynasty. Regardless of whether the people of the Imperial City agreed or not, they had no choice. If the Dragon Palace did not have absolute strength, the Sky Island dynasty and the One Leaf Continent dynasty might join forces to occupy the deep-sea spiritual spring. As for the Dragon Palace, if they resisted, they would be waiting for their demise. At this moment, it was not just the Imperial City of the One Leaf Mainland dynasty. In the entire dynasty and all the cities, the figures of the members of the Dragon Palace were wreaking havoc. All the treasures belong to the Dragon Palace. TSK, this One Leaf Mainland dynasty is indeed the best dynasty in the surrounding domain. There are so many items in the Imperial Treasury. Wang Xian came to the treasury and scanned his surroundings. His eyes lit up slightly. As a dynasty that was 5,000 to 6,000 years old, there were simply too many treasures in it. There were hundreds of tons of void interpretation level materials alone. What kind of concept was this? If it was given to a powerful artifact master, he could forge thousands of void interpretation weapons. However, artifact masters were rare. Other than the various materials, there were also many precious items. Formations, strange weapons, various remnant secret arts, and even the training maps of some special battle teams. These items are all very valuable. I have to think of a way to sell them and exchange them for resources that can be used by the Dragon Palace. Wang Xian's eyes sparkled. He picked up a few earth and water spirit pearls and handed them to the 5 elements millstone to devour. Dragon King, news from the other cities of the One Leaf Continent dynasty has been received. All of them have succeeded. Dragon King, all the treasures in the Imperial City have been searched into the interspatial ring. One by one, the information was sent over. One by one, the interspatial rings filled with treasures were sent over.
Wang Xian revealed a satisfied expression on his face. The value of these treasures was definitely worth tens of trillions of middle-grade spirit stones. After that, the Dragon Palace would be able to receive a considerable upgrade. In fact, if someone offended the Dragon Palace and destroyed a few more factions, he would be able to gather all the resources he needed to level up. Let's go back to the palace. A majestic voice resounded in the sky. 9 dragons swayed their huge bodies as they flew into the sky. Roar, roar! With a roar, they increased their speed and flew into the sky. Below, all the citizens of the One-Leaf Continent dynasty looked at the 1,000-something creatures flying into the sky with ugly expressions. Their eyes were filled with helplessness. In less than half a day, all the valuable items in the imperial city had been taken away. All the treasures in the families had been taken out. Boom! 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 As the people of the Dragon Palace flew, the members of the Dragon Palace who had gone to other cities flew back and followed behind them toward the Dragon Palace. The flames of war covered the entire dynasty. With the return of the members of the Dragon Palace, the One-Leaf Continent dynasty would enter a new era. Perhaps it could be rebuilt, or perhaps it would disappear completely in the future. Xiao Xian, how is it? Upon returning to the Dragon Palace, Guan Shuqing and the other girls came up to welcome him. Returning with a full load, Wang Xian nodded his head faintly and said with a smile. He waved his arm and threw the interspatial ring in his hand to Prime Minister Gue, who was beside him. Prime Minister Gue, you handle all the resources. First, increase the strength of the members of the Dragon Palace. Then, clean up the surroundings and see if you can recruit new members. Wang Xian instructed him. There were still too few members of the Dragon Palace at the moment. More than 3,000 subordinates were considered a small number even for a low-level dynasty. If it was not for the fact that the top-tier combat strength of the One-Leaf Continent dynasty was relatively strong, the Dragon Palace might not be able to win in a real battle. The hundreds of thousands of people could defeat the Dragon Palace with a huge number. After obtaining the resources of the entire dynasty, all the members of the Dragon Palace were at least at the half-step void interpretation realm. There would be more than 10 or 20 void interpretation experts. However, it would be difficult for the group of leaders to get another upgrade. It's the Dragon King. Prime Minister Gue nodded respectfully and left immediately. Wang Xian's gaze swept across the Dragon Palace, which covered an area of 150 kilometers. Finally, he landed on a few girls and chuckled. He had left for a year and had yet to have a good time with them after he returned. His body moved and, amidst the exclamations of the girls, he flew straight into the bedroom. Xiaoyu, who was at the side, rolled her eyes. Zhang Fengying was stunned and shook her head slowly. In the next few days, Wang Xian lived a happy and unrestrained life. Prime Minister Gue would take care of the matters in the Dragon Palace. He could just accompany a few girls on the collapse every day. They lived a carefree life. Under the huge amount of resources, the cultivation of the few girls was directly elevated to the second level of the profound void stage. Dragon King, this is our herb garden. There are more than 50,000 spiritual herbs in there. The highest level is the transcendent level 9 spiritual herb. Bachi brought Ao Chitian and the rest to the surroundings to subdue some demonic beast races. The area of 150 kilometers of our Dragon Palace's territory is currently not used in many places. After resting for 3 to 4 days, Wang Xian and Prime Minister Gue toured the entire Dragon Palace. Prime Minister Gue introduced them to him one by one. Yes. Wang Xian nodded slowly. The area of 150 kilometers was very, very large. On the other hand, the Dragon Palace only had over 3,000 creatures. Compared to this space, it was simply too little. Brother! At this moment, Xiaoyu flew over from the Dragon King's palace and shouted at him. What's wrong? Xiaoyu! Wang Xian looked over and asked with a smile. Brother Ling Tian. Is Sister Fenghuan in trouble? Xiaoyu flew to his side and said to him with a frown. In trouble? What happened? Wang Xian immediately asked. Ling Tian's communication stone plate told me that the Dragon and Phoenix Empire is currently at war with the Star Moon Empire and a few other empires. The armies of the other empires are rushing over. The Dragon and Phoenix Empire is currently in a crisis. Sister Fenghuan asked Ling Tian to return to the Dragon Palace. She will not allow him to participate in the following battles. I think Sister Fenghuan will not allow Ling Tian to return unless it is a crisis, Xiao Yu said to Wang Xian worriedly. During the period when Wang Xian had just left, Fenghuan had basically stayed in the Dragon Palace to cultivate. As time passed, the group of girls became more familiar with each other. After the Dragon Palace discovered the deep-sea spiritual spring, the Dragon Phoenix Empire had also attracted a large number of citizens. Therefore, the chances of them meeting each other were limited. I'll go over and take a look. Wang Xian raised his eyebrows and flew out directly. Ao Jian led a golden swordfish behind him immediately. As the Dragon King's guards, they had to follow the Dragon King at all times. He actually sent Feng Lingtian back to the Dragon Palace. It seems that the situation is extremely critical. Wang Xian flew quickly in the ocean. Due to the migration of the Dragon Palace, it would take at least 20 minutes to travel to the Dragon and Phoenix Empire. Whoosh! When he arrived at the seaside, Wang Xian flew straight towards the Dragon and Phoenix City. Who is that in front of me? Stop right there. A cold voice was heard. Beams of sharp light pierced straight into the sky. Ha! Wang Xian was slightly stunned as he looked towards the city wall. At this moment, rows of soldiers were scattered on the city wall. They were dressed in armor and emitted a murderous aura. When he saw Wang Xian, Ao Jian, and the other two, he shouted coldly. It seems that many people in the Dragon and Phoenix Empire don't recognize themselves after a year. That's right. The population of the Dragon and Phoenix Empire is more than 10 million now. 7 to 8 times more than before. Many new people won't recognize themselves. Wang Xian thought to himself. He stopped in the air and swept his gaze across the surroundings. He shouted indifferently, I'm Wang Xian. Wang Xian. On the city wall, an old man's eyes revealed a look of surprise. However, he followed up with a cold gaze as he stared ahead. No matter who you are, the Dragon Phoenix Royal City has been sealed off. Wang Xian, it's Lord Wang. It's Lord Wang. Before the old man could finish his sentence, a young man's excited voice could be heard from the surroundings. Eh? The old man was slightly shocked as he looked at the captain. Lord Gu, it's Lord Wang, a friend of Her Majesty the Queen. I didn't expect Lord Wang to come. The young captain looked at the old man and said hurriedly, Lord Wang, I didn't expect Lord Wang to come. Is he here to help our Dragon Phoenix Empire? He must be. This city was conquered by Lord Wang to Her Majesty the Queen back then. Furthermore, Lord Wang was the one who sent people here to help tide over the crisis. That's great. I didn't expect Lord Wang to be here at this time. On the city wall, dozens of soldiers from the past looked excited when they saw Wang Xian. They still remembered that when this place was still a town, they encountered a terrifying crisis. Lord Wang guarded the city by himself. He had saved their lives. They still remembered that when the Star Moon Dynasty had attacked them, it was Lord Wang who had led the powerful Heaven's-Eye demon beasts to once again save the entire Dragon Phoenix dynasty. This time, he had definitely come to help them. A friend of Her Majesty the Queen? When the old man heard the voices of the soldiers around him, a look of astonishment appeared on his face. Since this Lord Wang is a friend of Her Majesty the Queen, please come in. I will bring you to the royal palace in front of you. He looked at Wang Xian in the sky and said in a deep voice, All right. It has been a year since I last came. The changes in the royal city have been huge. Wang Xian nodded his head lightly. His body moved and he flew directly to the city wall. Sir Wang, please. The elder gestured and led Wang Xian into the imperial palace. Sir Wang is here. We will definitely be able to get through this difficult period. Of course. I don't know why Sir Wang didn't bring his subordinates here this time. Lord Wang contributed a lot to our Dragon Phoenix dynasty in the beginning. On the city wall, some residents of St. C Town looked at him with admiration and respect. Is he really as powerful as you say? Isn't he just a young man? And he looks like an ordinary young master. It will be difficult for him to help us this time. That's right. I've heard of this Lord Wang before, but his strength shouldn't be at the profound void realm, right? What can he use to help us? That's right. This time, the despicable Star Moon dynasty allied with 2 dynasties to besiege us. What can that Lord Wang use to help us?
Some of the soldiers who came later heard their conversation and frowned as they spoke from the side.
We believe in Lord Wang. He will definitely be able to help us help Her Majesty the Queen. You are all blind. What kind of enemy did you face a year ago?
Our Dragon Phoenix dynasty has developed so quickly. A year later, we are facing 3 other dynasties. It is not some fierce beasts and a few insightful emptiness realm experts. It is very likely that there are 20 to 30 of them. The soldiers in the past firmly believed it. However, the soldiers who came later shook their heads in disapproval. This caused the expressions of the soldiers from Shanghai town to turn slightly ugly. At the same time, they also understood that this was only their best fantasy. The current Dragon Phoenix Empire was no longer the former Dragon Phoenix Empire. And the enemies now were no longer the same as before. Follow me. The old man gestured to Wang Xian at the entrance of the palace that occupied a radius of 10 kilometers. After going through strict checks, they arrived in front of a palace. Her Majesty the Queen is discussing something with a group of generals. Please wait outside. When they arrived in front of the palace, a woman stopped them outside. Report this. Just say that Wang Xian is outside. Your queen will let me in. Wang Xian said directly to the woman.
The Dragon and Phoenix Empire was already on the right track. They could not enter just because they wanted to. Everything had to be reported.
Of course, this was when they did not know about the relationship between Wang Xian and Feng Luan.
Wang Xian?
Sir Wang.
The woman seemed to have gained some understanding. She was slightly surprised. She nodded quickly and walked into the main hall.
Wang Xian, I didn't expect you to come back after disappearing for a year. A voice came directly from inside. Feng Luan, who was dressed in a luxurious fiery red robe with golden threads, walked out from inside. She wore a veil on her face and the fiery red robe on her body was embroidered with the image of a phoenix.
She looked like a queen who was the mother of the world. The temperament of the former empress was fully displayed.
When Wang Xian saw Feng Luan's attire, he was slightly stunned.
Her fair neck, long eyelashes, clear eyes, and her beautiful body that was covered under the phoenix robe.
Her slightly furrowed brows made one's heart ache. Your Majesty, I didn't expect you to become more and more beautiful after a year. Wang Xian went up to her with a smile on his face.
Your mouth is still the same. Come in. How's the situation in your dragon palace? Have you settled the matters at the deep-sea spiritual spring?
Feng Luan asked Wang Xian with a smile. I'm here. Naturally, I can settle it.
Wang Xian smiled.
Meanwhile, the old lady and the old man at the back were completely stunned. They actually saw Her Majesty the Queen, who was cold and arrogant as if she had transcended the mortal world, smiling so happily.
They even joked with that young man.
Oh my God. This was still Their Majesty the Queen? Was it fake?
While they were shocked, they also realized the relationship between this Lord Wang and their queen.
In a year's time, I didn't expect the Dragon Phoenix dynasty to develop so quickly. Wang Xian followed Feng Luan into the grand hall.
The entire main hall was in the color of a fire dragon. It was different from the other palaces. The stone pillars around the main hall were engraved with flying fire phoenixes.
The entire main hall was majestic and had a hint of a woman's beauty.
I'm quite satisfied with the current development.
Feng Luan smiled and looked around indifferently. At this moment, there were more than 30 people standing on both sides of the main hall. Some of them were generals and some were civil officials. Under Wang Xian's perception, those generals were all at the insightful emptiness realm. There were a total of 15 insightful emptiness realm experts.
Other than these people, there were more than 10 people sitting at the front. Their attire was completely different from that of the Dragon and Phoenix Empire.
Each of them had a hint of arrogance on their faces. Clearly, they were not from the Dragon and Phoenix Empire.
When everyone in the hall saw Wang Xian, most of them had a look of astonishment in their eyes.
They looked at Wang Xian in astonishment. A young man actually allowed their cold and arrogant queen to welcome him personally. Moreover, the queen, who was frowning coldly just now, was clearly in a much better mood at this moment. This could not help but cause some people in the main hall to be puzzled. This was the queen's man? Wang Xian. Sit at the side first and wait for me to settle some urgent matters.
Feng Luan gestured to a seat beside the throne and said to him.
Wang Xian nodded his head lightly and sat down. Ao Jian and another golden swordfish stood on the left and right. Queen of dragons and phoenixes, don't delay any further. With your conditions, it's impossible for our Dongyuan dynasty to send troops to assist you.
Wang Xian had just sat down when he heard a dozen or so people in the middle of the room who were sitting on chairs speaking faintly. There were a dozen people and 5 old men. The rest of them were middle-aged men. The middle-aged man in the middle had a beard on his mouth and was dressed in luxurious plush clothes. His body was filled with a noble aura. He looked at Feng Luan and spoke faintly.
Feng Luan frowned again when she heard their words. Her eyes flickered. These conditions of mine can bring about a strong increase in your Dongyuan dynasty in the next few years. If you don't agree, what do you want?
Dragon and Phoenix Queen, you also know that it will be in the next few years. Who knows if there will be any accidents in the next few years?
The noble middle-aged man who was sitting in the middle slowly stood up, and a gentle smile appeared on his face.
It's very easy to get our Dongyuan dynasty to send out troops. The 2 countries will have a marriage alliance, and our Dongyuan king will fall in love with Queen Dragon and Phoenix at first sight.
If the 2 countries have a marriage alliance, then the Dragon and Phoenix dynasties' matter will be our Dongyuan dynasty's matter. What? A marriage alliance between the 2 countries?
Nonsense. As soon as the middle-aged man finished his sentence, a group of civil officials and generals in the back of the main hall revealed furious expressions.
They shouted softly and glared angrily at the people of the Dongyuan dynasty.
Especially Yan Wenshan, Mang Hong, Yu Qingzi, and Jin Qianyuan. They wanted their queen to marry the Dongyuan dynasty.
Their intentions were despicable. Wang Xian had just sat on the chair when he heard the middle-aged man's words. He narrowed his eyes slightly and looked at the middle-aged man indifferently.
This condition of your Dongyuan dynasty is really interesting.
When Feng Luan heard the middle-aged man's words, a hint of coldness flashed across her eyes. She took a deep breath and said faintly, "Our Dragon and Phoenix dynasty has already shown our sincerity. Please show your sincerity too."
She continued to say expressionlessly, "Dragon Phoenix Queen, we are not joking, but our Dongyuan king also knows that if the queen does not agree, we cannot force it.
Other than this condition, there is another condition. We want the Flourishing Era Fire Lotus and the Flourishing Era Fire Lotus formation. In addition, the Dragon Phoenix Empire will become a vassal state of our Dongyuan Empire." As the middle-aged man spoke, his eyes flashed with fervor. Flourishing Era Fire Lotus.
Vassal state.
After Feng Luan heard their second condition, her expression turned completely cold.
That's right, it's these 2 conditions. As long as you agree to one of these 2 conditions, our Dongyuan dynasty will send troops to protect your Dragon Phoenix dynasty. Otherwise, with the strength of the Star Moon dynasty and the other 2 dynasties, your Dragon Phoenix dynasty will definitely be destroyed.
Dragon Phoenix Queen, you don't need to consider the first condition or the second one. Only these 2 methods can protect your dynasty." The middle-aged man's tone was firm as he stared at Feng Luan with confidence. The Flourishing Age Fire Lotus is a 5th-level Profound Void Martial Art treasure, and the Fire Lotus Array is a 4th-level Profound Void Martial Art Cultivation Auxiliary Array. These 2 treasures are priceless. Feng Luan stared at the middle-aged man, and her face darkened. Other than these 2 things, you want our Dragon Phoenix Empire to become your vassal state?
Just a vassal state? Every year, we hand over some tributes and there's not much else to do. Compared to being destroyed, becoming a vassal state is just a small matter.
The middle-aged man looked at Feng Luan, and a faint smile appeared on his face.
The middle-aged man's words caused Feng Luan's expression to change. Below them, the civil officials and generals looked extremely embarrassed.
If they were to become a vassal state, they would be bound and restricted by the Dongyuan dynasty. Their future development would definitely not be so easy. They would even have to hand over tributes every year. Becoming a vassal state was equivalent to becoming someone else's underling. What if both of them disagree? Wang Xian looked at Feng Luan, who was frowning. He turned to the middle-aged man and said faintly, "Ha!" The middle-aged man was slightly stunned when Wang Xian suddenly spoke. He raised his eyebrows and glanced at him. Then he said faintly, "You don't have the right to speak here."
His words made Wang Xian smile.
What if we don't agree? Feng Luan stared at the middle-aged man and said coldly. If you don't agree, then forget it. There are some things that we can take for ourselves. The middle-aged man said faintly. Are you threatening us? At the back, the hot-tempered Hong Mang could no longer hold it in and shouted furiously. No, no, no. I'm helping you. Star Moon Kingdom came to our country to discuss some matters not long ago. As he spoke, he could not help but laugh.
His tone was filled with a threatening tone.
They looked at Feng Luan, as if they were going to eat her alive. The middle-aged man's words caused the entire hall to fall silent. There's no rush. We'll give you time to consider. If you don't agree in half an hour, we'll leave immediately. The middle-aged man straightened his clothes with a smile. He turned around and walked out. The people beside him stood up with smiles on their faces and followed behind the middle-aged man.
Your Majesty, we'd better.
An old civil official looked at the people of the Dongyuan dynasty walking out arrogantly and opened his mouth hesitantly. Everyone in the hall looked at the old man and felt a little helpless. This old man was the prime minister of the Dragon and Phoenix dynasty and was responsible for the civil servants. His meaning was clear. He chose the second condition. If not, the Dragon and Phoenix dynasty would not be able to survive this calamity.
Feng Wan opened her mouth. She knew that this was the best choice for the Dragon and Phoenix dynasty.
There was still room for them to turn things around if they became a vassal state. However, if they were destroyed, how many years would it take for them to rise again?
It would be difficult to establish a dynasty.
Everyone, please wait.
Feng Wan opened her mouth slightly. Just as she was about to speak, Wang Xian, who was sitting at the side, suddenly spoke.
The people from the Dongyuan dynasty who were already walking at the door raised their eyebrows. Their eyes were filled with smiles. The middle-aged man turned around slightly and looked at Wang Xian arrogantly. Then he stared at Feng Luan with a smug expression. Why? Have you made up your mind? Are you going to choose the first or the second one? The middle-aged man raised his head and asked with a smile.
Let me choose for them.
Wang Xian watched as the middle-aged man ignored him again and again. Then he stood up slowly.
He wanted them to see clearly.
The middle-aged man raised his eyebrows slightly. Feng Luan also looked at Wang Xian with a frown. There was doubt in her eyes. Only a child would make a choice, but adults are all. Wang Xian looked at the middle-aged man and his group with a smile on his face. Kill them. Kill them.
It was a simple word. This word stunned everyone in the surroundings. Even the middle-aged man and his group from the Dongyuan Empire were slightly stunned.
However, they soon realized what this word meant. Clang! Clang! Two bone-piercing sounds of sword rays rang out. Ao Jian and Wang Xian, who were behind Wang Xian, moved and directly attacked the group of over 10 people from the Dongyuan Empire. What?
Dragon and Phoenix Empire, you are courting death. If you dare to attack us, our Dongyuan Empire will guarantee the extermination of everyone in your empire. When the middle-aged man and the rest saw the two golden swordfish attacking them, they looked extremely embarrassed.
The middle-aged man in the middle raised his head and stared coldly at Ao Jian and Ao Jian.
They did not fight back. If they dared to kill them, they would be seeking their own destruction.
He dared to guarantee that the other party would not dare to do anything to them.
Moreover, when the two armies fought, they would not kill their envoys.
If they dared to lose any hair here, it would be the Dragon Phoenix dynasty declaring war on their Dongyuan dynasty. With the current situation of the Dragon and Phoenix Empire, it would be too late for them to curry favor with them. How could they still provoke them?
Humph!
The group of people behind the middle-aged man also stood there arrogantly as they stared coldly ahead.
10,000 swords destroy.
However, they were wrong.
Anyone who wanted to show off in front of Wang Xian would have to pay a heavy price.
Not good. No, they really dare to attack.
How dare they?
How dare they? In the main hall, a bone-piercing sword filled with killing intent charged straight towards the more than 10 people from the Dongyuan Empire who were acting cool. They thought that the Dragon and Phoenix Empire would not dare to make a move and offend them.
Indeed, if Wang Xian had not arrived, the Dragon and Phoenix Empire would definitely not dare to do anything to them.
However, it was a pity that the one who made a move was Wang Xian.
Anyone who tried to show off in front of him would not have a good ending. Run away. Block it, quickly block it. When Ao Jian and the rest's attack arrived, more than a dozen people from the Dongyuan Empire were completely panicking. The middle-aged man standing in the middle narrowed his eyes slightly. His eyes were filled with fear. Dragon and Phoenix Empire, you are courting death. He roared, and a flame shield instantly appeared on his body. The flame shield was completely formed, like lava. The terrifying might of a rank 2 void interpretation expert erupted from his body. However, the ones who killed them were Ao Jian and a rank 1 void interpretation golden swordfish. Ao Jian could fight a rank 3 void interpretation expert, while the other golden swordfish could fight a rank 2 void interpretation expert. Ao Jian wanted to kill a level 2 insightful void martial artist and he was caught off guard. It was completely poo poo poo. Instant kill. A series of saber and sword sounds and streaks of dazzling golden light directly pierced through their bodies. No, stop, stop. In the Great Hall, the civil officials and some generals of the Dragon Phoenix dynasty were also panicking. This queen friend who had suddenly appeared had actually killed all the people of the Dongyuan dynasty without saying a word. This was killing all of them. The Dongyuan dynasty was the last support of the Dragon and Phoenix dynasty, and now that they had suddenly offended them, what awaited them was destruction. 100% destruction. Even without the Star Moon dynasty taking action, the Dongyuan dynasty would destroy them. Everyone in the Dragon and Phoenix dynasties' hall was filled with fear. Cough cough, you dare to kill us? You're dead, you're dead. Cough cough. My brother Wang will kill everyone in the Dragon and Phoenix Empire. Everyone. Shut up. The middle-aged man in the middle widened his eyes and looked at the sharp sword that pierced through his heart. He raised his head and stared at everyone in front of him with a ferocious look. He growled with an incomparably ferocious look. Wang Xian, who was standing on the stage, spoke blandly. The long sword in Ao Jian's hand caused his head to fly up. Bang, bang, bang. The head rolled down. Every sound of it landing on the ground caused the hearts of the civil officials and generals in the hall to tremble. The Prime Minister of the Dragon Phoenix Empire was ashen-faced. His eyes were filled with despair. You have harmed our Dragon Phoenix Empire. His body was trembling as he shook his head helplessly and growled. Your Majesty, forgive me for not being able to serve the Empire. Your friend has killed the envoy of the Dongyuan Empire. This is a provocation to the Dongyuan Empire. This is suicide. A middle-aged man took 2 steps toward the center, bowed, and said with an extremely embarrassed expression, I can fight for the dynasty, but I won't die in vain. Please forgive me for not being able to continue serving the dynasty. Farewell. As he spoke, his body moved and flew out. When the other civil officials and generals saw a rank 2 profound void martial general leaving the dynasty, their expressions were extremely embarrassed. Their hearts were slightly shaken. Feng Luan stood in front of the throne and looked at the corpses on the ground and the generals who had left expressionlessly. She looked down at everyone below. What made her feel gratified was that none of the generals and civil officials wanted to leave. This caused a faint smile to appear on her face. In the entire hall, the most calm person was probably the Golden Origin. He had known Wang Xian for the longest time. He knew that since young Master Wang dared to make a move, he must have his own thoughts. Young Master Wang would not make a move rashly. The entire hall fell silent. The generals and civil officials all looked at Feng Luan, waiting for her order. Feng Luan glanced at Ao Jian and Ao Jian. After a flash of surprise, she turned to look at Wang Xian and shook her head speechlessly. By killing the envoys of the Dongyuan Empire, you are declaring war on them. The only one who can support us will also attack the Dragon Phoenix Empire. How am I supposed to defend against 3 to 4 empires? She looked at Wang Xian and said bitterly. So be it. Wang Xian looked at Feng Luan and shook his head. He smiled at her and said, There's still me. 3 or 4 dynasties. I like destroying dynasties the most. I've said it before. I'll make you the only king on this road. I'll do it. I like destroying dynasties the most. I'll make you the only king on this continent. When Wang Xian's voice rang out in the hall, the civil servants and generals opened their mouths slightly. The Prime Minister widened his eyes. He gulped and wanted to say that he was bragging.
I believe it. However, at this moment they heard Her Majesty's voice again.
Everyone was stunned. How could they believe such nonsense?
Could it be that their unworldly majesty, the Queen, had fallen in love? The IQ of a woman in love was 0? Just trust me. Leave the matters of the Dragon and Phoenix Empire to me. I really want to see how many empires are coming. The more, the better. Wang Xian smiled at Feng Luan.
After obtaining benefits from destroying the Heaven Island Empire and the One-Leaf Continent Empire, Wang Xian wondered if he might as well start destroying some empires in the future. However, after thinking about it, he decided to let it go.
There must be a limit to killing. One must not lose one's heart. If one provoked one's enemies, one should kill them.
However, if one did not provoke one's own people, he would not kill the innocent.
The Dragon Palace would also maintain this rule in the future.
Now that he saw someone wanting to destroy the Dragon and Phoenix dynasty, Wang Xian was rather happy.
That was because this gave him a reason to destroy them.
I'll leave it to you then. These few days have been too tiring.
A city-toppling smile appeared on Feng Luan's face. After hearing Wang Xian's words, her tensed nerves could finally relax. She felt relaxed all over. This feeling of having someone to rely on is really good. A thought suddenly appeared in her mind. This made Feng Luan squint her eyes. It was unknown whether she was happy or flustered. Let's withdraw from the court. Each of you should stand guard at your respective positions and monitor the enemy's actions.
Feng Luan waved her hand lazily and walked towards the back of the hall.
Wang Xian followed her with a smile on his face. Seeing the Queen leaving just like that, many people below looked at each other in dismay. Isn't the Queen quite responsible?
Why is she following now? The Prime Minister watched Feng Luan leave with a dumbfounded expression.
He didn't finish his words, but in the end, what he wanted to say was, why was she acting like a stupid monarch? One had to know that the Queen was usually a wise monarch with great ambitions. Yu Chengzi, Mang Hong, Yan Wenshan, the few generals, that is. What should we do now? Some of the civil servants and generals looked at the three of them. The three of them had followed the Queen for the longest time. They knew a lot of things that they didn't know.
This is a real man. Young Master Wang is a man that the Queen can rely on. Suddenly, Mang Hong looked at Wang Xian's disappearing figure with some admiration and uttered these words. Everyone's lips twitched slightly. Faint.
Believe in Her Majesty the Queen. Since the Queen said to hand it over to young Master Wang, we don't have to worry about it. Yu Chengzi pondered for a moment and comforted all the civil officials and generals in the hall. Director Yu, this is not a question of whether we believe it or not. We are now in a good and bad situation with the Dragon and Phoenix dynasty. Since we are staying, we will not betray the Queen. We just want a guarantee, a civil official said with a bitter expression. Don't worry. Young Master Wang is extremely mysterious. Even we don't know his trump card. However, the two middle-aged men who attacked just now, one of them is at level 3 and the other is at level 2 of the Void Interpretation Realm. Since young Master Wang dares to attack, he will definitely not harm Her Majesty the Queen. Yu Chengzi swept his gaze across everyone around him and said indifferently.
This caused the generals and civil officials to be slightly stunned. They thought of the two middle-aged men who had been following Wang Xian. One was at level 3 of the Void Interpretation Realm, while the other was at level 2 of the Void Interpretation Realm. To be able to have such subordinates, his influence was naturally extraordinary. Perhaps he can really save our Dragon Phoenix Empire.
Everyone thought to themselves. They looked at each other and walked out.
Go, take the things. Let's go, the Dragon Phoenix dynasty is finished.
It's over. The Queen's friend actually killed the only life-saving straw. The people of the Dongyuan dynasty. Now, not only are we being attacked by the Star Moon dynasty, but we will also suffer the revenge of the Dongyuan dynasty. Run away from here. A group of civil officials and generals had just walked out of the palace when they suddenly heard a series of terrified voices from their surroundings.
This made all of them slightly shocked and they looked around with ugly expressions.
Wei Qibing, what are you doing? The Prime Minister of the Dragon and Phoenix dynasty stared coldly at the position in front of him. More than 10 horses were lined up in the middle of the road, and around them, Many young and middle-aged men were putting things on the road. At the front of the group, the general who had rushed out just now was riding a fierce beast. Of course, we are going to take my people and leave this place. Am I going to die here with you? When Wei Qibing heard the prime minister's figure, he stared at them with an ugly expression. He glanced behind him and said, "Hurry up and get ready. Take everything and leave this place. You despicable and shameless person. Her Majesty the Queen has treated you well. How dare you do such a despicable thing?" A civil official rebuked angrily. "HMPH, then you mean you want me to die? Now the 3 dynasties have come to attack us. Now that we've offended the Dongyuan dynasty, what can the Dragon and Phoenix dynasty use to resist and take my life?" Wei Qibing snorted coldly and looked behind him. "Everyone, follow me." As he spoke, he directly walked forward. "Let me kill this guy and take everything away." Mang Hong's eyes were filled with killing intent as he stared coldly at Wei Qibing. "We can't attack. The surrounding citizens are watching. If we attack, the hearts of the people will be in chaos." The prime minister quickly stopped him. The surrounding citizens were watching. If the enemy wasn't here, the dynasty would start an internal conflict. If the enemy wasn't here, the dynasty would fall apart. "Are we just going to let this guy take the thing and leave?" Mang Hong and a few generals had ugly expressions on their faces. The prime minister shook his head and looked at the terrified citizens around him. After hesitating for a moment, he entered the palace once more. "What happened? Why did General Wei leave?" "They said that there would be 3 or 4 dynasties attacking us." "General Wei actually left with his family and subordinates. Is our Dragon Phoenix dynasty really in a life-and-death situation? 3 or 4 dynasties attacking us. How are we supposed to fight? Is our dynasty going to be destroyed?" When the surrounding citizens saw General Wei leave with his subordinates, their expressions changed as they discussed. The Dragon and Phoenix dynasty had sealed off the city recently, and the people already knew that there would be dynasties coming to attack them. However, what they did not know was that there would actually be 3 or 4 dynasties coming to attack them. Even the Dongyuan dynasty that was on good terms with them had turned against each other and might come to attack them. How could they defend against this? Panic spread from the bottom of everyone's hearts. Some of them widened their eyes and swallowed a mouthful of saliva as their expressions changed drastically. "Everyone, don't worry. Young Master Wang has arrived. With young Master Wang and the Queen around, nothing will happen to us." Yu Chengzi heard the terrified voices of the people around him. He frowned slightly and said loudly, "There were some things that could not be hidden, and they were not prepared to hide it." "What? Lord Wang is here? With Lord Wang around, we are not afraid anymore." "Young Master Wang? Which young Master Wang? Who is he?" Some people knew Wang Xian's name while others didn't. But very quickly, many people had some understanding of Lord Wang and young Master Wang. However, after understanding them, they were unable to stop their panic. How strong was the young Master Wang in the past? No matter how strong he was, could he be as strong as 3 to 4 dynasties? This made many people extremely fearful. No matter how strong that young Master Wang is, he's still not a match for 3 or 4 dynasties. "Run, let's run." Some people ran out in fear. Only the people of St. C Town firmly believed in Lord Wang's strength. They were willing to advance and retreat together with the Dragon Phoenix dynasty to live and die together. "Your Majesty, General Wei's departure has brought great fear to our Dragon Phoenix dynasty. It might not be long before some people want to escape. What should we do now?" The Prime Minister, who had returned to the palace, reported with an unpleasant expression. "Let those who want to leave, leave. We can take this opportunity to see who is loyal and who is disloyal. The Dragon Phoenix Empire will never accept those who leave." Feng Luan shook her head expressionlessly when she heard the Prime Minister's report. Standing on the tower of the palace, she looked at her surroundings and looked at Wang Xian, who was sipping his tea at the side. A faint smile appeared on her face. "Yes, Your Majesty. Then we will announce that whoever wants to leave will leave immediately. Those who leave will be prohibited from stepping into the territory of the Dragon Phoenix Empire in the future." The Prime Minister nodded slightly and retreated backward. The Dragon Phoenix Empire had developed so quickly. There were bound to be some people who were not loyal to the Empire. The Dragon Phoenix Empire could also use this opportunity to completely eliminate these people. Those who remained would be the most loyal subjects of the Dragon Phoenix Empire. If nothing goes wrong, the Star Moon Empire and the others will arrive soon. The strength of their three great empires will send at least 40 insightful Emptiness Realm experts. Apart from that, we also have to be on guard against the Dongyuan Empire. It is very likely that they will also send an army over. The current Dragon and Phoenix dynasty is like lambs waiting to be slaughtered. They are here to share the food with us. Feng Luan looked at Wang Xian, who was sitting leisurely by the side, and reminded him, "We will be welcoming them during this period of time. Also, send someone to monitor the imperial cities and cities of these few dynasties. Since we are going to fight, let's fight a big country war." Wang Xian looked at Feng Luan with a smile and said confidently, "All warriors, get ready. All families and experts of the Dragon Phoenix Empire come to the East Gate. Do not disobey." Dong, dong, dong. In the morning of the next day, only 8 hours had passed, and an urgent voice resounded throughout the entire Dragon Phoenix Imperial City. The alert voice that could not be decided immediately shook everyone's hearts. Urgent and nervous. Are the enemies invading? So fast, they've come in just a few hours this time. Kill anyone who dares to invade our Dragon Phoenix dynasty. Kill them all. Kill them all. With Lord Wang and Her Majesty here, there's no regret in dying in battle. In just over a year, the Queen has let us live a peaceful and happy life. Anyone who dares to invade us, kill them all. Are there really 3 or 4 dynasties coming to attack us? It can't be true, right? The entire Dragon and Phoenix dynasty was in an uproar. Everyone had different expressions as they walked towards the East Gate city wall. Some people were furious and looked like they were ready to face death. Some people were terrified and their eyes were flickering as they looked around. Your Majesty, the enemy is already 20 kilometers away from us. They are expected to arrive in 5 minutes. On the city wall of the East Gate, a general came forward to report respectfully. He looked ahead worriedly. All right, get all the soldiers ready. Feng Luan nodded her head faintly and looked at Wang Xian, who was beside her. Wang Xian nodded his head at Feng Luan and looked ahead with a smile. Your Majesty, our west, south, and north gates are sealed by a powerful formation. We can't get out at all. Your Majesty, there are at least 400,000 soldiers from the east rushing towards us. In less than 2 minutes, a general and a scout flew over with an awkward expression and reported again. Continue to monitor. Feng Luan nodded her head faintly and looked at Wang Xian. I am now at level 3 of the Void Interpretation stage. I can fight against level 4 of the Void Interpretation stage. The enemies who came this time are personally led by the King of the Star Moon Empire. The other 2 empires, the Wind Howl Empire, have sent an expert at level 4 of the Void Interpretation stage. The other empire, the South Cloud Empire, is personally led by the King of level 4 of the Void Interpretation stage. There are 3 people at level 4 of the Void Interpretation stage. Apart from that, we also have to guard against the Dongyuan Empire. The Dongyuan Empire is even more powerful. She pursed her lips as she spoke and reminded Wang Xian. A bunch of scum. There's no need for me to make a move at all. Wang Xian looked at Feng Luan, who still looked a little worried, and said with a smile, You are really annoying. If you have any strength, just bring it out directly. And you're still trying to hide it. Feng Luan glared at him when she saw his pretentious manner. Ha. Wang Xian laughed out loud. Ha. Dragon and Phoenix Empire. Your doomsday has arrived. Surrender obediently, and we will leave you with a complete corpse. At this moment, a carefree and even louder maniacal laughter came from the east. The voice was extremely loud and could be heard clearly within a radius of tens of kilometers. All soldiers, get ready for battle. Mang Hong looked at the black mass of people flying in front of him. His pupils constricted slightly as he roared. Yes. All the soldiers held their weapons tightly as they stared ahead with determination. Heavens, there are so many people. Look at that flag. 3 dynasties. 3 dynasties are attacking us. the flag of the Star Moon Dynasty, the flag of the Howling Wind Dynasty, and the flag of the Southern Cloud Dynasty. There are at least 300,000 to 400,000 soldiers.
Look at the experts flying in the sky, those insightful emptiness realm experts in a row.
The maniacal laughter attracted the attention of everyone from the Dragon Phoenix dynasty. When they looked to the east, a powerful battle team appeared in their line of sight. Among the black mass of people, the most eye-catching ones were the more than 40 void interpretation experts floating in the sky.
Some rode on void interpretation level mounts, while others stood on large swords.
Each and every one of them exuded a terrifying might. Even from afar, they felt their hearts palpitate.
More than 40 void interpretation experts? How are we going to fight them?
Heavens! That old man in the middle is the king of the Star Moon Empire. Some of the citizens of the Dragon Phoenix Imperial City looked at the three empires that were slowly flying over with fear.
Any one of these three empires would have a power that was even stronger than the Dragon Phoenix Empire. Now, the three of them were working together.
How could they fight? In particular, in order to prevent the people from the Dragon and Phoenix Empire from abandoning the city and escaping, except for the East Gate, the three empires had secretly set up powerful formations to seal them off. There was no way to retreat. Fearless. Get ready for battle. Feng Luan sensed the panic in her surroundings. She stared at the front with her cold eyes and shouted softly. Her voice entered the minds of the millions of people at the east gate of the Dragon and Phoenix Royal City. With the Queen and I around, there's no need to fear. Wang Xian also shouted softly. No need to fear, fight. The group of generals floated above the city wall and shouted loudly.
No need to fear, fight.
Fight! Fight! With the Queen and Sir Wang around, we must defend our country even if we have to die. Fight! Without Sir Wang, the 2 million of us would have died long ago. What's there to be afraid of? Our lives were given by Sir Wang and our survival was given by Her Majesty the Queen. What's there to be afraid of?
Kill.
That's right. If it wasn't for Her Majesty the Queen taking us in, we would have died outside a long time ago. It wasn't easy for us to find a safe place to live. We will fight for the Queen. As Feng Luan and Wang Xian shouted softly, the frightened citizens at the back held their weapons tightly with flushed faces and shouted loudly. Haha, fight? With your tiny dragon and Phoenix Empire. A disdainful voice came from the center of the troops at the front. In the east, the armies of the three empires slowly stopped about 2 kilometers in front of them. They stopped there quietly. There was no sound at all, but they gave off a strong pressure. The powerful battle teams of the empires and the powerful cavalry warriors. 2 old men in yellow robes and an old man in a python robe stood at the center. Each of their faces was filled with dignity.
The Star Moon King on the left was riding a golden lion. His eyes were cold as he stared at the majestic Dragon Phoenix Imperial City. Dragon Phoenix Queen, you have occupied the territory of my Star Moon Dynasty and established your country. You have killed the experts of my Star Moon Dynasty. Today, I will raze this place to the ground.
A voice filled with killing intent resounded throughout the sky.
I heard that the traitor of our Wind Howl Dynasty, the Heaven's Eye Demon Beast clan, has a close relationship with you. Call them over and we will exterminate them.
On the right, the king of the Wind Howl Dynasty stood on a large green bird, and his faint voice sounded in the sky.
We don't have any enmity with your Dragon and Phoenix Dynasty, but since our allies invited us, we can only come over and help exterminate you, haha.
The king of the Southern Cloud Dynasty, who was in the middle, laughed loudly. He did not put the Dragon and Phoenix Dynasty in his eyes at all. 3 confident and cold voices came from the mouths of 3 4th-rank void interpretation experts. 2 of them were the kings of the dynasty.
Their voices were filled with disdain and disdain. The 3 kingdoms joining forces to fight against the Dragon Phoenix Dynasty did have the qualifications.
You want to destroy us? Do you really think that the Dragon Phoenix Dynasty is easy to bully? Feng Luan heard their arrogant words and looked at them coldly. Haha, if you can ally with the Dongyuan Dynasty, we will have to consider if we want to deal with you, but now. The Star Moon King looked at the experts of the Dragon Phoenix Dynasty on the city wall with a smile. Now, it won't be long before the Dongyuan Dynasty's army comes to destroy you. However, There's no need to wait for the Dongyuan Empire to arrive. We'll destroy you all very soon. Haha. He laughed loudly, and a ferocious expression slowly appeared on his face. The sudden rise of the Dragon Phoenix Empire had long caused the Star Moon Empire to be apprehensive for a long time, especially the rapid development of the Dragon Phoenix Empire in the past year, which finally caused the Star Moon Empire to be unable to sit still. In just a short year's time, this empire had increased from the initial 5 void interpretation experts to 14 to 15 now. The speed of its development was too terrifying. This caused the Star Moon Dynasty to have no choice but to ally with the Windhowl Dynasty and the Southern Cloud Dynasty to destroy it. The Windhowl Dynasty and the Southern Cloud Dynasty were also very concerned about the Dragon Phoenix Dynasty. After all, a sudden rise in power would definitely threaten their surroundings in the future. After the Star Moon Dynasty promised some benefits, the 3 kingdoms allied and directly attacked. The alliance of the 3 countries made them not put the Dragon and Phoenix Dynasty in their eyes at all. This was especially true after they heard that the Dongyuan Dynasty had turned against them. However, they needed to quickly destroy the Dragon and Phoenix Dynasty to prevent the Dongyuan Dynasty from sharing the spoils of war. Star Moon Dynasty soldiers, get ready. Windhowl Dynasty soldiers, get ready. Southern Cloud Dynasty soldiers, get ready. Shouts immediately sounded out from their mouths. Yes, yes, yes. The 400,000 soldiers replied loudly, and their killing intent instantly condensed and shot into the sky. The sky was clear, and even the clouds were scattered. I'll give the Dragon and Phoenix Empire a final warning. Surrender immediately, and we won't kill you. However, if you don't surrender, kill all the men, and the women will become slaves. Ha! The Star Moon King laughed and announced the verdict to the Dragon Phoenix Empire. Roar! Roar! His words made the eyes of the soldiers at the back light up. They looked excited and roared like wild beasts. These damn guys! What? All the men will be killed and the women will become slaves? This. There are so many of them. How can we resist them? Sensing the killing intent and roars coming from the front, some of the citizens in Dragon Phoenix City turned extremely pale. The men were killed and the women were turned into slaves. Just thinking about it made them feel terrified. Behind the East Gate there was another commotion. I finally know why General Wei suddenly left yesterday. Behind them, a middle-aged man muttered in fear. General Wei's departure yesterday had caused quite a bit of panic. At that time, some people had left the Dragon and Phoenix Dynasty. However, there were still some people who were somewhat shaken, but they didn't leave. But now, looking at the enemy's terrifying strength and hearing the other party's judgment, their bodies trembled. Your Majesty, we are not the enemy's strength. Surrender. Suddenly, the middle-aged man spoke to Feng Luan on the city wall. The middle-aged man's words caused many people around to look over angrily, but there were also some whose eyes flickered. Oh! Feng Luan, who was standing at the back, suddenly heard a voice from behind. She frowned slightly and turned her head to look. Your Majesty, the opponent is so strong. We don't want to die, and I don't want my lover to become a slave. Another middle-aged man suddenly said, Yes. If we are really no match for the enemy, let's surrender. More and more people chimed in. Not everyone had the momentum to face death without fear. Not everyone was the citizen of Holy Sea Town who firmly believed in Lord Wang and the Queen. Believe me, the Dragon Phoenix Dynasty will not be destroyed. Believe me, we will win this battle. Feng Luan turned toward the Imperial City and spoke with a serious face. Her voice covered the entire Imperial City and entered everyone's ears. Such a loud voice was clearly heard by the 400,000 soldiers outside. Star Moon King, Windhowl King, and Southern Cloud King looked at each other, their faces filled with mockery. Ha! The war hasn't even started yet, and the other side is already in chaos. The Star Moon King laughed heartily. Because there are people who don't want to die and become enemies with us, only death awaits them. I do hope that they don't surrender, the Southern Cloud King said with a smile. The Dragon and Phoenix Empire has quite a few experts. If we can recruit them, it would be pretty good. The Star Moon Dynasty rolled its eyes, and the corners of its mouth curled up slightly.
It was full of cunningness as it muttered softly. The development of the Dragon Phoenix dynasty in this year has become our wedding dress. This is pretty good. As it spoke softly, it slowly raised its head and roared loudly. Citizens of the Dragon Phoenix dynasty, listen up. As long as you surrender, I can spare your lives and pardon your crimes. I'll give you 30 seconds to consider. After 30 seconds, attack. The Star Moon King's voice was heard within the Dragon and Phoenix Empire. What? As long as you surrender, we'll be absolved of our crimes. This surrender, I surrender. This voice caused the citizens of the Dragon and Phoenix Empire to waver once again. Some of them even shouted loudly, "Open the city gates." Feng Luan saw some of the scenes in the city and her expression turned cold as she spoke directly. "Oh, Queen, are we going to?" A general was slightly shocked and hurriedly asked. "Open." Feng Luan glanced at him indifferently. This general didn't dare to ask any further and immediately opened the city gates. Our Dragon and Phoenix dynasty will not lose this battle, nor will we lose. But if you don't believe me, go out and surrender now. Once we walk out, we will no longer be citizens of the Dragon Phoenix Empire. Do not even think about stepping into our territory. A cold voice rang out as she stood on the city wall, watching quietly. With Lord Wang and the Queen here, we firmly believe that we will not lose. Yes, I will not leave. Even if I die, we will not leave. I believe in Her Majesty. Let's go, let's leave quickly. Get out of the way. Everyone in front, get out of the way. Don't block my way out. Some people stood there firmly while others ran out of the city with all their might. This was a choice, to believe in the Queen or not. It's really troublesome to manage a country. The Dragon Palace is better. All the members of the Dragon Palace will submit 100%. Wang Xian looked down at the chaotic scene. He squinted his burning eyes and looked ahead as he muttered, "I can't wait any longer. We surrender. We surrender. Don't kill us, we surrender." The east gate of the Dragon Phoenix Imperial City was wide open. The people who poured out of the Dragon Phoenix Imperial City shouted at the armies of the three kingdoms. Only tens of thousands of people. However, to the surprise of the Star Moon King and the others, only 40,000 to 50,000 people escaped from the Dragon Phoenix Imperial City to surrender. Although the number of people is relatively small, they are all elites. The Southern Cloud King at the side swept his gaze across the group of people who had come out to surrender, his face full of smiles. Most of these people were quite strong, and it seemed that their living conditions were not bad either. If these people were placed in a city, they would be considered elites. Feng Wan looked at the 40,000 to 50,000 people who had left and heaved a sigh of relief. Only 40,000 to 50,000 people had left in the nick of time, and she was still rather gratified. It's the Queen who gave us a safe and stable home. We're willing to fight for this home. At this moment, an old man shouted loudly with a flushed face. We're willing to fight for this home. We're willing to fight for our home. We're willing to fight for our Queen. In the city, the citizens roared with passion. They had all come from unstable and unsafe places to the Dragon and Phoenix Empire. Here, they enjoyed a stable life and their children enjoyed a good education. They did not need to be afraid and they did not need to live in fear. This was where they truly belonged. Wandering around? Why not fight for their home, even if it meant death? Even if it meant becoming slaves? They had to fight for their home. A bunch of idiots. 3 dynasties besieging and the 4th dynasty coming soon. Even the general has run away. You idiots still want to fight for your home. Just wait for death. That's why they are poor and stupid. It won't be long before they are killed and all the women become slaves. Hearing the voices behind them, the faces of those who had escaped from the Dragon Phoenix Empire turned extremely grim. They had just learned that the Dragon Phoenix Empire had a powerful formation and a good living environment. They had just established their empire and were here to settle down and earn spirit stones. Now that the Dragon Phoenix Empire was about to be destroyed, they were afraid of death and had no sense of belonging at all. Thus, they left immediately. All right, today we will fight for the Dragon and Phoenix dynasty. Trust me. Feng Luan looked at the people behind her who were willing to fight for the Dragon and Phoenix dynasty.
Her eyes were filled with determination as she said to Wang Xian, who was beside her, "I also trust your Lord Wang. Close the city gates." Wang Xian turned around and glanced at the people behind him. These were the citizens of Fengluan, but their faces were very cute. He ordered the soldiers at the city gates to close them.
Good, good. A bunch of stupid things. I'll give you a chance to live, but you don't cherish it. All the Star Moon Empire soldiers, get ready. Kill. Don't hold back. Kill.
Get ready to attack.
Get ready to attack.
The Star Moon King, the Southern Cloud King, and the Wind Howl King all gave orders at the East Gate. Kill. Kill.
Kill.
Clang.
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 Roar.
Roar. Roar.
The sky-shaking killing, the cold sound of weapons, and the roar of mounts all sounded at the same time. The wind and clouds changed and war broke out.
All the soldiers of the Dragon and Phoenix dynasty, welcome the battle. Feng Luan said coldly, "Fight. I'm invincible."
The soldiers roared, "Charge."
The three void interpretation experts stood in the air and roared.
On both sides, the military flags of the three empires were waved.
Charge.
400,000 soldiers attacked directly from 2 kilometers away. It's up to you.
Feng Luan looked at the army charging over, looked at Wang Xian and said.
Wang Xian smiled confidently and raised his arm slowly. All citizens of the Dragon and Phoenix Empire, float in the sky and take a good look at this battle.
All of you will be proud of the Dragon and Phoenix Empire. You will be proud of your choices. In the future, all of you will be the best. A powerful and confident voice covered the entire Dragon and Phoenix Empire. This stunned the more than 10 million people in the Dragon and Phoenix Empire. Young Master Wang, are you going to show your trump card?
The civil officials and generals around Wang Xian looked at him with flickering eyes. A strong sense of hope was revealed in their eyes. With Sir Wang around, we are invincible.
We believe in Sir Wang. Fly into the sky. When the citizens of Shanghai town heard Wang Xian's words, they flew into the sky in excitement. He actually wants us to watch the battle. What ability does this Lord Wang have? The eyes of the rest of the citizens flickered as they looked at the confident and arrogant figure. Anyone who had reached the transcendence level would fly into the sky. When they had just flown up, they saw an army of 400,000 charging over and 40 insightful void martial artists lined up neatly in the sky. Their faces turned pale, and their bodies trembled.
Can we win?
Everyone from the Dragon Phoenix Empire gulped, clenching their fists tightly. The Dragon Phoenix Empire is finished?
Defend? What can we use to defend?
Luckily we came out, otherwise it would be over. Outside, the citizens who had surrendered from the Dragon Phoenix Empire looked at the terrifying army, saying, "With a single charge, we will break through the city." The 3 fourth-level profound void martial stage powerhouses were floating in the air above the 400,000-strong army.
They stared at the front with awe-inspiring eyes and said confidently,
"Disciples of the Dragon Palace, destroy them. Leave no one alive."
Wang Xian sensed the tens of millions of people from the Dragon and Phoenix Empire floating in the sky behind him and smiled. He looked ahead. When the 400,000-strong army arrived more than 1,000 meters in front of him, he let out a soft shout.
"Roar! Roar! Heaven's Eye! Wind Dragon Illusion Arrow!"
The moment Wang Xian's voice fell, roars and cold voices rang out in the surrounding area.
A power that was as wild as the wilderness charged directly from the front and the left and right. The terrifying whistling sound caused the hearts of the 400,000-strong army to tremble.
This whistling sound was accompanied by the majesty of a divine dragon.
Eh?
The expressions of the Star Moon King, Southern Cloud King, and Wind Howl King changed slightly as they hurriedly looked around. Just from the sound, they knew that the owner of the sound was extraordinary.
What fast arrows! Block them. However, they suddenly saw arrows that were like wind dragons attacking them. The 3 of them changed their expressions slightly and said hurriedly, "Eh?" The expressions of the other nearly 40 insightful Emptiness Realm experts shot out icy cold expressions as they directly blocked the arrows.
Not good, the power of that arrow is so terrifying. However, at this moment, the expression of an insightful Emptiness Realm's second stage expert changed drastically as he looked at the flowing light-like wind dragon illusory arrow in horror. Roar! The wind dragon arrow rushed to the front of the 400,000-strong army as it let out a roar. This was Mao Zedong's aspect arrow. Roar! Boom! The terrifying attack landed in the midst of the Wind Howl Empire's army, instantly killing 30,000 to 40,000 soldiers. Brothers, leave the Wind Howl Empire to us. Kill. A cold voice sounded out in the sky. Brothers, leave the Howling Wind dynasty to us. Kill. A cold voice resounded in the sky above the east gate of the Dragon Phoenix dynasty, at the back of the 400,000-strong army. For 100 heavens demonic beasts, led by Mao Zedong, flew over with cold faces. Around them were dolphins of various colors and colorful vipers. On the left and right sides of the 400,000-strong army, 9 flood dragons that were 30 meters long swayed their huge bodies as they stared coldly at everyone from the 3 dynasties. Behind the flood dragons, there were demon monkeys that were 5 to 6 meters in size and lightning prawns that were 3 to 4 meters in size. Their bodies emitted a violent aura as they charged over. Along with the creatures at the back, there were only about 3,000 people. However, these 3,000 people caused the 400,000-strong army to stop. This was especially so for everyone from the Howling Wind dynasty. They were completely stunned by Mao Zedong's attack. He, who was comparable to a rank 4 void interpretation expert, landed in the middle of the 400,000-strong army with his full strength. That terrifying attack instantly killed 30,000 to 40,000 people. Even a half-step void interpretation general was instantly killed. All right, leave the Star Moon Dynasty army to the Demon Combat Division. Leave the Southern Cloud Dynasty army to the Thunder Division. Ao Chi-Tian held the ocean-pacifying needle in his hand. Ao Chi held the lightning spear in one hand and the lightning hammer in the other. The two of them led their subordinates and responded to Mao Zedong. Kill! 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 Immediately after, they did not stop. Mao Zedong roared and glared at everyone from the Howling Wind dynasty with hatred. Then he pulled the bowstring again. Today we, the Wind-Eye Demon Beasts, will take revenge for what we did to you. We will exterminate you and your Wind Howl dynasty. From now on, there will be no Wind-Eye Demon Beasts. Only the Heavenly Eye Arrow division of the Dragon Palace. His cold gaze locked onto the Duke of the Phoenix Eye dynasty. His cold aura caused everyone's expression to change slightly. What? The leader of the Wind-Eye Demon Beasts is a rank 4 void interpretation expert. Other than the leader of the Wind-Eye Demon Beast, the 9 huge demon beasts and the other 2 demon beast leaders are all 3rd-level void interpretation experts. When the 3 dynasties saw the powerful creatures that suddenly appeared behind them and on both sides, their expressions changed drastically. Especially the Duke of the Wind Howl dynasty, when he saw the 30,000 to 40,000 warriors that were killed in an instant, his heart bled. He stared at the leader of the Wind-Eye clan with bloodshot eyes and clenched his fists tightly. How is this possible? Mao Zedong, your Wind-Eye clan clearly only has a level 2 profound void bloodline. Your current strength. He stared fixedly at Mao Zedong. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. However, what greeted him was the densely packed arrows of the Wind-Eye clan. Roar! On both sides, the demon monkeys and thunder shrimps roared. Monstrous demonic chi and violent lightning were only 500 or 600 meters away from the 400,000-strong army. More than 3,000 people against 400,000 people, a difference of more than 100 times. However, no one from the Dragon Palace was afraid at all. Buzz! Heavenly Wind Shield! Seeing the arrows from the Wind-Eye Demon Beast clan flying toward the army of the Wind Howl dynasty again, the Lord of the Wind Howl dynasty waved his arm. A staff appeared in his hand, and in an instant, it was as if a curtain of sky had appeared. The green curtain of sky blocked all the arrows. Wind-Eye Demon Beast traitors, you are courting death. Today, I will definitely exterminate you. As he spoke, his body moved and directly attacked Mao Zedong, who was behind him. Kill them. There is only a 4th-level profound void martial artist and over 3,000 beasts. You are courting death. You think you can help the Dragon Phoenix dynasty? Kill them all. The Star Moon King's expression changed drastically when he saw this scene. Flames surged from his body as he stared at the 9 flood dragons. No one can save you today. The Southern Cloud King's expression changed slightly, but soon, a 3-meter-long great sword appeared in his hand. The great sword emitted a dazzling golden light. Roar! 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 The 9 flood dragons hovered in the sky, staring at all the profound void martial artists from the 3 empires from afar. Is this Lord Wang's power? It seems like he killed 30,000 to 40,000 enemies in one move. Those 930-plus long creatures are so huge and terrifying. Oh my god, are we saved? Haha, I believe that Lord Wang can protect us. I have always believed it. In the Dragon Phoenix Royal City, the people floating in the sky looked excited when they saw the powerful members of the Dragon Palace descending like divine might. Their bodies trembled as they clenched their fists tightly. So strong, so strong. Even though there are only 3,000 creatures, the aura they released is not weaker than the 400,000-strong army. The Dragon Phoenix Empire's insightful Void Realm expert's eyes shot out in excited light as he muttered, "All the soldiers of the Dragon Phoenix Empire, listen up. We cannot let our comrades fight outside. We, the Dragon Phoenix Sons, must show our strength and kill." Feng Luan moved her arm, and a blazing phoenix staff appeared. A clear and cold voice rang out, pointing directly at the battlefield. "Kill! Follow me and kill!" Mang Hong was the first to rush out, and he roared loudly. Following closely behind, the Dragon Phoenix Empire's more than 10 void interpretation experts immediately followed closely behind. "Die for me!" The Star Moon King saw the Dragon Phoenix Empire's experts and soldiers rush out, and his expression changed slightly. He waved the staff in his hand, and meteors appeared out of thin air. Each meteor was about 10 meters in size, and they attacked the Dragon Phoenix Empire's insightful Emptiness Realm experts. Fire elves. When Feng Wan saw the Star Moon King attack, she waved the Phoenix Scepter in her hand, and one after another, fairy-like flames attacked the meteors. Boom! 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 The meteors exploded and instantly dissipated. Feng Luan's body slowly floated up, and her gaze locked onto the Star Moon King. "If you dare to invade our Dragon Phoenix Empire, I will kill you today." A fire phoenix dot slowly appeared between her brows as a 1-meter-long fire phoenix slowly rotated around her body. At this moment, the Dragon Phoenix Queen seemed to have a phoenix goddess descending. The Star Moon King's aura was locked onto by Feng Luan as his expression changed slightly. "I said I will destroy your Dragon Phoenix Empire. Today, you will definitely be destroyed." He growled in a low voice, and a sun-like ball appeared above his head. They were facing each other from afar. TSK. If that's the case, let me warm up too. Wang Xian saw that 2 4th-level insightful void martial artists were locked onto, as well as the King of Southern Cloud. He floated in the air indifferently and looked at the King of Southern Cloud with an indifferent gaze. This time, he was not prepared to let the strange demon clan make a move. He had to hide the fact that the strange demon was the Dragon Spike for a while. Moreover, he only used a little bit of his strength when he was in his human form. However, that was enough. Boom! Boom! King of Southern Cloud, let me play with you. Hovering above the city wall, a faint smile appeared on Wang Xian's face. His voice was transmitted directly into the ears of the King of Southern Cloud, whose expression was constantly changing. He opened his mouth slightly, and the 5 elements grinding mill slowly appeared above his head. Gradually, it became a radius of 1,000 meters. 4th level of the Void Interpretation. Sensing the threat from Wang Xian, the King of Southern Cloud looked a little embarrassed. He agreed to attack the Dragon and Phoenix Empire. Initially, he thought that the Dragon and Phoenix Empire was a lamb waiting to be slaughtered. He did not need to expend much energy to take them down. However, he did not expect that 2 terrifying powerhouses at the 4th level of the Void Interpretation would suddenly appear. Furthermore, there were more than 3,000 terrifying creatures. This time, the strength that they brought along was only 7 people at the 3rd level of the Void Interpretation realm. Initially, he thought that 7 people at the 3rd level of the Void Interpretation realm was considered too many. However, there were 9 terrifying creatures at the 3rd level of the Void Interpretation realm. This gave the King of Southern Cloud a bad premonition. Today, your 400,000-strong army shall stay here. Wang Xian was floating above the city. He did not rush out. After he finished speaking, he waved his arm and the 5 elements millstone directly attacked the King of Southern Cloud. Are you courting death? You want to leave us here? You don't have the ability to do so. The King of Southern Cloud held the golden great sword in his hand and raised both of his hands. He attacked the 5 elements millstone directly. A 1,000-meter-long golden sword ray seemed to have opened up the world as it slashed towards the 5 elements millstone. The terrifying golden sword ray vowed to split the 5 elements millstone into 2. Wang! However, the 5 elements millstone slowly rotated and a flame burned towards the sword light. The 5 elements rotated and fire countered metal. The sword light dissipated before it reached the front of the 5 elements millstone. However, the 5 elements millstone rotated again and a destructive energy covered the Southern Cloud King. What? The Southern Cloud King was shocked and stared at the 5 elements millstone in disbelief. This was an attack released by that young man. But the opponent's figure had yet to get close. Sword without trace. Break. Seeing the gray energy attack, the Southern Cloud King's face was filled with golden light as his body emitted a resplendent radiance. His entire figure became 100 meters in size as he slashed towards the gray energy. Boom! The terrifying collision sounded again. The collision of the 2 powerful energies released a powerful airwave. Ah! 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 The miserable shrieks sounded from the surroundings. The Southern Cloud King's expression changed drastically. He looked at his subordinates around him and took a deep breath. He stared at the 5 elements millstone and said, "I'm going to break you." His body moved and he flew thousands of meters into the sky. He stared at the 5 divine dragons on the 5 elements millstone, and a bright light flashed in his eyes. Golden rain descend. He roared, and numerous golden needles appeared behind him. Each needle was about a meter long. The golden needles gathered together and attacked the 5 divine dragons on the 5 elements millstone. The 5 elements millstone spun, and the fire divine dragon faced the golden needles, emitting fireballs. Once again, the Southern Cloud King's attack was blocked by the 5 elements millstone. My God! Lord Wang is so strong. He can easily fight against the Southern Cloud King with just a magical treasure. He's too powerful. Haha, Lord Wang is invincible. Look over there. Our queen is not at a disadvantage in the battle with the Star Moon King. She's even able to move with ease. That 4th-level insightful emptiness realm expert from the Howling Wind dynasty was also blocked by Lord Heaven's Eye Demon Beast. Haha. Look at the battle below. Lord Wang's subordinates are so strong. Those 9 gigantic creatures have already killed 2 insightful emptiness realm experts. Oh my God. The 400,000-strong army below is being massacred. In the Dragon Phoenix Royal City, when all the citizens saw Wang Xian floating in the sky calmly and controlling a treasure to fight against the King of Southern Cloud Kingdom with ease, they almost knelt down and worshipped him. This was simply too awesome. In other locations, their queen, the leader of the Heaven's Eye demonic beast, was suppressing the powerhouses of the Star Moon King and the Howling Wind dynasty. Not to mention the other places, where the 9 flood dragons were wreaking havoc and the demon monkey thunder prawns were massacring crazily. This is our dynasty, our queen, our king. The people who had been following the Dragon Phoenix dynasty since its establishment were so excited that tears welled up in their eyes. If they didn't give up on this dynasty, the dynasty wouldn't give up on them either. Kill ruthlessly, ha ha ha. On the battlefield, all the generals of the Dragon Phoenix dynasty had excited expressions on their faces. They felt that their bodies were filled with endless fighting spirit. With the appearance of Lord King's subordinates from the Dragon Palace, those powerful creatures were able to suppress the 400,000-strong army. They could even follow behind and attack. For 100,000 soldiers, the elites of the 3 dynasties, how many half-step void interpretation experts could there be? 100 was more than enough, right? However, the group of creatures from the Dragon Palace had at least 1,000 half-step void interpretation experts. If you wanted to kill these 900 half-step void interpretation experts, you had to bring out 3,000 to 4,000 transcendent level rank 9 experts. Were there 3,000 to 4,000 transcendent level rank 9 experts in the 400,000 strong army? Obviously not. Not to mention the lowest rank 9 transcendents from the other factions. The Dragon Phoenix Dynasty's soldiers were filled with excitement. The battle has only just begun. However, at this moment, at the rear of the Heavenly Eye Arrow, the only void interpretation expert of the Dolphin clan muttered, "Wang!" A special sound wave directly covered the entire battlefield. Streams of water condensed in the sky. The black clouds slowly condensed, and some poisonous snakes at the back stuck out their tongues. Their mouths moved slightly, and the pitch-black liquid directly entered the dark clouds in the sky. Blue raindrops and black raindrops covered the entire battlefield. Roar, roar. When the sound wave's assistance entered the entire battlefield, the demon monkey and the thunder shrimp let out an excited roar. Their minds were clear, and their bodies were filled with power. With the dolphin support, they could increase their combat power by at least 30%. One should not underestimate a small 30%. This 30% could turn the tide of the battle. Moreover, when the sound waves entered the ears of the 400,000 soldiers, they were stunned. They had been feeling that an invisible energy was disturbing their thoughts, and their combat power was greatly reduced. Why do I feel that my body is filled with power and my mind is much clearer? A Dragon and Phoenix Dynasty soldier suddenly felt the change in his body, and his face was filled with excitement as he shouted loudly, "Me too, it's that special sound wave. This must be Lord Wang's special talent. Haha! It's simply too strong. Kill, kill, kill." Another soldier shouted excitedly. Crash! At this moment, raindrops fell from the sky. Black raindrops fell on the soldiers of the 3 dynasties. Blue raindrops fell on the members of the Dragon Palace and the soldiers of the Dragon and Phoenix dynasties. The slaughter had just begun. Blood started to gather. Awe! When the black rain fell downwards, endless screams sounded in the battlefield. The black rain from the sky fell on the bodies of the troops of the 3 kingdoms. Carried a strong poison. A transcendent level 8 was actually heavily injured. My God! The blue rain from the sky fell on my body. I feel that my recovery ability has increased by a lot. The wound that appeared just now is rapidly recovering. It's at the rear. It's Lord Wang's subordinates. Look at the sky. When the rain that covered the entire battlefield descended, the soldiers of the Dragon Phoenix Empire were once again stunned. The dense rain and black rain accurately fell on the soldiers of the 3 dynasties, while the blue drops landed on their bodies instead. The black raindrops could even injure a Type 8 Transcendent. However, the blue raindrops could increase their strength and recovery. The supporting effects were heaven-defying. In fact, the instant the black raindrops landed, tens of thousands of people had died in the rain. If the earlier battle had been one-sided, it was now a one-sided massacre. Disperse the black clouds in the sky. We must disperse them. On the battlefield, a half-step void interpretation expert blocked the violent demon monkey in front of him. As he felt the black rain falling from the sky, he shouted with an extremely ugly expression. And behind them, the creature that is emitting special sound waves to assist us kill them. We must kill them. However, just as he finished speaking, another expert not far away shouted loudly, "It's over. It's over. How could it be? How could they be so terrifying?" However, there were even more terrified voices coming from the battlefield. Some of the soldiers of the 3 kingdoms had already cried out in fear. They were somewhat shocked by the sudden appearance of these creatures. Their violent attacks, terrifying defenses, and powerful strength made it difficult for them to resist. They were originally at a disadvantage, but now they were being disturbed by the sound waves and attacked by the black rain in the sky. They had to resist both the powerful enemies and the black rain in the sky. As for dispersing the black rain and killing the group of dolphins behind them, who was going? Right now, they were no different from lining up to die. As long as the Lord Profound Void can kill the other party, we can still obtain victory. We can still obtain victory. Some of the soldiers thought in fear. I'm not resigned. However, at this moment, a tragic sound reverberated throughout the entire sky. Hearing this sound,
The hearts of all the soldiers of the Southern Cloud dynasty trembled slightly. They turned their heads and widened their eyes filled with fear.
What? How is this possible? How is this possible?
They widened their eyes and looked at a huge millstone that covered the head of the Southern Cloud King thousands of meters in the sky. The millstone spun and streams of gray energy washed over the Southern Cloud King. The armor on his body quickly crumbled under the gray energy. The great sword in his hand was directly sent flying. Their king struggled in fear. His face was filled with unwillingness and fear. Die!
At this moment, they heard a disdainful voice.
Some people turned their heads and looked at the Dragon and Phoenix Dynasty's city wall.
There, a young man was floating in the air. His palm moved slightly and controlled the huge millstone from a distance of 5,000 to 6,000 meters.
The millstone spun and crushed towards their king.
Ah! With a desperate scream, the Southern Cloud King was crushed by the 5 elements millstone.
And that figure only attacked from a few kilometers away. The gap was so huge. It was simply crushing. It's over. Our king actually fell. It's over. It's all over. When the Southern Cloud Dynasty soldiers saw this scene, their bodies trembled violently, and the fighting spirit in their hearts disappeared.
Their king, the strongest expert of the Southern Cloud Dynasty, was actually controlled by someone to directly kill him at a distance of 5 to 6 kilometers.
This disparity was simply too great. One of the profound Void Tier 4 experts had already fallen. How could they continue to fight?
Ahoy! Right at this moment, another miserable cry sounded out. Some of the soldiers raised their heads once more to look, and they saw that in the sky, many profound Void Tier experts had fallen one after another under the attacks of the 9 flood dragons and the demon monkey lightning creature.
Originally, those creatures were able to contend against the 40 profound Void Martial experts of their 3 empires.
Now that all the profound Void Martial experts of the Dragon Phoenix Empire had made a move, it had completely become a crushing blow.
Flee! Flee! The profound Void Martial experts of the 3 great empires watched as their comrades fell one after another, their faces filled with fear and uncertainty. They gritted their teeth, and one of the rank 3 profound Void Martial experts turned around and fled into the distance.
Haha, a bunch of trash, still trying to escape. The 2 Dragon Phoenix Dynasty experts roared out with derision.
Roar!
The 2 flood dragons saw the escaping experts and moved.
As members of the Wind God Dragon bloodline, there were very few who could be faster than them.
The 2 flood dragons chased after them, and in less than a minute they killed the expert who had lost the battle.
Escape! He couldn't escape.
Fight! He couldn't win.
The rain in the sky continued to fall. Some of them landed on the ground, mixed with blood. The entire ground was sticky and blood-red.
10 minutes later, the blood on the ground gradually gathered into a small river.
There were 200,000 to 300,000 corpses on the ground. It was brutal, the intensity of the battle. Wang Xian floated above the city wall. He didn't continue to attack. Under his control, the 5 elements millstone floated beside the battlefield of Fengluan, the king of Star Moon, Mu Zixin, and the king of the Fengshao dynasty. He wanted to prevent the other party from escaping. None of the enemies that came today would be able to escape. Haha, we are going to win. We are going to win. This is great. This is great. Lord Wang is mighty. He killed the king of Southern Cloud in just a few minutes. Furthermore, he has been standing on the spot and controlling the millstone from afar. He is simply invincible.
This is great. Ha ha, the Dragon and Phoenix Dynasty is invincible. Lord Wang is invincible. Her Majesty the Queen is invincible.
In the Dragon Phoenix Empire, the people of the Dragon Phoenix Empire who were watching the battle in the sky roared in excitement.
They had won.
They had won.
Judging from the battle, they had won 100%.
Their Dragon Phoenix Empire was the strongest.
They were so excited that they couldn't describe it.
How is this possible? The 3 dynasties have lost.
They have lost completely. That Lord Wang, he actually has such terrifying strength and influence. Heavens, if I had known earlier. If I had known earlier, I would have stayed in the Dragon Phoenix Dynasty. He actually defeated the 3 dynasties. Heavens, doesn't that mean that the 3 dynasties will be conquered by the Dragon Phoenix Dynasty in the future?
I actually left the Dragon Phoenix Dynasty. Compared to the excited citizens of the Dragon and Phoenix dynasty, they were standing on the side of the battlefield. The 40 to 50,000 people who had escaped from the Dragon and Phoenix dynasty and those who were about to surrender were completely dumbfounded. They had never expected that the Dragon and Phoenix dynasty, which only had one city, could actually destroy the three dynasties. These were the three great dynasties, and two of the kings had personally led their troops into battle. There were more than 40 insightful void martial artists in total, yet such power was still defeated. They could already imagine that not long from now, the Dragon Phoenix Empire would rise powerfully and even take over all the cities of the three great dynasties. At that time, the Dragon Phoenix Empire would become the most powerful dynasty in the nearby domain. As a citizen of a powerful dynasty, there were naturally many benefits. Not to mention, the benefits within the Dragon Phoenix dynasty were much better than in many places. If we knew that Lord Wang had such powerful strength, we wouldn't have come out. We regret it. Her Majesty the Queen obviously opened the city gates on purpose to let us leave. She knew. She knew. Regret appeared in their minds. 40 to 50,000 people stood there in a daze, their faces filled with regret. Looking at the battlefield that had already turned into a river of blood, all of their faces were extremely pale. Star Moon King, go to hell. At this moment, in the sky that was covered by flames, Feng Luan's cold voice sounded. If you want to kill me, you'll have to pay a heavy price too. In front of him, the Star Moon King was in an extremely sorry state. His long golden hair was disheveled and his body was charred black. He stared at Feng Luan with a somewhat pale face and roared ferociously. The Star Moon King never expected that he was actually not a match for the Dragon Phoenix Queen. The other party's terrifying flame control caused him to suffer quite a bit. Seeing that the Dragon Phoenix Queen was about to unleash her strongest attack, he tightly held onto his scepter. Twinkle, twinkle, flaming starlight. I want to see who will kill who today. He swept his gaze below and fearfully looked at the terrifying millstone at the side. He swore to fight to the death as he roared. Phoenix cry, 100 fire phoenix. The phoenix staff in Feng Luan's hand was raised towards the sky. In the surroundings, densely packed flames condensed. A phoenix that was over 2,000 meters in size condensed in the void. It flapped its enormous wings and attacked the Star Moon King's flaming starlight. The fiery starlight was located behind the Star Moon King, condensing into a pattern of the fiery starry sky. When the 100 fire phoenix rushed over, it was like the world-extinguishing fire phoenix, destroying the fiery starry sky. No. When the world-extinguishing fire phoenix swallowed the starry sky, it continued to swallow the Star Moon King. If you dare to kill me, our Howling Wind dynasty won't let you go. Our king won't let you Heaven's Eye demon beasts go. At this moment, not far from the side, Mao Zedong's long and slender arm, which was covered in dragon scales, grabbed the Howling Wind Dynasty Lord's arm. Die! The Howling Wind Dynasty Lord's face was flushed red as he roared in terror. Die! However, Mao Zedong's cold eyes did not have the slightest ripple as he exerted force with his palm. Crack! Crack! The sound of breaking could be heard. The Star Moon King and the Howling Wind Dynasty's rank 4 void interpretation experts had fallen one after another. No, we surrender. Don't kill us. I surrender. I surrender. When the two kings and the Howling Wind Dynasty's king had died completely. Below, the soldiers of the 3 dynasties' armies had completely collapsed. One by one, the soldiers threw away the weapons in their hands in fear and shouted loudly. Some of them even knelt on the ground and started begging for mercy. They looked at the densely packed corpses around them and their faces were extremely pale. Every single one of them was trembling. They had completely given up on resisting. The current 400,000-strong army had less than 100,000 soldiers. Some of the soldiers of the Dragon and Phoenix Empire saw them surrendering and stopped their attacks. However, the members of the Dragon Palace did not stop. They would not stop without Wang Xian's order. Even if the other party gave up resisting, they continued to kill rapidly. This caused the soldiers of the Dragon and Phoenix Empire to hesitate. There are no captives. Kill them all. Feng Luan floated in the sky. Her cold eyes stared downwards as she made her final judgment. Kill them all. Not a single one of the 400,000-strong army was left alive.
as the former Empress Feng Yuan had witnessed too many massacres. In a war, there was only killing and being killed. If there were no Wang Xian today, what would happen to the Dragon Phoenix Empire? As they said, all the men were killed, and all the women became slaves. Everyone was very clear about the fate of slaves. Kill. They are here to kill us and make us women slaves. Similarly, we will not spare a single one. Not a single one alive. Hearing the queen's order, a general roared with a ferocious expression. All the soldiers agreed and the killing continued. Blood flowed like a river. 400,000 corpses fell to the ground. The entire scene was spectacular. However, the citizens of the Dragon and Phoenix dynasty were not afraid. In this world, monsters would usually attack cities with hundreds of thousands or even millions of corpses. They didn't feel uncomfortable about this at all. All the citizens looked at the soldiers below as if they were looking at a hero. The soldiers didn't hesitate to kill the enemy either. This was their meritorious service. Although this war was mainly dependent on Lord Wang and his subordinates, they were still able to survive. Screams of pain rang out. The remaining less than 100,000 people were quickly killed. Foam, I'll take these corpses away. They're useful. When the last scream ended, Wang Xian looked at Feng Yuan and said to her, "Of course. Clean up the battlefield. We'll prepare for the next plan." Feng Yuan smiled and nodded at Wang Xian. "Reporting to your majesty. In this battle, our Dragon and Phoenix dynasty only lost more than 50 people. If we kill the enemy, it's all thanks to Sir Wang's subordinates." A group of generals flew over excitedly and reported to Feng Yuan. As they spoke, they looked at Wang Xian with respect and admiration in their eyes. If Wang Xian and the Dragon Palace were not here, the Dragon Phoenix dynasty would definitely be destroyed. It was also because of the powerful subordinates of the Dragon Palace that they had only lost more than 50 people. Otherwise, if they were to lose more than 10,000 people in a battle, it would be a complete victory. Not to mention that there were only 50 people. As for killing the enemy, they would just follow behind and add on the damage. They didn't dare to talk about killing the enemy. "General of the Dragon and Phoenix Empire, thank you, Sir Wang." Yu Cheng, Mang Hong and the rest exchanged glances and bowed to Wang Xian to express their gratitude. "General of the Dragon and Phoenix Empire. Thank you, Sir Wang." All the citizens of the Dragon and Phoenix Empire. "Thank you, Sir Wang." "Thank you, Lord Wang." All the soldiers of the Dragon and Phoenix dynasty bowed and thanked him. Following that, all the people of the Dragon and Phoenix dynasty bowed deeply and thanked him loudly. "There's no need. Get up." Wang Xian saw the millions of pairs of eyes looking at him with respect and admiration. He waved his hand with a smile and said nonchalantly. Feng Yuan came to Wang Xian's side and looked at him with a smile. She said softly, "Thank you." "Haha." Wang Xian raised his head slightly and laughed loudly as he looked at her with an arrogant look. "Humph." Feng Yuan rolled her eyes at him when she saw her behavior. She snorted softly and looked at the members of the Dragon Palace. "I really didn't expect them to improve to such a terrifying level in just half a year. That's because I'm back. Naturally, they will be able to improve tremendously." Wang Xian laughed and echoed from the side. "You are really thick-skinned." Feng Yuan looked at him speechlessly. Sigh, look at Her Majesty the Queen and Lord Wang chatting and laughing. This is very rare. Her Majesty the Queen has always been extremely cold. Is it because Her Majesty and Lord Wang have? Don't talk about Her Majesty behind her back. But I feel that our Queen and Lord Wang are very compatible. Furthermore, the Queen and Lord Wang are very close. It would be great if the Queen could really be together with Sir Wang. With Sir Wang around, who would our Dragon Phoenix Empire be afraid of? Perhaps our Queen and Sir Wang are already together. You don't know that this city was given to our Queen by Sir Wang. Also, every time we are in trouble, Sir Wang would come over to help us. What do you want to say?" At the back, the citizens who were floating in the sky saw the intimate interaction between Wang Xian and Feng Yuan. They looked over from time to time and laughed. The generals and soldiers on the city wall also turned over. Their faces were filled with smiles. They really hoped that Her Majesty the Queen could be together with Sir Wang. With Sir Wang around, they would have nothing to fear in the future. During today's battle, Wang Xian's position in the Dragon and Phoenix dynasty was almost comparable to Feng Yuan's. Reporting to the Queen, the army of the Dongyuan dynasty is currently at a location of 15 kilometers away. They are expected to arrive in 5 minutes. At this moment, a scout flew over quickly and reported loudly. Dongyuan dynasty? Feng Wan revealed a smile when she heard the scout's report. The 4th dynasty. Wang Xian's eyes lit up and he couldn't help but lick his tongue. The delivery man had arrived. Those scumbags from the Dongyuan dynasty. Since they are here, we will give them a surprise. Ha. The generals from the Dragon and Phoenix dynasty laughed confidently. At this moment, an army was flying towards them at a speed of 15 kilometers away from the Dragon and Phoenix dynasty. This army was completely different from the 3 dynasties of the Star Moon dynasty. At the front of the army were rows of palace maids, each of whom was riding on colorful birds and beasts. They stood on top with a huge cattail leaf fan in their hands. A total of 20 palace maids stood on both sides, and at the back was a sedan chair that was 20 meters long. The sedan chair was pulled by 10 5-meter-long beasts, and in the middle of the sedan chair sat a middle-aged man in a luxurious dragon robe. The middle-aged man in the dragon robe had a small mustache, and the 2 concubines on his left and right were serving him. Behind him was a powerful army. This trip did not seem to be for war, but for tourism. Speed up. We can't let Star Moon Dynasty destroy them. We must get the Dragon Phoenix Dynasty's Flourishing Age Fire Lotus and the Flourishing Age Fire Lotus Array formation. The middle-aged man in the dragon robe who was sitting on the dragon palanquin looked at the information in his hand. He frowned slightly and said to an old man around him, "Yes, Your Majesty." The old man revealed a bitter smile. How could he be fast enough to destroy a dynasty with such a formation? However, the old man could only mumble in his heart. He shouted at the surrounding people and sped up a little. "Your Majesty, there's no need to be anxious. The Dragon Phoenix dynasty actually dared to kill our envoys. We can easily destroy them. Even if the Star Moon dynasty has already destroyed the Dragon Phoenix dynasty, the treasures still belong to us. They don't dare to fight with us." A woman next to the dragon-robed, middle-aged man said with a smile. "Beware of accidents." The dragon-robed, middle-aged Eastern Yuan king frowned as he looked at the information in front of him and said indifferently, "With our Dongyuan dynasty's strength and your wisdom, nothing unexpected will happen." The woman said flatteringly, "If it was in the past, I naturally wouldn't be worried, but a mysterious and powerful force suddenly appeared in our vicinity." The Dongyuan king's eyes flickered. They destroyed the Sky Island dynasty and the One-Leaf Continent dynasty. That's the One-Leaf Continent dynasty. What? There's actually such a powerful force. The Dongyuan king's words caused the 2 women to be slightly shocked, and their expressions changed slightly. "Yes, but after we obtain the Flourishing Age Fire Lotus and the Flourishing Age Fire Lotus Array, our strength will be greatly increased. It won't be long before our strength will surpass the One-Leaf Continent Empire. When that time comes, we won't be afraid even if we meet that force." A trace of arrogance slowly appeared on the Dongyuan king's face. "That's for sure. Even if His Majesty meets that mysterious faction now with His Majesty's powerful strength, he will be able to crush everything. In this flowing sea region, other than the top factions in the Ladyboy Graveyard, other than the Carefree City Lord position, you are the most powerful." The 2 women continued to lick. "Haha, of course." The king of Dongyuan laid down and narrowed his eyes, his face full of enjoyment. He did not take the Dragon Phoenix dynasty's attack to heart at all. However, when he thought of the graceful figure of the Dragon Phoenix queen, his heart burned with passion. The magnificent army flew toward the Dragon Phoenix dynasty. What a strong smell of blood. Is there a fight already? Maybe the Star Moon Empire has already destroyed the Dragon Phoenix Empire. After all, a small Dragon Phoenix can't resist the alliance of 3 dynasties at all. We have to be quick too. Our king is determined to get that treasure. Faster. On both sides, the insightful Emptiness Realm experts whispered to each other when they smelled the smell of blood in front of them. As the army flew, the Dragon Phoenix Imperial City appeared in their line of sight. The Dongyuan dynasty has arrived. The Dongyuan king has arrived. Has the Dragon Phoenix dynasty been destroyed? When the Dragon Phoenix Imperial City appeared in their line of sight,
The arrogant voice of an old man sitting beside the king of the Dongyuan dynasty directly covered the front.
The Dragon Phoenix dynasty has killed our country's envoy and snatched the treasures. Today, our Dongyuan dynasty's army has come to subvert it.
The old man explained his intentions, and the entire Dongyuan dynasty army flew forward proudly.
However, as they got closer and closer to the Dragon and Phoenix dynasty, they felt that the atmosphere was a little weird. On the city wall, a group of soldiers were looking at them mockingly.
They were afraid that the air would suddenly become quiet.
When the Dongyuan dynasty was only about 2,000 meters away from the Dragon and Phoenix dynasty, the entire army stopped. They felt the strange atmosphere around them and looked up at the city wall.
On top, soldiers stood there with a mocking smile in their eyes. This caused everyone in the Dongyuan dynasty to be slightly stunned. The 150,000-strong army looked around in shock.
The blood-red river was located in front of the city, and the thick smell of blood assaulted their nostrils.
The ground was covered with corpses. In the middle of the corpses, there were close to 3,000 strange creatures cleaning something up.
Seeing them arrive, all the creatures stopped and stared at them with wild eyes. Their bodies were stained with sticky blood, and every creature was exuding a terrifying power and murderous aura. This was definitely not something that could be obtained by simply killing dozens of people.
Every creature had to kill at least hundreds of people to be able to condense such a terrifying murderous aura. In the sky, the 9 huge swaying flood dragons stared at them coldly. Have we arrived? What's going on? The king of the Dongyuan kingdom, who was lying on the palanquin, felt the troop stop and the strange atmosphere around him. He immediately sat up. Placing his hands on his knees, he pulled off his loose dragon robe and stared ahead. Long time no see, king of the Dongyuan kingdom. Are you here to subvert our Dragon Phoenix dynasty? Feng Luan's voice rang out. She slowly floated into the sky and stared coldly at the Dongyuan kingdom. Your Dragon and Phoenix dynasty wasn't. Looking at the Dragon and Phoenix queen floating in the sky, the king of the Dongyuan kingdom was slightly stunned. A trace of surprise flashed through his eyes. Boom, boom, boom. However, before he could finish his words, he saw the generals on the city walls slowly flying toward the ground.
At the city gates, the soldiers of the Dragon and Phoenix dynasty charged out with killing intent on their faces. Against a force that wanted to destroy their dynasty, they could only return a tooth for a tooth, an eye for an eye.
Roar, roar. In the sky, 9 flood dragons roared. Their huge bodies swayed as they slowly surrounded them. Seeing this scene, all the soldiers of the Dongyuan dynasty were stunned.
They had just arrived, and before they were ready to attack, the enemy had already started to slowly approach them.
What was more frightening was that the Dragon Phoenix dynasty didn't seem to have suffered much loss. Then, where did the hundreds of thousands of corpses on the ground come from? Could it be? A thought suddenly appeared in everyone's mind. As they looked at these terrifying creatures, their expressions slowly began to change. The entire sky was silent. Only the cold expressions of the Dragon and Phoenix dynasty soldiers could be seen.
You killed the Star Moon dynasty? A Dongyuan dynasty insightful emptiness realm expert saw this scene and had a bad premonition in his heart. He asked with a shocked expression.
If you want to destroy us, then we will also kill the enemy. Feng Luan's incomparably cold voice rang out in their ears, causing the expressions of all the Dongyuan dynasty soldiers to change greatly. The Dragon Phoenix dynasty had actually killed the 3 invading armies of the Star Moon dynasty. Then,
they looked at the 9 long and 30 terrifying creatures in the sky, looking at the demonic beasts that were emitting monstrous demonic chi and violent lightning. Boom! At this moment, the king of the Dongyuan dynasty, who was sitting in the sedan, suddenly stood up, his gaze fixed on the 9 flood dragons in the sky, the demon monkey and the thunder shrimp in front of him.
His arm trembled slightly and he looked at the information in front of him. There were not many words on the information, but there were a few pictures on it. These were all sent by the spies planted by the Dongyuan dynasty in the One Leaf continent.
Among them, there were 3 pictures that were more eye-catching. One of them was a 30-meter-long flood dragon.
One of them was a devil monkey with monstrous devil chi, and the other was a thunder prawn covered in lightning. The pictures were very realistic. They were exactly the same as the 3 creatures in front of them. How? How is this possible? Why is that mysterious force killing us?
Dragon Phoenix Queen, you killed an envoy of our Dongyuan dynasty for no reason. Do you really think that our Dongyuan dynasty is afraid of you?
Do you want to give us an explanation? The king of the Dongyuan dynasty stood there and muttered. Suddenly, a burly old man on the left took 2 steps forward with an angry expression. He stared at everyone in front of him with a cold expression and shouted loudly.
His words caused the expression of the king of the Dongyuan dynasty to change drastically.
Shut up! He hurriedly shouted at the old man who spoke. His tone quickly changed as he cupped his hands towards Feng Yuan. It's a misunderstanding.
Your Majesty, the Dongyuan dynasty is not here to find trouble with you. We are here to help you. That's right, we are here to help you fight against the 3 dynasties.
However, we didn't expect that you would destroy them all. Hee. Congratulations.
The Dongyuan king squeezed out a smile and said, since the Dragon and Phoenix dynasty is safe and sound, we will leave now and return to the palace.
Finally, he said the word return to the palace in a somewhat hurried manner. Everyone in the entire Dongyuan Empire was stupefied as they looked at their king with a face full of astonishment. This fuck? The king was here to make a joke? Some of the generals frowned slightly. When they saw the king's tone of submission, their eyes flickered with a luster. Return to the palace. Immediately return to the palace. A few insightful Emptiness Realm experts understood the situation and said hurriedly, since you're here, don't leave. At this moment, Wang Xian's voice rang out. He didn't understand why the Dongyuan dynasty was so cowardly and left immediately. However, the express delivery that was delivered to them didn't allow them to leave. Wang Xian waved his arm. The 5 elements millstone flew into the sky and covered an area of 2 kilometers. It covered the 150,000 troops of the Dongyuan dynasty. Roar! Roar! Seeing the Dragon King making his move, the members of the Dragon Palace roared and charged at the 150,000 soldiers of the Dongyuan dynasty.
The 3,000 creatures charged at the 150,000 soldiers. It looked a little comical, but it was true.
Run! Everyone, run!
Run now!
However, what shocked everyone even more was that the king of the Dongyuan dynasty's expression changed drastically. With a roar, his body moved. Without any hesitation, he fled into the distance. What? All the generals and soldiers of the Dongyuan dynasty were somewhat stunned when they saw the king flee. Flee immediately. The other party is the faction that destroyed the Sky Island dynasty and the One Leaf Continent dynasty. Immediately.
When the Dongyuan king saw the 150,000 soldiers of the Dongyuan dynasty who were somewhat stunned, he turned his head and roared with an extremely embarrassed expression. How is this possible? Destroy the factions of the Sky Island dynasty and the One Leaf Continent dynasty.
What? The king said. When the terrified voice of the Dongyuan king sounded again, everyone trembled. Destroy the forces of the One Leaf Mainland dynasty and the Sky Island dynasty? The One Leaf Mainland dynasty was an existence that was even more powerful than their Dongyuan dynasty. Run! Everyone in the Dongyuan dynasty was scared to death. He escaped?
The Dongyuan king actually escaped. All the soldiers of the Dongyuan dynasty actually escaped. This wiped out the power of the One Leaf Continent dynasty? I know about the One Leaf Continent dynasty. That's the most powerful existence among the dozens of dynasties nearby us. Could it be that this dynasty has been wiped out?
Furthermore, the Dongyuan king looked so frightened. Was it Lord Wang and the others who destroyed it? It must be. I didn't expect Lord Wang to destroy such a huge dynasty. It's simply too terrifying.
The Dongyuan king's escape caused everyone from the Dragon Phoenix dynasty to be stunned.
What the hell, was there a need to be so cowardly? However, when they heard the Dongyuan king's words, they were all in a daze.
Many people knew of this powerful dynasty. It was not an exaggeration to say that the One Leaf dynasty was even stronger than the 3 dynasties that had just united. However, what they did not expect was that such a dynasty had been destroyed by Lord Wang and the others. How terrifying!
No wonder the people of the Dongyuan dynasty were fleeing like they had wet their pants. They did not even care about the image of the king. Some of the soldiers of the Dragon and Phoenix dynasty thought to themselves, Kill them all. If they don't attack me, I won't attack them. Kill them all. A general of the Dragon and Phoenix dynasty roared when he saw that the soldiers of the Dongyuan dynasty were about to escape. He was filled with killing intent. Kill! The soldiers of the Dragon and Phoenix dynasty roared with killing intent as they chased after them. Run! 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 At this moment, the 150,000 soldiers of the Dongyuan dynasty were in complete chaos. They had come here thinking that they could kill wantonly and have fun with the women of the Dragon and Phoenix dynasty. However, they didn't expect to encounter a force that even the king was terrified of. The soldiers fled into the distance in fear. The entire army was in complete chaos. If you want to kill, we will send you to hell. Just as the 150,000 soldiers and powerhouses of the Dongyuan dynasty were fleeing frantically in all directions, Wang Xian's cold voice rang out. The 5 elements millstone that was suspended in the sky was operating slowly. Wang Xian's body trembled. The entire 5 elements millstone trembled slightly as well. A grayish destructive energy charged towards the 150,000 soldiers in front of him. The grayish energy covered an area of 2 kilometers. Like a long river, it swept towards the place with the highest number of people. The speed was so fast that some insightful void martial artists could not dodge in time. There's an attack from the back. Defend. You want to leave me here? Impossible. Run. One of the generals sensed the grayish energy sweeping towards him. His expression changed slightly as he charged forward and flew into the sky. The other insightful emptiness realm expert clenched his teeth tightly and charged forward. Block, block, block. The gray energy that covered an area of 2 kilometers and penetrated 7 to 8 kilometers arrived. An insightful emptiness realm expert at the back shouted loudly. His body was emitting a thick and heavy earth energy. His entire body was completely covered by the earth energy. The earth attribute defense was the strongest. However, just as he finished speaking, the gray energy covered his body. His entire body trembled, and his eyes widened slightly. The earth attribute energy on his body slowly descended. His life force vanished, and his body fell towards the ground. Wang! The gray energy covered an area of 7 to 8 kilometers. It was as if a black ink had been left on a piece of white paper. Silence, silence. Awe! A rank 2 void interpretation expert who had just started flying towards the sky quickly dodged the attack of the gray energy and flew upwards. However, his legs were still swept by the gray energy. A terrifying destructive energy entered his legs. He let out a loud roar and hurriedly flew upwards. It could be seen that his legs had completely lost their vitality. What? This is impossible. Oh my God! Following the expert's roar, when he looked downwards, the surrounding soldiers saw the area that had been wiped out by the gray energy. In an instant, their eyes widened, filled with fear. At least 2/3 of the entire army, at least 100,000 people, had fallen to the ground. There was not the slightest bit of life, nor were there any screams. They fell to the ground directly. There were even quite a few profound void martial experts among them. The remaining 40,000 to 50,000 people were somewhat dazed. Looking at the 100,000 people who were instantly killed, each of their eyes were filled with fear. One strike to kill 100,000 people? No, I don't want to die. Devil, he is a devil. The remaining soldiers of the Dongyuan dynasty screamed in despair. Some of them even collapsed on the ground. 100,000 of their comrades were killed in one strike. How could they escape? Roar! The members of the Dragon Palace rushed over and killed the 50,000 soldiers who had already collapsed. Hiss, Lord Wang is too terrifying. He destroyed 100,000 soldiers in one strike. Heavens, he's too powerful. With just Lord Wang alone, he can destroy an entire dynasty, right? Everyone from the Dragon Phoenix dynasty stared with their eyes wide open. They looked at the peerless expert floating in the sky, their eyes filled with reverence. This strength. No wonder he was able to destroy the One-Leaf Continent dynasty. The king of the Dongyuan kingdom, who had already fled nearly 10 kilometers ahead, turned his head and took a glance, his eyelids twitching.
He could already imagine how terrifying it would be to destroy that mysterious force from the One-Leaf Continent dynasty. However, he had never expected that the other party would actually destroy 100,000 elites of his Dongyuan dynasty in one move. His heart was dripping with blood. The soldiers who had followed him here to subvert the Dragon Phoenix dynasty this time were the most elite army of the Dongyuan dynasty. If there's a chance, I will definitely take revenge. I will definitely kill all of you and leave no one alive in your Dragon Phoenix dynasty. His eyes turned bloodshot. Originally, he had thought of coming to the Dragon Phoenix Empire to bring those 2 treasures over. With those 2 treasures, his strength would greatly increase. It would also be of great benefit to the entire Dongyuan Empire. However, he had never thought that he would encounter the faction that destroyed the One-Leaf Continent Empire. Just you wait. He growled, glanced behind him, and continued to flee. He wanted to return to the dynasty, collect all the treasures, and then abandon his country and flee. Do you think you can escape? At this moment, a cold voice sounded out beside his ear, and a figure of light and darkness appeared in front of him. Pooh! What I? He widened his eyes, which were filled with disbelief. Buzz! Everything disappeared, including the king's body. Kill them. Don't let them escape. Roar. Roar. Angry killing sounds and the roars of the members of the Dragon Palace. Soon, the army of the Dongyuan dynasty was destroyed. At this point, the armies of the 4 countries were all destroyed. Victory. We've won. Ha. The Dragon and Phoenix dynasty is invincible. The Queen is invincible. Lord Wang is invincible. He destroyed 100,000 in one strike. He's too strong. When the Dongyuan dynasty's army was destroyed, the cheers of victory resounded throughout the Dragon and Phoenix dynasty. All the citizens cheered excitedly. The city gates opened and the citizens rushed out one by one. The army and dynasty that were supporting them looked at their queen and their lord king in awe. Clean up all the corpses quickly. Ao Chitian, Ao Jian, Ao Chisha, and Muzisin, the 4 of you will follow me. Wang Xian looked at the densely packed corpses on the ground without the slightest fluctuation. As for destroying 100,000 in one strike, it wasn't an extremely difficult task for him. With the destructive power of the 5 elements Great Mill, it was completely easy for him to kill 100,000 in one strike. As he spoke, he looked at Feng Luan, who was at the side. Feng Luan nodded her head slowly. Her gaze swept across all the soldiers of the Dragon and Phoenix Empire. All the soldiers of the Dragon and Phoenix Empire, listen up. The Star Moon Empire, the Dongyuan Empire, the Windhowl Empire, and the Southern Cloud Empire have invaded us. Next, we must destroy them all within 10 days. We must either submit or die. 10 days later, our Dragon Phoenix Empire will soar into the skies and shock the world. Yes, destroy them and unify the 4 great empires. Destroy them and unify the 4 great empires. The Dragon Phoenix Empire's soldiers roared out in excitement. The crowd was excited. Their small Dragon Phoenix Empire had defeated the 4 great empires. Each of these 4 kings had more than 10 cities and the Dongyuan dynasty had more than 20 cities. They were the best of the dozen or so nearby countries. If they took over all 4 dynasties, their Dragon Phoenix dynasty's territory would expand by dozens of times. At that time, the Dragon Phoenix dynasty, which had more than 60 cities, would become the strongest existence in the nearby area. At that time, the Dragon and Phoenix Empire would be considered to have shocked the world. All the soldiers, follow me on the expedition. Feng Luan shouted softly and swept her gaze across all the soldiers. Line up! Mang Hong roared loudly and shouted excitedly. Yes! The soldiers lined up and stared at Her Majesty and their Lord Wang with burning eyes. Flood Dragon, come! Wang Xian shouted softly. With a wave of his arm, a dragon throne and a phoenix throne were formed using attributes. Roar, roar! The 9 flood dragons swayed their 30-meter large bodies and flew to the front. Buzz! The wind attribute energy on their bodies moved and pulled the dragon throne and phoenix throne. Wang Xian gestured to Feng Luan. Let's go! Feng Luan revealed a smile on her face. With a move of her body, she flew to the phoenix throne and sat on it. Wang Xian sat on the dragon throne. The 9 flood dragons roared and flew into the distance. Behind them, the 100,000 troops of the Dragon and Phoenix Empire followed closely behind. The 100,000 troops of the Dragon and Phoenix Empire were not weak. They were the strongest warriors that Feng Luan had painstakingly nurtured. Each of them was at least at level 5 of the extraordinary realm. There were 14 insightful void martial artists following them. However, with Wang Xian's 9 flood dragons and the leaders of the Dragon Palace, it was not difficult to take down 4 empires. My queen. The Star Moon Empire's eastern sea city is 20 kilometers ahead. After flying for 5 hours, they were about to arrive at the first city. The city lord of Eastern Sea City has already died in battle when he came to invade our empire. Go straight there and kill them if they dare to resist. Feng Luan ordered coldly. Yes, your majesty. The soldiers immediately replied. Come, come, come. We congratulate Lord Wei. We congratulate Lord Wei for being as blessed as the East Sea. We also welcome Lord Wei to settle down in East Sea City in the future. Today, our city lord and legion commander will follow Her Majesty to attack the Dragon Phoenix dynasty. They are unable to come personally. Our city lord's mansion and the Ocean Cultivator's Legion congratulate Lord Wei. At this moment, the entire Eastern Sea City was extremely lively and festive today. Everyone in the city, including the people from the City Lord's Mansion and the Ocean Cultivator Corps, all came to a manor and gave congratulatory gifts to a middle-aged man. Haha, thank you, everyone from the City Lord's Mansion and the Ocean Cultivator Corps. When the City Lord and General return in triumph, I'll have a good chat with them. The middle-aged man was General Wei, who had betrayed the Dragon Phoenix dynasty. At this moment, he proudly bowed to the people below with a smile on his face, enjoying the respect of everyone below. After he left the Dragon Phoenix dynasty, he came directly to East Ocean City. After the City Lord of East Ocean City learned about it, he treated him with hospitality and invited him to stay here. General Wei hesitated for a moment and agreed. Looking at all the aristocratic families in the Eastern Sea City looking at him respectfully, the corners of General Wei's mouth curled up slightly. When he joined the Dragon and Phoenix dynasty, he valued the resources and status of the Dragon and Phoenix dynasty. However, he later discovered that his status was not very high in the entire Dragon and Phoenix dynasty. This was because the Dragon and Phoenix dynasty only had one imperial city, and he could not act recklessly in the imperial city. As a general, he could not even make a move when he liked the beauty he liked. This made him feel very uncomfortable. Looking at the group of beauties sent over by the group of nobles, he narrowed his eyes slightly. HMPH. A general who might have already been destroyed might as well be a noble in Eastern Sea City. He narrowed his eyes slightly and raised the cup in his hand to signal to everyone. Below, everyone quickly raised their cups respectfully in fear and trepidation. Boom! Everyone in Eastern Sea City, listen up. Star Moon Dynasty is attacking our Dragon Phoenix Dynasty. All warriors, including the king, will be beheaded, submitted, or die. Roar, roar! At this moment, a loud sound was suddenly heard, accompanied by a cold voice and a roar. The sound covered the entire Eastern Sea City. Oh my God! What's going on? What? The defensive formation of our Eastern Sea City was destroyed in one blow. Look at the sky, that army, that creature, it's so terrifying. Our king was killed? The army that went to attack the Dragon Phoenix dynasty was destroyed? How? How is this possible? Within Eastern Sea City, everyone raised their heads and looked up into the sky. Their eyes were wide open, filled with shock. The 100,000-strong army charged over, but the soldiers on the city walls did not have the slightest reaction. The 30-meter-long creature lightly struck out, and the city protection formation shattered. As the closest city to the Dragon Phoenix dynasty, they naturally knew that the Star Moon dynasty had joined forces with the Windhowl dynasty and the Southern Cloud dynasty to destroy the Dragon Phoenix dynasty today. In the eyes of the people of East Sea City, this dynasty could be easily destroyed, but they had never expected the enemy to attack. Their king and army were directly destroyed. How is this possible? Kneel down, everyone, kneel down. Otherwise, I'll kill you. A cold voice sounded from the sky and a terrifying pressure pressed down. Everyone's expressions changed drastically. What, this? This is impossible. At this moment, General Wei, who was in the manor of Eastern Sea City, opened his eyes wide. He stood up and stared at the sky in disbelief. Impossible, with the strength of the Dragon Phoenix dynasty, it's not on the same level as the three great dynasties, not to mention the Dongyuan dynasty. That's the Dragon Phoenix Queen, that's really the Dragon Phoenix Queen, all the generals of the Dragon Phoenix dynasty are here. And that young man, could it be that the young man saved? In the manor, Wei Qibing's body was trembling as he looked at the sky. The familiar figures and their terrifying auras caused disbelief to appear on their faces. Kneel down, are you courting death? Boom. The generals of the Dragon Phoenix Empire looked at the stunned citizens below and revealed an extremely cold expression. With a wave of their arms, they directly attacked a place below. Boom. A terrifying explosion sounded out, and the powerful destructive force destroyed everything within a kilometer. Kneel down. Hurry up and kneel down. Plop, plop, plop. Looks like it's true. Our dynasty went to destroy the Dragon and Phoenix dynasty, and in the end all of our legions were wiped out. Oh my God, we've lost. It has nothing to do with us. It has nothing to do with us. Don't kill us. The entire Eastern Sea City fell into complete chaos. The citizens immediately knelt down on the ground, their faces filled with terror. Some of them begged for mercy loudly. The stewards of the city lord's mansion and the army in Eastern Sea City, come here. The cold voice of a general once again covered the entire Eastern Sea City. If you call us again, we... Within the manor, the two old men looked at each other and swallowed a mouthful of saliva. Their eyes were filled with terror. You have 3 seconds. If you don't come out, I'll kill you. The cold voice sounded again, causing the two stewards of the city lord's mansion and the ocean cultivator court to tremble. Sir, we're here. The two didn't dare to hide anymore. With their status, they would know after asking around. They stood up and shouted with trembling voices. Eh? All the soldiers of the Dragon and Phoenix dynasty floated in the sky and looked in that direction. However, when they saw a familiar figure, they were slightly stunned. A middle-aged man was still sitting there, and his face looked a little uncertain. It's that traitor Wei Qibing. A general looked there in astonishment. Wei Qibing. All the generals and soldiers looked over at the same time. Mang Hong licked his tongue as he stared at Wei Qibing with killing intent in his eyes. Boom! He didn't hesitate at all as the huge axe in his hand slashed downwards. A 5-meter-long dazzling huge axe was aimed at Wei Qibing. Bastard! I told you to kneel down. Didn't you hear me? Do you want to die? A voice filled with killing intent charged towards Wei Qibing. What? Wei Qibing's face was filled with shock as he hurriedly dodged to the side. Bang! The resplendent huge axe descended, directly creating a huge crater within a 100-meter radius. Whoosh! However, just as he dodged the huge axe's attack, Mang Hong's figure rushed over. His burly body held the huge axe in his hand as he pointed it at Wei Qibing. Lord Mang, I kneel. Don't do it. Wei Qibing knelt on the ground with a face full of fear and begged for mercy loudly. Your Majesty, I Wei Qibing am guilty. I am guilty. Please give me a chance. He raised his head in horror and looked at Feng Yuan with an extremely ugly expression. He never expected that the Dragon and Phoenix dynasty would actually destroy all the invaders and counterattack. Your Majesty, such a traitor should be killed directly. That's right. Her Majesty guided him in cultivation and gave him a lot of resources. Now that our dynasty is in trouble, this traitor actually escaped and took a lot of things with him. We absolutely cannot let him go. Several generals bowed to Feng Yuan with cold faces and pleaded. Cripple his strength and strip him of all his assets. Feng Yuan judged him coldly. It's the Queen. Below, Mang Hong heard the Queen's words and stared coldly at Wei Qibing. A terrifying killing intent directly covered him. No. Your Majesty, you can't do this. His terrified voice resounded throughout the entire Eastern Sea City. Within the manor, the great nobles of Eastern Sea City trembled as they looked at Wei Qibing in front of them. This was an expert at the second level of the profound void tier. Right now, he was like an ant that had all of his strength crippled and all of his finances stripped away. Now that the Star Moon King had been killed and his army destroyed,
It meant that the entire dynasty would be taken over by the Dragon Phoenix dynasty. Who would dare to approach a fellow that had been crippled by Her Majesty's order in the future? Not only would he not get close, he might even be killed by someone. That was because this place would belong to the Dragon and Phoenix dynasty in the future.
No, no. Wei Qibing's miserable cry rang out. He felt his strength in despair. His entire body was completely crippled by Mang Hong.
He regretted it, he regretted it. If he knew of this ending, he would definitely not betray the Dragon and Phoenix dynasty. If he had not betrayed them and the Dragon and Phoenix dynasty had defeated the Four Kingdoms, he would have been the hero of a rising dynasty.
He would rule 1 or even 2 or 3 cities, high and mighty.
But now, his body trembled and he fainted. Falling from high and mighty to the ground was hard for him to accept. The two of you will temporarily take over East Sea City. In 10 days, when Her Majesty suppresses the Four Kingdoms, you will take charge of the city. Everything in the city will remain the same for the time being. Feng Luan placed a tinder on the manager of the City Lord's mansion and the current leader of the Ocean Cultivators Corps. Yu Chengzi, who was at the side, gave them an order.
Yes, sir. It's Her Majesty. We will definitely manage East Sea City well. We don't dare to have any second thoughts.
When the tinder landed in their minds, the two of them were completely under control. Feng Luan sent dozens of soldiers to guard the city before continuing on to the next city. To avoid any accidents, Wang Xian went with them. One city after another, one dynasty after another. Those who dared to resist would be suppressed by force. There were 4 dynasties and more than 60 cities. The only one who encountered some resistance was the Wind Howl dynasty.
Since the Wind Howl King was not dead, the imperial city had quite a lot of power.
However, with Wang Xian around, the Wind Howl imperial city was easily captured. There were large amounts of resources and treasures in the 4 dynasties. Wang Xian, I need to tidy up the land and cities now. I need to be busy for a period of time. In 10 days, all the city lords and powerful families in the Dragon and Phoenix dynasty will come to Dragon and Phoenix Imperial City to pay their respects. When the time comes, you can come over if you have nothing to do. I happen to have many treasures for you. After sweeping through all the cities in the 4 nations, Feng Luan could not hide her excitement as she said to Wang Xian.
All right, I have to return to the Dragon Palace as well. I have gained a lot this time.
Wang Xian nodded at Feng Luan with a smile on his face.
All right, I will see you in 10 days.
Feng Luan nodded happily.
Return to the palace.
Wang Xian also ordered the 9 dragons with a smile.
Destroying the 4 kingdoms and the corpses of the 55 armies and the huge resources in the 4 kingdoms would allow the strength of the Dragon Palace to increase tremendously.
Dragon King, you're back.
Prime Minister Gui greeted him respectfully when he returned to the Dragon Palace. Well, how have you been these past few days? The corpses of the 4 dynasties had been sent to the Dragon Pool after 10 days of absence. There were 55 corpses, more than 50 of which were at the profound void tier. This energy might not be able to increase the strength of the members of the Dragon Palace who were at the profound void tier by much. However, it was sufficient to increase the strength of the members who were at the half-step void interpretation level.
Dragon King, there are more than 500,000 corpses. A total of 500 members of the Dragon Palace have successfully broken through to the void interpretation level. The rest of the members are all at the half-step void interpretation level.
Prime Minister Gui said with a smile.
More than 500? Not bad at all. I still have some corpses here. Continue to increase your strength. Wang Xian revealed a satisfied expression. With a wave of his arm, he threw a few interspatial rings to Prime Minister Gui. There were tens of thousands of corpses here. All of them came from the Howling Wind dynasty. It's the Dragon King. With these resources, our Dragon Palace has at least 550 insightful void stage powerhouses.
Prime Minister Gui looked at the resources inside and revealed an excited expression.
Wang Xian nodded with a smile. How many members have the Dragon Palace increased during this period of time? Dragon King, we have already become the kings of this sea area. After opening the Dragon Gate, under the attraction of the Dragon Gate, a total of more than 500 creatures have broken through the Dragon Gate.
In addition, I have sent people to the remaining level 1 Dragon Palace on Earth to pick up 200 members who have broken through the Dragon Palace. Currently, the number of members of our Dragon Palace is close to 4,000. Prime Minister GUI reported. All right. Transfer them all to the current combat divisions to increase their strength. Wang Xian nodded his head. 4,000 members of the Dragon Palace and 550 experts at the level of the Void Interpretation Realm. The rest were all at the half-step Void Interpretation Realm. This power was already very terrifying. Because the members of the Dragon Palace possessed the bloodline of the Divine Dragon, they had the ability to fight against those of a higher level. Even if it was very difficult for a half-step Void Interpretation Realm to surpass their level by 1 level, 10 half-step Void Interpretation Realm members of the Dragon Palace could definitely fight against 1 level 1 Void Interpretation Realm expert. And more than 500 level 1 Void Interpretation Realm experts could fight against a level 2 Void Interpretation Realm expert. If the current strength of the Dragon Palace was calculated according to the top dynasties and dynasties in the Luhai region. The Light Dragon Dynasty was one of the top dynasties, and there were only more than 200 Void Interpretation Realm experts in the dynasty. As the only dynasty in the Bloodflow region, the Bloodflow Empire only had around 1,000 insightful Emptiness Realm experts. The current strength of the Dragon Palace could be ranked in the top 3 in the Flowing Sea region. Of course, there was still a huge gap between them and the Bloodflow Empire. The medicinal pills and the like that I obtained from the 4 dynasties can be converted into 1 billion dragon crystals. However, I'm still 9 billion away from leveling up. This is too much. Wang Xian thought to himself. If he wanted to level up, he would need to plunder 40 empires to gather 10 billion dragon crystals. This was only to level up to the 2nd level of the Void Interpretation Realm. If he wanted to level up to the 3rd level of the Void Interpretation Realm, he would need the resources of an empire. However, he was not in a hurry. The Transcendence continent was huge. There were at least a few thousand empires. There were also 50 to 60 dynasties and 5 empires behind them. It's really difficult to upgrade the level of the Divine Dragon. However, it's fortunate that the Dragon Palace is here. If I were to cultivate in the Dragon Palace for a day, I would have more than 10,000 dragon crystals. Wang Xian shook his head and flew into the bedroom. When he saw a few girls cultivating, he rushed over with a smile. In the next few days, Wang Xian lived a happy life again. He spent 60% of his time on the bed. Buzz. Buzz. On the 10th day, Feng Yuan sent a message to Wang Xian's communication stone plate. More than 60 city lords of the Dragon and Phoenix Empire and the major families and forces of the empire are here to pay their respects. Are you guys going to go and take a look? Wang Xian asked the group of girls. All right. We heard from Sister Feng Yuan that there will be hundreds of thousands of people coming to the Dragon and Phoenix Empire in the next few days. Guan Shuqing and the group of girls immediately smiled and nodded. All right, let's go. Mao Zixin, Ao Jian, you guys bring some subordinates over. Wang Xian nodded and walked out of the Dragon King Hall. He spoke to Mao Zixin, Ao Jian, and the rest. It's the Dragon King. In the current Dragon and Phoenix Empire, after subjugating a group of city lords and some experts, there were 63 insightful Emptiness Realm experts in the empire. The original insightful Emptiness Realm experts that belonged to the Dragon and Phoenix Empire were only a dozen or so. Feng Yuan wanted to get Wang Xian to send some of his subordinates over to keep an eye on the situation and prevent any accidents from happening. Naturally, he didn't have any objections. The Heaven's Eye Arrow Division and the Dragon Palace Guards, the Golden Swordfish, had a total of 700 members. Among them, there were more than 100 insightful Emptiness Realm experts. If they were asked to keep an eye on the situation, it was more than enough to intimidate everyone. Wang Xian did not send all of them over. 60 insightful Emptiness Realm experts were more than enough. Let's go. They moved and flew directly into the Imperial City of Dragon and Phoenix. Flying was prohibited in the Imperial City. However, Wang Xian was not included. He led his subordinates and flew straight into the Dragon Palace. Where's the queen? Wang Xian went straight to the main hall of the palace and asked the maids around him. Sir Wang, the queen is in the study room. Please come in. The maids in the palace quickly brought him in respectfully.
It was a completely different situation compared to the last time.
Wang Xian, Sister Shu Qing, sisters. Feng Luan stood up with a smile when she saw Wang Xian and the rest.
Sister Feng Luan. A group of girls surrounded her and started to chat enthusiastically. Wang Xian, in 2 hours at most, the city lords of the 64 cities, as well as the families and forces, will be here. I'll have to trouble the people of the Dragon Palace to help me intimidate them.
Feng Luan chatted with Guan Shuqing and the rest for a while before she spoke to Wang Xian.
No problem. I've brought the people here. Wang Xian nodded and sat casually at the side, sipping his tea.
Okay. Feng Luan nodded. Then she ignored Wang Xian and continued to chat with Guan Shuqing and the rest. The king's letter of Xiaoyao City. Wang Xian looked at the golden invitation card on Feng Luan's table with a hint of curiosity on his face.
Feng Luan, what is this? Wang Xian asked. Oh right, don't you want to sell the resources in your hands? You can go to Xiaoyao City. This invitation card was sent from Xiaoyao City. There are a total of 3 of them. In 7 days, there will be a king's auction in Xiaoyao City. It will be held by the master of Xiaoyao City. At that time, there will be more than 20 dynasties and 7 to 8 major forces participating. It can be said to be the gathering of top forces in 1/4 of the first-rate sea region. Feng Luan said as she looked at the invitation letter in his hand.
Xiaoyao City?
Wang Xian had a hint of doubt on his face. Xiaoyao City is a huge city built by the mayor of Xiaoyao City. This mayor of Xiaoyao City is also the strongest person within a radius of 100,000 kilometers. He is at the 5th level of the see-through void stage.
This powerhouse did not build a dynasty. Instead, he built a city. Every 5 years, there will be a grand auction. This year is the 5th year.
Feng Luan introduced to him. Xiaoyao City? The mayor of Xiaoyao City.
Wang Xian muttered to himself when he heard Feng Luan's introduction.
He didn't expect there to be such an expert in the Luhai region. With the strength of a 5th-level void interpretation realm expert, he could be considered one of the strongest experts in the human demon graveyard.
The letter of the king of Xiaoyao City?
I can go and take a look at it when the time comes. If there are more than 20 dynasties participating in it, I can make use of the items in my hands. Wang Xian thought to himself. After destroying some dynasties, he had too many treasures in his hands.
Converting these treasures into resources would increase his strength by a lot.
After Wang Xian obtained some information about Xiaoyao City from Feng Luan, he started to check it out. 2 hours passed very quickly. At this moment, it was bustling outside the Dragon Phoenix Royal City. City lords from the 64 cities under the Dragon Phoenix dynasty, as well as powerful families and mercenary groups from each city, all rushed over.
As the imperial city of the Dragon Phoenix dynasty, it was the central city of the entire dynasty. The people from the 64 cities under the Dragon Phoenix dynasty naturally came to pay a visit. Furthermore, the Phoenix dynasty was wantonly holding the selection, the Dragon Phoenix dynasty's prodigy selection, the Dragon Phoenix dynasty's powerful mercenary group selection, the Dragon Phoenix dynasty's expert selection, and so on.
Holding all kinds of selection was to retain talents and experts. The Dragon and Phoenix Empire had over 10 million people. With the size of the imperial city, it was enough to house over 20 million people. Next, the imperial city began to attract powerful families and powerful mercenary groups. As the center of more than 60 cities, it was naturally easy to attract some experts. Many people wanted to settle in the imperial city, but the imperial city was not as easy to enter as it used to be. Is this our imperial city? It's so spectacular. It's even bigger than the imperial city of our Dongyuan dynasty.
Can you imagine that the entire imperial city has only been established for a year? This glittering city protection array is truly astonishing.
I heard that the victory of this war was entirely dependent on a Lord King. Those creatures that are more than 30 meters long are all his.
Our current queen is also very powerful. The king of Starmoon Empire was killed by the queen.
It is said that there are only a dozen or so profound void martial experts in the imperial city. Their foundations are still rather low. If this queen is not capable, she might not be able to manage more than 60 cities well. Groups of people were riding on vicious beasts, and some were being pulled by cars.
There were also some who were carrying carts full of items. Within a short period of time, 4,000 to 5,000 people had gathered at the East Gate. They looked at the Dragon and Phoenix Empire and walked in with a trace of curiosity and suspicion. When they had just entered the city gate, they noticed that there were over 30 middle-aged men holding golden longswords in their hands. They held their longswords with both hands and watched them enter indifferently. Behind them, there were more than 100 middle-aged men with longswords in their hands. This is an insightful Void Realm expert. The 30 middle-aged swordsmen in front are all insightful Void Realm experts. Behind them, there are more than 100 half-step insightful Void Realm experts. Heavens, is this the power of the Dragon Phoenix Empire? How terrifying! The Dragon Phoenix Empire doesn't have so many experts. They should be the subordinates of that Lord Wang. They are simply abnormal. They actually have more than 30 insightful Emptiness Realm experts under them, and they are not ordinary insightful Emptiness Realm experts. Just as they passed through the city gate, when they saw more than 30 insightful Emptiness Realm experts scattered around, everyone's faces froze. The traces of contempt in their hearts completely disappeared. Why do I feel that someone has locked onto us? Right at this moment, an insightful Emptiness Realm expert suddenly frowned slightly and looked towards the surrounding buildings. Hiss, look at the surrounding and distant buildings. There are experts monitoring the entire city. Insightful Emptiness Realm expert. I faintly feel more than 20 gazes that are threatening me. Oh my God, the swordsman guards at the door, the experts watching from above, the patrolling guards around. Why do I feel that there are at least 70 to 80 insightful Emptiness Realm experts? The Dragon Phoenix Queen is trying to intimidate us. It is said that Lord King has a close relationship with the Dragon Phoenix Queen. Every time the Dragon Phoenix Empire encounters difficulties, that person will make a move. Too powerful. The Dragon Phoenix Queen is not simple either. For her to be able to develop to such a level in a year's time, she is much more powerful than the kings of ordinary dynasties. Keep a low profile in the Dragon Phoenix Imperial City. Fighting is prohibited within the city. Void interpretation experts are just like ordinary people. Bullying the weak is prohibited. The Emperor is guilty of the same crime as the commoners. Although the rules of the Dragon Phoenix Imperial City are extremely strict, one can still see the strength and methods of the Dragon Phoenix Queen. More and more people entered the Imperial City. They sized up the city, their eyes filled with reverence. The Imperial City was indeed the Imperial City. This caused many factions and families to consider whether they should settle down in the Imperial City. Feng Luan had laid down many benefits and policies in the Imperial City. Even some of the Dongshu family's hearts wavered. Over 2 days, over 1 million people poured into the Dragon Phoenix Imperial City. These 2 days could be said to be the proudest period of time for the citizens of the entire Dragon Phoenix Imperial City. Those powerhouses whom they had seen before greeted them respectfully. Some powerful families were asking them about some information about the royal city with enthusiasm. This made every citizen feel proud of being a member of the Dragon and Phoenix Empire. Wang Xian, the ceremony is about to begin. Come and take a look. On the third day, Feng Wan came to a lake courtyard where Wang Xian and the group of girls were staying. She said with a smile on her face, "Has it started?" "All right, I'll go over and take a look." "Shu Qing, are you guys coming?" Wang Xian nodded with a smile and asked. "Yes, of course." The group of girls nodded with a smile. With the addition of Zhang Fengying and Xiao Yu, the strength of the 7 girls had all reached the insightful void stage. Sun Lingxiu had even reached the 2nd level of the insightful void stage. The improvement of the cultivation of the group of girls made even Feng Luan a little jealous. She was the empress, but she was only slightly stronger than the group of girls. This made her very speechless. The group of people walked toward the banquet. The first ceremony of the Dragon Phoenix dynasty, the city lords of the 64 cities, the leaders of the core in the cities, and the families of the profound void martial stage in the cities had all arrived. Her Majesty the Queen is here. Her Majesty the Queen is here. In the noisy grand ceremony, more than 10,000 distinguished experts were conversing in low voices. When a woman's cold voice rang out, everyone instantly fell silent. Feng Luan, who was dressed in a fiery red phoenix robe, walked over slowly. Wang Xian and a group of girls walked to the side and walked straight to a separate seat beside the main seat.
They didn't steal Feng Luan's elegance. At this moment, everyone's gaze was focused on Feng Luan and Wang Xian. "Welcome, Your Majesty."
When Feng Luan came to the main seat, more than 60 city lords, top-notch experts, and important members of their families immediately bowed and stood up.
A total of more than 60 insightful void martial artists and more than 10,000 others shouted respectfully. Dragon and Phoenix Dynasty, the true rise. A grand ceremony had allowed more than 60 city lords, the Dongshu family's forces in the Dragon Phoenix Dynasty, and the other powerful forces to truly witness the Queen's splendor. As the former empress, she was in charge of more than a few hundred cities. Whether it was her broad vision or her aloof aura, it was not something that a Dongshu expert could compare to. In the eyes of all the city lords and powerhouses present, their former king was far inferior to the Dragon and Phoenix Queen. It was as if they were on a completely different level. Under the respectful gazes of everyone, Feng Luan formulated one plan after another and implemented one policy after another.
Under the combination of grace and power, the hearts of the entire dynasty quickly gathered. Wang Xian and the rest sat at the side and watched with smiles on their faces. To be able to become an eternal empress, Feng Luan's talent was unparalleled throughout history. The Golden Swordfish clan and the Heavenly Eye Arrow division stood on both sides, intimidating everyone in terms of martial prowess. It also let people know that there was a powerful force behind the Dragon Phoenix dynasty. "Feng Luan, are you going to the auction in Xiaoyao City?" After the grand ceremony of the Dragon and Phoenix Empire ended, Wang Xian sat leisurely in Feng Luan's imperial study and asked her, "I can't leave for the time being. There are many matters in the Dragon and Phoenix Empire that need me to take care of. Furthermore, I have to inspect every city one by one. In addition, the various competitions organized by the Dragon and Phoenix Empire have to be carried out as well." Feng Luan shook her head with a smile on her face.
The Dragon and Phoenix Empire was more than 10 times stronger today. It could be said that she had taken a huge step on the path of revenge today.
"Shuqing, what about the few of you?
Are you going to Xiaoyao City with me or not?" Wang Xian nodded and looked at the few girls. "Of course, I'm going to follow Sister Feng Luan to one city after another."
"Ha. When the time comes, we can go to more than 60 cities as the cabinet ministers of the Dragon and Phoenix Empire. We can eat all the delicious food and drinks in all the cities. Just thinking about it makes me very happy,"
the group of girls said with a fiery gaze. Feng Luan was currently in charge of more than 60 cities. Every city in the Transcendence continent was incomparably huge.
Every place had its own unique characteristics. Naturally, there was a variety of food and drinks.
Now, they were going to the cities with a distinguished status. They could enjoy delicious food and drinks and enjoy different sceneries. Naturally, they were unwilling to accompany Wang Xian to the carefree imperial city.
All right. If you guys don't want to go, I'll go by myself."
Wang Xian nodded his head speechlessly. "You guys will lead some dragon guards and strange demon and the rest. It's all right. No one in the Dragon and Phoenix Empire dares to disrespect us. Furthermore, our strength isn't weak either,"
the few girls said with a smile. Wang Xian nodded his head. Now, all the powerful forces in the entire Dragon and Phoenix Empire knew the identities of the few girls.
No one dared to provoke them. The faction that Wang Xian displayed this time not only shocked the powerhouses in more than 60 cities. Even Feng Luan was astonished. There were more than 60 void interpretation realm powerhouses than there were during the Great War more than 10 days ago. "All right, Xiaoyao City is not close to us. I will set off in a while." Wang Xian nodded and said to them.
Xiaoyao City was close to the Dragon and Phoenix Empire. Based on his speed, it would take at least 3 days.
Wang Xian was prepared to set off today. "Here, these are things that are not needed in the empire. I will give them all to you." Feng Luan handed him an interspatial ring. There were many treasures inside. Wang Xian took a look and saw that there were at least trillions of middle-grade spirit stones inside. He didn't stand on ceremony and kept it.
If all the items in his hand were converted into resources, it would add about 700 to 800 million dragon crystals to him.
It wasn't a lot, but it was definitely not a small amount.
Alright, I'll head back to the Dragon Palace first before I set off. You guys have fun. Wang Xian said to the group of girls before flying straight to the Dragon Palace. After returning to the Dragon Palace, Wang Xian brought all the treasures that he couldn't use. He led the 4 dragon guards and the 4 strange demons and flew directly in the direction of Xiaoyao City. From the name of Xiaoyao City, one could tell that it was a neutral city. It was built by the top-notch master of Xiaoyao City. The entire city was one of the top cities in the Flowing Sea region. The mayor of Xiaoyao City would hold an auction every 5 years, inviting all the major forces around. The weakest force that could participate in this auction had 3 to 4 profound Void Realm experts. The value of the items in each auction was over 10 trillion middle-grade spirit stones. Moreover, the auction that was held once every 5 years attracted many small forces and individual experts to Xiaoyao City. As time passed, Xiaoyao City became a huge material exchange place. Here, it was claimed that one could buy anything one wanted. Flying in the sky in the wild, one would occasionally encounter some beasts of the insightful void tier. Wang Xian did not hesitate at all and killed them directly. After resting for 4 days, an incomparably huge city finally appeared in Wang Xian's sight. The city was slightly bigger than the Dragon and Phoenix Empire. It looked much more majestic than the Dragon and Phoenix Imperial City. The entire Xiaoyao City was not located on flat ground. Instead, it was located on top of a mountain. Behind it was a mountain peak that was 10,000 meters tall. A waterfall that was 10,000 meters tall fell from the top of the mountain. It was a spectacular sight. There was only one entrance to Xiaoyao City. The ground was paved with gold. From afar, it looked magnificent. There are so many people. Before Wang Xian got close, he noticed that he could bump into groups of people from time to time in the surrounding sky. When he arrived a few thousand meters in front of Xiaoyao City, he saw more than 10,000 people walking towards Xiaoyao City from afar. Each of them looked extraordinary. Apart from humans, he also saw many demonic beast races. At a glance, Wang Xian even saw at least a dozen insightful emptiness realm experts. As expected of the top-notch city within a 100,000-kilometer radius. The King's Auction in Xiaoyao City, which is held once every 5 years, is equivalent to a grand event within a 100,000-kilometer radius. Wang Xian sighed in his heart. The auction was held once every 5 years. He estimated that there would be 500 to 600 insightful emptiness realm experts in the entire city, or even more. Let's go into the city and take a look. Wang Xian said to Ao Jian and the rest before landing directly on the Golden Avenue below. When Wang Xian landed on the ground, he felt an inexplicable throbbing of his bloodline. This caused him to be slightly stunned. Throbbing of his bloodline? This was the first time he had encountered such a situation. What's going on? Wang Xian was stunned for a moment. His heart skipped a beat as he looked to the left. He looked at a young man. This young man could not be considered as a human. He had a steel-like body and was about 2 meters tall. He was extremely burly. He held a fiery red hammer in his hand and looked extremely simple and honest. The throbbing of his bloodline came from this youth. Fire Gold Dragon Seed, the strongest dragon seed in the forging technique of the Dragon Palace. A message appeared in his mind. Fire Gold Dragon Seed? When Wang Xian saw the information obtained by the system, he was slightly taken aback. His gaze was fixed on the line of words in his mind. The strongest dragon seed in the forging technique in the Dragon Palace. Dragon Seed, a powerful dragon seed. Dragons had 9 sons, and each of them was different. A dragon with a weak bloodline could become a divine dragon when he cultivated to the extreme. However, some were different. For example, if a divine dragon was born with the same level of bloodline, the dragon might not necessarily evolve in the direction of a divine dragon. Perhaps they would grow in another direction, and when they grew up, they might not be weaker than a divine dragon. Among them, the top-tier dragon species in the Dragon Palace would not be weaker than a real divine dragon when they grew up, and might even be stronger than an ordinary divine dragon. For example, the thorn dragon species had both light and dark attributes. When they grew up, they were no weaker than ordinary divine dragons. For example, the wild dragon species had 3 attributes: fire, darkness, and lightning. When they grew up,
Divine dragons of the same level were no match for them. On the other hand, this fire gold dragon species possessed a terrifying talent in forging. It could even be compared to the top-tier forging species in the universe. I actually met a powerful dragon species, a peak-tier dragon species. Ao Yao is the only one in the entire dragon palace. The rest of the dragon species, even the rest of the strange demons, cannot be considered to be at the peak. Wang Xian stared at the 2-meter-tall fire gold dragon seed with a fiery gaze. Its entire body was made of metal, and it looked like a young man.
I wonder how many members there are in the fire gold dragon seed race. If there are many of them, I would be rich,
he thought to himself. It was not easy to obtain a peak dragon seed. For example, Ao Yao. He was able to become a peak dragon seed because of the heart of light and darkness. If the strange demon wanted to evolve into a thorny dragon seed, he would need an extremely rare heart of darkness.
The heart of darkness was a high-level energy. Only experts who had reached the divine realm could condense the heart of darkness.
There was another condition, and that was that the other party was a god with darkness attribute. If there were more fire gold dragon seeds, Wang Xian could nurture them into artifact masters and great-grandmasters.
When he opened a weapon shop in the Dragon and Phoenix Empire, he could completely monopolize the forging industry in the Dragon and Phoenix Empire.
He could use the money from selling weapons to buy pills, which could be converted into strength. The Phoenix clan's talent, apart from their combat strength, is the most powerful in alchemy. Right now, the Fire Cloud Sparrow clan is hiding behind the Phoenix clan. The Dragon and Phoenix Empire's pills are about to be monopolized by the Phoenix clan. If the Dragon Palace can monopolize the refining of weapons, it would be the best of both worlds. Wang Xian was glowing. Monopolizing the crafting of weapons of the Dragon and Phoenix dynasty was an extremely terrifying income. Furthermore, the income was endless and unusually crazy. Without any hesitation, Wang Xian walked towards the young man. Ha! Before Wang Xian got close, the young man sensed him. He turned his head and looked at Wang Xian vigilantly.
What are you doing? Why are you staring at me?
The young man stared at Wang Xian and the rest vigilantly and asked cautiously.
Little guy, I see that you have a unique bloodline. Are you willing to follow me?
Wang Xian stared at him with a smile on his face. His body emitted the aura of a divine dragon. Ha! Sensing the aura of Wang Xian's bloodline, he was slightly stunned. Wang Xian's aura gave him a feeling of familiarity. This kind of familiarity came from his bloodline. His eyes were filled with astonishment. However, very soon his face showed vigilance again. You should be able to feel the closeness of our bloodline. Follow me and I will bring you into the world that you should enter. Wang Xian stared at him and said slowly,
Who are you?
I don't know you.
The young man stared at him and his expression changed slightly. I am Wang Xian. I don't have any ill intentions towards you. How many clansmen do you have?
Can you bring me over to take a look? Wang Xian stared at him and asked.
Why? Why should I believe you? The young man looked at Wang Xian with some hesitation. Because you have the bloodline of the divine dragon. Wang Xian smiled.
Divine dragon? The bloodline of the dragon race? Don't joke around. If I had the bloodline of the dragon race, how could I be so weak? My clansmen. The young man opened his mouth in disbelief. Wang Xian smiled with a hint of disdain in his eyes. He smiled and said, The divine dragon is not a member of the dragon race of the supernatural continent. Believe me. Can you bring me to see your clansmen?
All right.
The young man looked at Wang Xian's friendly expression and nodded his head slowly. My name is Duan Jinming, a member of the Fire Hammer clan. Our clansmen are currently working in the Gilded Gold Forging clan.
Duan Jinming looked at Wang Xian and said softly,
Fire Hammer clan?
It's fine. Bring me there to have a look. Wang Xian was slightly surprised. He followed beside Duan Jinming and walked towards Xiao City.
Stepping on the golden ground, they continued to walk upwards.
The entire road was 1,000 meters wide. Xiao City was above them, so they had to walk up a slope.
Move, move, move. At this moment, a few shouts came from the back. When Duan Jinming heard the shouts, he quickly dodged to the side. Quickly dodge. They are the descendants of some big families in Xiaoyao City. Duan Jinming reminded Wang Xian immediately.
Wang Xian looked over and saw a young man riding on various ferocious beasts heading into the city. There were many families in Xiaoyao City. One or two of the top families were not weaker than some dynasties.
However, the strongest one was still the mayor of Xiaoyao City. It could be said that all the families in Xiaoyao City were the subordinates of the mayor of Xiaoyao City. There's no need to be envious. To you, they are just ants.
Wang Xian saw the envious look on Duan Jinming's face and said faintly.
Duan Jinming was slightly stunned. He pursed his lips and didn't say anything. Xiaoyao City could be entered and exited freely. No one dared to cause trouble here.
After passing through a city gate that was a few hundred meters high, Duan Jinming continued to walk in with Wang Xian.
This was because Xiaoyao City was located on top of a mountain peak. Every mountain peak was located in an area. Looking at it from afar, it was extremely magnificent. Especially the mountain peak that was 10,000 meters behind the city. It was extremely shocking. The most famous transaction in Xiaoyao City is this. The entire city is divided into 5 zones. One is the weapons zone, one is the elixir zone, one is the ferocious beast zone, and one is the grocery zone. The central zone is the king zone. Each zone has a top-notch family guarding it. Our clansmen are in the weapons zone, the Gilded Gold family.
Duan Jinming led Wang Xian to the left as he explained. Wang Xian smiled and nodded his head. His gaze swept across the surroundings. This Xiaoyao city was completely incomparable to the Dragon and Phoenix Empire.
Magnificent buildings and magnificent scenery. With Duan Jinming, a local, leading the way, he was able to understand a lot.
Soon, Wang Xian followed him to the weapons district. The entire district was filled with weapons shops.
There were even many shops with various weapons and metals. The entire weapon region was filled with a sharp aura. Duan Jinming brought Wang Xian along as they continued to walk inside. They took a carriage in the middle and arrived at the last position. It was the place where the 10,000-meter-tall mountain peak was located.
Beside it was the gigantic waterfall. The water from the waterfall was flowing downwards. Clang, clang, clang. After passing through a man-made corridor, Duan Jinming brought him to the side of the waterfall.
The continuous sounds of forging could be heard.
Wang Xian looked inside and realized that it was actually a weapons forging factory. Burly young men, middle-aged men, and even old men who were emitting flames were forging weapons on the weapon forging platforms.
Beside them, there were also some women who were handling the weapons one by one. There were more than 2,000 people in the entire site. Behind their forging site, there were houses. The houses looked a little simple and crude. When Wang Xian's gaze swept across each and every one of them, a stunned expression appeared on his face. They were not considered humans. They belonged to the humanoid demonic beast race because they had 4 arms. What surprised Wang Xian even more was that their strength was generally at level 5 or 6. The strongest of them was an elder who was at level 8.
Fire Hammer Clan, they had the rare bloodline of the Fire Gold Dragon species.
So not everyone is as bright as a broken metal. He should have a bloodline returning to his ancestors. The rest of the Fire Hammer Clan only have a bloodline.
Wang Xian looked at the 4-armed Fire Hammer Clan and a thoughtful look appeared on his face.
He looked at the weapons forged by the Fire Hammer Clan and was slightly surprised. As expected of the Fire Gold Dragon species that possessed the best weapon forging talent in the universe. Even if it was just some of its bloodline, it was still extremely powerful. However, its strength was really too weak.
The strongest one was only at level 8 extraordinary. This should belong to the top of the bloodline.
Jinming, the matter has been settled. Quick! Quick! There are more weapons that need to be forged in the next few days. At this moment, the elder who was at extraordinary level 8 in the middle wiped the sweat off his forehead and spoke to Duan Jinming. Yes, Chief.
Duan Jinming replied hurriedly. He looked at Wang Xian and said, if there's nothing else, you can go back.
After he finished speaking, he ran straight towards the elder. Jinming, who is that human?
I met him on the way here. I wanted to take a look. I saw that he didn't have any ill intentions, so I brought him here. Hee hee.
The voices of Duan Jinming and the old man could be heard from the front.
A race with the bloodline of the Fire Gold Dragon is a little down and out. Wang Xian's eyes were sparkling as he looked at this race of more than 2,000 people. Clang, clang, clang. At this moment, Wang Xian suddenly looked at Duan Jinming. He saw that he, who originally only had 2 arms, had grown 4 more arms. When he forged the weapon, it emitted a golden red glow. According to the breeding method of a peak-level dragon seed, after the Fire Hammer clan cultivates the Fire God Dragon transformation and integrates with the Metal Heart, they will be able to become a Fire Gold Dragon seed. Even if they can't become a Fire Gold Dragon seed now, the Fire Hammer clan is still considered a top-level dragon seed. We must subdue them. Wang Xian's eyes sparkled. Miss, Master has already told you not to come here. I'm here to see if my weapon is ready. Xiao Yan, shut up. At this moment, 2 female voices were heard. Wang Xian looked over curiously. Eh? Who is this? One of the pretty voices looked at Wang Xian with a hint of surprise on her face. Wow, miss, this person is so handsome. He has such a temperament. All right, pervert. Beside the pretty girl with 2 braids, a dignified-looking woman glanced at Wang Xian and walked straight to Duan Jinming's position. Jin Ming, the 3rd miss is here. Xiao Ming, the 3rd miss is here. At the smithy, some members of the Fire Hammer clan looked at the woman and called out to Duan Jinming in a low voice. Some old men looked over and frowned. They shook their heads helplessly. The 3rd miss is here. Pay attention to your status. Seeing the woman coming over, the clan leader of the Fire Hammer clan reminded Duan Jinming lightly. Okay. Hearing the old man's words, Duan Jinming smiled bitterly. He looked at the woman with a hint of admiration in his eyes. Jinming, have you finished the hairpin I asked you to make? The dignified woman stared at Duan Jinming with a smile and a hint of emotion in her eyes. Okay. 3rd miss, I'll take it for you now. Duan Jinming said hurriedly and ran into the room at the side. The dignified woman looked at his figure with a smile on her face. 3rd miss, here you are. The hairpin you want. Duan Jinming quickly ran out with an exquisite hairpin wrapped in cloth. He didn't dare to look at the woman's eyes. He ran over with a twinkle in his eyes and reached out to pass it to her. It's so beautiful. Thank you, Jinming. I'll take good care of it. The dignified woman shyly hugged him in her arms and said happily. Around her, some of the middle-aged elders of the Fire Hammer clan slowly shook their heads. 3rd sister, you let this lowly bastard forge an item for you again. At this moment, a mocking and disdainful voice suddenly sounded from the front. The faces of all the members of the Fire Hammer clan changed slightly. The dignified woman's face slowly turned ugly as she looked forward. The entire forging factory was divided into 2 areas. About 500 to 600 meters in front of this open-air area, there were also exquisite forging workshops. The 2 were obviously not on the same level. Obviously, that place was used to refine more advanced weapons. 2 women and a young man walked over. Beside them were a few middle-aged men. Big sister, you. Don't tell father. The dignified woman slightly lowered her head and said in a low voice. Humph, I don't have the mood to complain. But you must remember your identity. Don't disgrace our gilded gold family. One of the women snorted and looked at Duan Jinming with disdain. 3rd sister, don't end things with such a lowly guy in the future. Pay attention to your identity. I want to tell mother about this. The young man next to him coldly berated the dignified woman. 2nd brother, don't. The dignified woman's face slightly changed and she hurriedly said, Come back with us. The young man said coldly as his gaze swept towards Duan Jinming and the members of the Fire Hammer clan. You bunch of lowly fellows, you must know your status and status. Don't be like a toad trying to eat swan meat. You must think about who gave you a chance to survive. If you don't know what's good for you, don't blame me for being impolite. Hurry up and work. As he spoke coldly, he glared at the dignified lady and the group walked out. The dignified lady followed behind with slightly red eyes and walked out. Wang Xian stood at the side and looked at the group of young men who had left. He raised his eyebrows. A lowly race? Jinming, don't interact with the 3rd miss anymore. You are not from the same world. Although 2nd young master said it harshly, but, all right, hurry up and get to work. In the middle,
The Fire Hammer clan leader glanced at Duan Jinming and shook his head helplessly.
This third miss is quite nice. Unfortunately, our Fire Hammer clan is completely unworthy of her. Jinming's bloodline is extraordinary, but there's nothing we can do about it. The bloodline restriction of our clan is right here.
What a pity. What a pity for Jinming. The voices of some middle-aged men could be heard from the surrounding area. They were whispering to each other. Wang Xian was standing at the side. When he heard their sighs, a smile appeared on his face.
He strolled over and came to Duan Jinming's side.
Young master, may I know who you are? The chief of the Fire Hammer clan asked curiously when he saw Wang Xian walking over. Those who possess the bloodline of a peak dragon seed are not that extraordinary. Wang Xian looked at the old man with a smile and said faintly, Young master, what are you doing?
The old man didn't understand what Wang Xian meant and looked at him with puzzlement.
You will understand soon. Wang Xian smiled and flicked his finger. Buzz. An isolated formation suddenly enveloped them. What are you doing?
The sudden appearance of the formation caused the chief of the Fire Hammer clan to have a drastic change in expression. He held the Fire Hammer tightly with his 4 arms and stared at Wang Xian with an embarrassed expression.
Duan Jinming's expression also changed drastically. He stared at Wang Xian furiously.
What's going on?
What are they trying to do? Attack them.
Those people want to harm the clan leader and the rest. The expressions of the more than 2,000 members of the Fire Hammer clan who were standing outside changed drastically. All of them immediately held the Fire Hammer in their hands and attacked the formation.
Don't worry. The Dragon King will not harm them.
Ao Jian's figure came out of the array formation and said to the members of the Fire Hammer clan,
What are you doing?
Open the array formation quickly or don't blame us for being rude. The members of the Fire Hammer clan saw that their attacks landed on the array formation without the slightest ripple, and their expressions changed slightly. They stared at Ao Jian vigilantly. If we wanted to harm you, you'd already be dead.
Ao Jian slightly raised his head, and his body emitted a faint pressure. Just a trace of pressure made all the people of the Fire Hammer clan look aghast.
Brothers, don't be afraid, Ao Jian said indifferently to all the people of the Fire Hammer clan.
Brothers?
All the people of the Fire Hammer clan were shocked when they heard his words.
Brothers? How could a powerhouse who was able to intimidate them with just a hint of pressure call them brothers? To be honest, how could the Fire Hammer clan do this?
This made all of them bewildered.
Don't be afraid. First of all, I want to tell you that the Fire Hammer clan is not a lowly race.
Inside the formation, Wang Xian looked at the vigilant Duan Jinming and the Fire Hammer clan leader as he spoke with a twinkle in his eyes.
The two of them stared at Wang Xian in bewilderment. Here are the pills for you. Take them all. Wang Xian moved his palm and passed the pills to Duan Jinming one by one. These are pills of extraordinary level 9. The Fire Hammer tribe leader looked at them with a face full of shock. He stared at Wang Xian with his eyes wide open.
Take them directly. There's no need to talk nonsense, Wang Xian said directly.
Duan Jinming's eyes flickered. He took the pills directly and swallowed them all into his stomach. Wang 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 wang. When the pills entered his stomach, every 10 seconds, a powerful aura would be emitted from his body.
In just 10 seconds, his strength had broken through from rank 7 to rank 9.
Rank 9 Transcendent. I knew your bloodline was extraordinary. I knew it. Haha. I knew it. When he saw Duan Jinming break through the limit of his bloodline, the Fire Hammer clan leader revealed an excited expression. He was extremely excited. The Fire Hammer clan was only a rank 8 Transcendent bloodline demon beast race. Now that a clansman had broken through the limit, it was possible for them to lead a better life. This made him cry. I actually broke through the limit of my bloodline. Duan Jinming stared at his arm with a face full of excitement. Fire Hammer tribe leader. All of you possess the bloodline of the Fire Gold Dragon Seed. However, the bloodline of your tribe is too weak. If you agree to be my subordinate and a member of the Dragon Palace, swallow this drop of blood essence.
Wang Xian looked at the Fire Hammer tribe leader and a drop of blood essence floated beside him.
A member of the Dragon Palace? The chief of the Fire Hammer clan mumbled. Looking at the blood essence in front of him, he had a strong desire to devour it. However, he could feel a will from it. Once he swallowed it, he might be under his control. This caused his expression to change continuously.
Hu Jinming, this is the chief seal. You will be the chief in the future.
The chief of the Fire Hammer clan hesitated for dozens of seconds before he finally heaved a sigh of relief. He took out the chief seal and looked at Wang Xian.
Our Fire Hammer tribe is very weak to begin with. No one else can gain anything from us. The Fire Hammer tribe leader's eyes flickered as he spoke. He opened his mouth and swallowed the divine dragon's blood essence.
This is the cultivation method of the Fire Divine Dragon transformation. Immediately sit cross-legged and cultivate. As Wang Xian spoke, he imprinted the cultivation method of the Fire Divine Dragon transformation into his mind. The chief of the Fire Hammer tribe trembled for a moment. His face was flushed red as he began to receive the divine dragon inheritance. Wang Xian moved his arm and streams of dragon energy were injected into his body without any hesitation, cleansing his body.
Buzz! An imposing manner was transmitted over. Fierce flames surged out from the chief of the Fire Hammer tribe. A fire hammer was suspended above his head. Duan Jiming, who was at the side, widened his eyes abruptly. His eyes revealed a look of disbelief.
Clan leader, his bloodline, has also broken through the shackles. He stared at him excitedly. Roar! At this moment, a soft dragon's roar was heard from the Fire Hammer above the Fire Hammer clan leader's head. A small shadow of a flaming divine dragon appeared. Wang Xian continued to punch into the Fire Hammer clan leader's head. The shadow of the divine dragon on the Fire Hammer gradually solidified.
Meanwhile, the aura of the Fire Hammer clan leader kept increasing.
Half-step void interpretation to half-step void interpretation. Void interpretation realm. Oh my god. The tribe leader actually broke through to the void interpretation realm.
Duan Jiming, who was at the side, stared at the tribe leader whose aura had reached the void interpretation realm in disbelief.
In just a few dozen seconds, the tribe leader had broken through from Transcendent Level 8 to Level 1 of the void interpretation realm. This was simply too crazy. He looked at Wang Xian in a daze. He was a little absent-minded. What kind of strength was he?
How could he raise the clan leader to the insightful emptiness realm so easily? I, Duan Yanlai, pay my respects to the Dragon King. Thank you for teaching me the cultivation technique and breaking the shackles of my bloodline. Thank you, Dragon King, for helping me raise my cultivation.
Wang Xian stopped after raising the Fire Hammer clan leader to the first level of the insightful emptiness realm. Duan Yanlai, who had just woken up, knelt on the ground and worshipped Wang Xian excitedly.